Brian World.
Oh, this douchebag again.
Yeah.
Is he a
Hey,
troll?
what's up, you white
Oh,
boy?
yeah.
Alexa, open CBS News app.
What?
Hold your mug the wrong way again.
I wonder if after the Globers leave here all distraught, they actually go to their Alexa and Alexa, whisper me sweet nothings about the Globe.
Like they go and wig out about Trump or something.
It does have a gravitational pull, but it's just so
Right.
minuscule that nothing happens, right?
Right. So
And-
like
Okay.
so the flat earthers like they have a
let me
tough
see if
time. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I just want to see if I get this right. So the coin has gravity, but we just can't detect it.
Yeah, it's such a small object that there's basically nothing getting pulled towards it.
Wait, because the flat earthers they have a tough time. So can we give them like a size where it does start to pull in a little bit? Because they like obviously like the Empire State Building is massive, but it's not able to pull. They're not getting attracted to the building. So like,
Actually,
can we
I
give
can.
them?
Okay. So
Okay,
let's
yeah,
take the moon for example. The moon is
moon,
big,
okay.
not as big
All
as Earth, but it's still pretty big. Now, the reason that it doesn't have as big of a gravitational pull is because it's smaller than the Earth and by quite a pretty big amount. It's pretty smaller than the Earth.
All
But
right,
it's big enough
right.
to where you can throw something into the air and it will come back down, right?
Okay.
Like, you've seen how that works, correct? Like, I'm
Right.
assuming
Well, we
you all
went to
know
the
that.
moon. Yeah, we went to the moon. Yeah.
Yeah, things are far lighter on the moon, and that is
Right.
because it is so much smaller than Earth. But it's big enough to
Right.
where it can have a gravitational pull.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
We went to the moon like how many times was it? Like 6?
6, I don't know the exact number.
Enough.
Yeah, enough times to
So,
where it's
wait,
pretty
wait.
obvious.
So there's gravity on the moon, and
Uh-huh.
I read from the European Space Agency that the
quite the,
Earth's atmosphere extends beyond the moon. So does the moon have an atmosphere?
Yes, just a small one that's so
like 1/8.
minuscule that it
Yeah, it's like
basically
1/8.
it's
Yeah.
like it's so small. Like it's not one that
Yeah.
you can breathe on. Like in order for
Yeah.
us to breathe on Earth, the atmosphere has to be just right with all the right ingredients, like
Gotcha.
hydrogen, oxygen. Like, but the moon doesn't have that because the atmosphere is so small. Like all of that shit just gets out into Earth.
And
Right.
where did you get all those informations, and how do you know that?
The
Because
scientists, the experts.
experts.
Yeah,
So
like
you
you've
don't know.
you've been no, hang on, you've been to a science class in school, right?
Yeah,
Like
I went to
you've
school,
learned.
but I never heard anything that you're saying. Like, is my
I mean,
teacher
I
not as
live in.
educated as you?
Well, Drace, you don't live in America, so you're not really where the smartest people are. So I apologize.
Dude, I live in New Zealand.
Well, New Zealand's also very above Iceland as well. So Iceland's kind of like behind, So
I live in a country that basically no one knows
it's
about.
first world. It's
First world country. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
Iceland's
like
kind of like third world.
I
Yeah.
specifically went into stuff when it came to science. When it came to science stuff, I went into stuff like space. So
Right.
that was more or less.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. So you should
but
have
you're third
heard
world.
that. Wait, what country does he come from?
He's third world. So he's
Iceland.
not really advanced.
Oh.
They're not advanced though. They're not really advanced.
Well, New Zealand's like
Zealand's
the little sister
way
version
more
of
like-
Australia.
I mean, New Zealand's kind of more technical. They're more like technologically advanced, and all that good stuff. So
Yeah, fiber optic cables, baby.
right, yeah.
My
you see,
internet won't fail me
Iceland,
this
they're
time.
like, they just, so they don't
I imagine they have cars at least, correct?
barely, but
God.
Yeah.
Yeah, the way you say that, okay.
We have horses. Iceland has horses.
Yeah, most countries have horses.
But not Icelandic horses.
Hell no.
Yeah, our horses are better than your horses. It is known. That's why they're
Yeah,
very highly
they-
sought out.
That's why they rely on horses. They do have good horses. They just are behind, but they're advanced in the horse game. We've moved on since horses in New Zealand and America, things like that. So
Yeah,
cute. It's
I
good
mean,
for tourism, Iceland.
Cars
but, yeah.
exist. You know, those are
Yeah,
those are
technology,
cool.
rockets, space exists, guys. Come on, you
The
Iceland
gun,
fighter
the gun
fans.
is fun. I like the gun.
Yeah,
The gun I can kill people with. People I don't
yeah, but
like.
we have even Iceland has guns, but like the thing is, like they don't have rockets.
Well, yeah, I mean, you need a lot of funding to make a rocket, right? You need a lot of money.
Exactly.
You need funding, man.
You need funding. You
Now,
need
the
science.
Indians were there.
Yeah,
I mean, the Indians, they're very smart though. They're good at math,
they have a lot of money. Their country's pretty big, and they've got a big population. That's a lot.
and they're
of
very
economy
smart.
there.
They're very smart.
Yeah, I mean, you know, call out the tech companies and all the scammers all you want, but they're not stupid. Let's be real.
Right.
Oh man, hello, I21. This caught me off guard. This
Hey,
caught me
what's
off
up,
guard.
Isaiah? How are you,
CB.
Isaiah? What's up? Yeah, hey, what's up?
Hey,
So
what's
they-
up, man?
So
I
you're
just
telling
wanted to
Indians
ask
have
you.
a lot of scammers.
Yeah, what's up, Lo-Fi? Yes, we're back on the globe tonight, man.
Hey, what's up? Man? Thank you. I just want to ask you, CB.
Yeah,
Is it true that this is the last night for the server?
it is, man. It is. It is. I don't know if you got the
Stop.
news,
Are
but
you actually? Wait, what? Why?
yeah, it is 9:29 p.m. for me. We're actually gonna shut it down at midnight Eastern.
Oh wait,
just
so hang on.
Why?
So that-
Why are you guys
that's-
turning down the server? Why would you do that?
It's 6 PM for me.
I mean, listen, we might
New
push it
evidence-
back a couple. We might push it back just a little bit for those that are on the West Coast.
So
But-
what's going on? Why is it being shut down?
Apparently, there's new evidence. I haven't heard this. I haven't heard the evidence yet, but apparently,
it's
new evidence is coming
2024. We are 3 weeks into 2024. Honestly, the Globers kind of came up with something new. They got a new proof.
Oh, this is a joke.
and-
They're
No,
doing a
no,
joke,
no,
right?
no. It's not. It's
'Cause
not a
it-
joke.
no. No, don't. What do you mean?
No,
Wait, so
lo-fi,
what's going
lo-fi. I'm dead serious, man. Listen, come on, take it seriously, bro. What are you doing?
I am. That's why.
No, no. I hear
angry.
you. I hear you smiling, bro. This is not funny.
He's been
It's a-
he's
it's
been
a-
an agent this whole time.
Listen, lo-fi.
It's
You've been in the
because it's
server since
reactive, I'm sad
2023
about it.
November. You're not even. This isn't important to you. You haven't even been here that long, so I see why you're laughing. But dude, listen, this is devastating. We do have to shut it down. We you know how flat earthers are, right? We go with the truth. We're truthers. So if the truth is that it's a globe, we have to go with that. And it seems like
Stop.
there is a recent
You guys are
development.
capping, bro. I don't like
No,
you guys
no,
are-
listen.
Going back to the moon,
Don't
man.
don't listen to this lo-fi guy. Look at his profile. 2023.
Then just
He's
say
not
what
been
it
here
is.
that
Bring us
long.
all to the globe. Why don't you
He
bring us
doesn't-
all to the magical globe and just tell us what it is?
Maticus?
NASA is going
Yes,
back
sir.
to the moon, man.
I joined this VC
man.
just to see what was up. I didn't expect all of this. What the fuck?
No, but dude, Astral, it's the perfect night you join. It's a celebration, man. It's a celebration. The flat earthers are finally waking up, dude.
Finally,
Like it's
we get
it's
them
been like, well, let's just ask Maticus. How long you been a flat earther,
so
bro?
many times.
Well, okay. I will admit that. Well, I do believe in the globe, even though I don't know the curvature drop rate. Or
Well,
the
you don't need to know. You don't need to know the number. The experts know the numbers. You don't need to know them. Don't worry, lo-fi.
what
The
if I?
scientists
What?
said-
You're right.
Like,
So I,
They're
You're
smarter people.
right.
They have the numbers. You don't need it.
I'd rather
You're
appeal to
right.
authority.
Everybody
Everybody
Thanks.
believes it, lo-fi. We need to follow everybody else.
Well, that's what I'm
It's-
saying. We need to follow the sheep and the herd.
Why do you
now.
think you think you're special or something?
No.
No, the sheep. We don't need to.
I accepted
We
my
are the sheep.
cannon fodder status years ago.
Yeah.
Tell me,
Don't
Shaman.
bother fighting it. There's
Tell
no
me,
reason. to
Shaman.
fight
Why
it.
should I believe the globe? What is this big news?
Well, you should
Well, we'll
believe the
get to it.
globe.
Wait.
because-
We'll get to it. Hold on. Listen. We're still waiting for people to join. All right.
I
You're
just
trying to
wanted
rush.
hear the
The Glovers are coming. The Glovers are coming.
Everyone's piling in. All right. We still need people to join. All right? We need everyone to know because we want them to hear.
Does it
This
does
is
it
very
help that I'm
important.
a part British and I got that joke?
Wait. What?
You guys
The
want to
British are
say hi
coming?
to
The
Viola?
Glovers are coming, I hear. And
Yeah,
then I'm
no,
just like,
she'll love
damn,
it.
I'm part
Yeah.
British.
Tell her to join. She'll love it. Yes.
Okay, here. Say
Fucking
hi,
hell.
Viola. Say hi.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, girl? How are you?
Doing good.
Good to see you again. Good to see you again.
Good to see you again.
Yeah. Listen. There was a recent development. 2024. The science is always developing. So one thing the flat earthers have always I've been hanging around the flat earthers for a long time. One thing they taught me is that no matter what the truth is, you have to go with it. And it does seem like there was a recent development. There was some new proof that has come out recently, and we do seem to have to make a change in our beliefs. So we sent out an event today. We're actually holding an event here in about 30 minutes. We're going to be shutting down the server tonight. So I'm
Right.
really glad
Well,
that.
I'm gonna go take a piss. I'll be back.
All right.
So,
Neil deGrasse
may I
Tyson
ask,
figured it
what
out.
was
Broke the code.
what was the information that you guys had?
Listen, I know. Listen, hold on. We're gonna get to that. We're just waiting for everyone to join. There's a lot of people that are coming to celebrate the final hoorah of 24/7, and we've had a lot of people that are pro flat Earth, people who have been laughing and trying to, pull us down and this and the other. But we just want to make sure everyone's here. So we're just going to give them a chance to pile in at 10 o'clock here. We got 26 minutes. We'll make an announcement. Okay. So just hold on a second. Okay. We'll be right.
Sorry,
get some
what time?
answers for you.
What time is the announcement?
Top of the hour.
10 o'clock.
All right,
Yeah. 10 o'clock for me. So
10 o'clock Eastern time.
yeah, 10 o'clock Eastern. Yep.
Oh wait, we're gonna have a party
Yeah.
at 10 o'clock in an hour.
10 o'clock normal people time.
Can I invite Viola to the server?
Of course, we'll finally get to the proof. We'll let everyone know what the proof
Join
is.
the call while you're in the call.
No, you can.
No, I
Get your
can't.
own. Just use your phone. Just use your phone and rejoin. Because we want to make
Okay.
sure everyone knows. Like everyone that knows it's a globe, we want people to come in here. Because all the flat earthers will be in here.
Okay.
We need the flat earthers to know what the proofs are so they can. It's 2024. Okay, flat Earth in 2025 will not be a thing. So
That's crazy. Why they're canceling Flat Earth? That's insane.
it's the last year. I mean, 2024
you
is the
can't
year
talk
it
about
goes
it anymore.
extinct.
It's because
That's
in
kinda weird.
2025 it's just going
If
to
it
be
was really
the
stupid,
Earth,
don't you?
even though it's flat. It's just going to be the Earth.
No, it won't be flat. It'll still be a globe. It's just
We're going to the moon, man.
I never really cared for the shape of the Earth. I don't understand why it's such a big deal. Who cares? Let's just fix our economy first. Get the wars to stop. That'd be nice. That matters more to me.
wars.
No, the wars. Everything happening in Russia, Ukraine, the whole everything like that. I would rather that be fixed than us argue about the fucking shape of the Earth. I don't care about that.
Well, the flat earthers weren't really ever pointing at the shape. They were just kind of flat. They wanted to be special, but there really wasn't a shape, really. if we're
Why?
being
Why
honest.
does it matter though? Who cares?
Well, they want it to be different, science says, but they want to feel just,
Of course,
they
it
figured
matters where
something
we are and who we
special.
are.
Why?
It matters who we are and where we are in the universe.
But you're still in
Dude,
outer space from a Big Bang,
doesn't-
though.
Yeah, look, dude, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
At the end of the day. I believe the globe whole
Yeah,
thing, but
same.
I
Yeah,
don't
same.
particularly care. I'm not gonna fucking ostracize you and call you a piece of shit because you're a flat
Right.
earther.
Yeah.
Exactly. I don't care if you don't know the measurements of the globe. I don't care if you don't know the drop rate of the globe. I don't care if you deny the fact that you can't have horizon on a ball. And I know that it's called sea level, but I'm still going to go with the fact that it's curving, sea curve.
I mean, either.
And-
Who fucking cares? It's just a fucking. I don't care.
Exactly. And I think it's crazy that people think that you have to have a container for gas pressure. That's really odd to me because you can have gas pressure without a container. Look at the atmosphere.
Atmosphere, yeah. Facts.
Yeah, well, what is the atmosphere? I don't know. Even though I don't understand it, I still believe in this, okay? And the numbers do correlate.
Believe, achieve, receive.
Yeah,
Exactly. So
us flat earthers were all just wrong. Sure, it measured flat and was practically used as flat, but that's just because the ball is so big.
Exactly. We have guys like Quantum Eraser. They believe it's flat. I mean, they've joined the panel tonight to understand it's now a globe.
And I just want to make it. Yes, I just want to make it clear that I'm Lo-Fi guy. I'm part of the Lo-Fi server, and I am a glober because
Yes.
CB's
Well,
got fighting words. How
I
dare you
just
say we and
No,
believe and
listen. Even
I
Flatsy Klein has realized tonight it is now a globe.
are we
I
gonna
will.
call her Glober Klein?
Glober Klein. It's Glober Klein from now on, right,
Well,
Flatsy?
the globe is flat. Like, it's locally flat. We all
I
know
mean,
this. If you know about
Quantum
the
Eraser
globe.
is probably a bigger deal just because that guy has attitude.
No, but Quantum Eraser, he understands as well. He also agrees. He's joined the panel. Why do you think he joined? He also sees that tonight is the last night of the server, and we're shutting it down.
And I
I
have
don't
an
like
admission to make.
I don't like this. I don't want the party to stop. Bro,
Yeah,
I don't want
where
the party
are
to
we
stop.
supposed to go?
Dude, I have like 3 other Flat Earth Discords in my fucking in this profile. I could send you a link to one of them if you want. Like, just throw it in the
They're
live
all
stream
gonna shut
voice
down
text.
soon, bro.
Listen, I don't
It's
want to talk to
inevitable.
any flat earther, all right? I want to talk to the Globers.
Am
I
I
want to
gonna have
make
to
sure.
join a Globerth server now?
Dude, okay, listen to me. This is from personal experience. There are fuck tons of Globe Earthers in any Flat Earth server, dude. You're gonna find them everywhere. Like, you know why they show up.
Hey, what?
Dude, Globe Earthers show
Wait,
up
hold on.
specifically to piss people
Now,
off.
guys, I have an admission to make. See, I'm one of the few people that was hired by the Freemasons and Illuminati to come out and be a shill to say that the Earth is flat. And, it's been a fun few years, but it's just time to give it up and just go back to saying that it's a globe.
Listen, I completely agree. I also was brought on as a flat earther. It's 2024. My contract finally ended. It's January 15th.
Well, shit, I'm
And
convinced.
Yeah, I'm not
I'm
getting paid
finally
for this anymore.
Yeah, no, listen. I was also brought on as a flat earther for years. They brought me on. I was doing the soundboard. I was having a good time. But like the evidence showed, I mean, I just can't go against the truth, guys. Like they've taught me to be a truther. Even though I was hanging out with the flat earthers and you guys were wrong, you still taught me that the truth is very important. And so now that we know that it's a globe, I just have to go with the truth. So it just is what it is. And I'm sure you other flat earthers agree. Lo-Fi agrees. Strace agrees. Flatsy Klein, she agrees. Quantum Eraser agrees. It's a globe, guys. And we'll get to the proof shortly. We just need everyone to join. So we want to make sure everyone agrees and we're all on the same page, right?
There's so many people in here. Oh, God.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is a very important night. We're going to be shutting down the server tonight, and it was a good run. It was a really fun run, and I think a lot of the flat earthers came together. We did meetups. We got together. We tested the Earth, but we didn't realize there was things like refraction. So there were some mistakes made, but obviously, if the truth is important to you, you just go with whatever the truth is. And the truth is that
Sometimes the truth hurts and sometimes you're wrong. It's not the end of the world.
yeah, it's not
we
the
would
end
have
of the
got away
world,
with it too if it wasn't for that pesky refraction.
Yeah, end of the world, as a flat earther, the end of the world is like an edge, and so like I think we realize that like there really is no edge. You guys have kind of been making fun of the edge and stuff like that. You might have a point there. So, I'm honestly still dealing with it, I feel
But I
it's been a
lost
long
some
run.
friends on the edge, man.
Yeah, so does anyone else want to chime in? Flat Lord, right? You might have to change your name. Who else needs to change their name in here?
Flat Senpai.
Flatsy Klein, yeah. Flat Senpai, yeah. You guys are gonna have to. It was a good run, man. It was a good run. QE, what do you think, man? It was a great run, right?
It's horrible. You just have to follow the science.
Piss
I mean,
off.
Quantum Eraser did his last show today of all time. I mean, it was a great show, right, QE? It was a good show.
Your sister. Piss off.
Did not expect
No,
that.
listen, he's upset. It was a great show. He's just going through it, just like I am. All right, I'm sorry, guys, man. It was a good
Globey
run.
Pong. Globey
What?
pump from Dawn.
What? If you've gone into depression or something, you didn't get enough money for that sex change operation?
Listen. I got
Still
a
saving
globe
up
change
for that.
operation. I got a globe change operation, and
I'm still saving up from my sex change operation. That's not me being ironic. I am genuinely trying to save money for that.
it's expensive, man. But listen, the globe change operation is the more important one. And we're just going through some feels tonight, QE. We're just get the violins out, all right?
What?
It was a good run. Flat Earth, we had a good run, right, boys? Yeah, we got all the globe earthers joining tonight. At about 17 minutes to go, we got at the top of the hour. We got some new globe proof. 2024.
I'm
we're gonna be shutting down the server tonight, QE.
There's better be something good. You're really building it up.
You're really fucking blue balling us, man. Come on.
Guys, listen.
I know
we
you
got
want
34 in
everyone
the
to be
panel.
here. I know you want everyone to be here, but
I do not want the flat earthers to log in tomorrow thinking that there's a chance. Okay, if they didn't join the panel tonight, you missed it. So we just got to give them a fair shake. All right, there's people from all different time zones, which also proves the globe. So we just need to give people a few minutes. All right, top of the hour. We'll drop the globe proof. Okay, so just hold on, guys. I mean, listen, it's been a long, it's been a long several years. You guys can wait a several few minutes. All right, it's not that big of a deal. So just hang on. All right, so we got Tin Man, we got Timbo, we got The Wired, Rubes, Richie, Rayleigh, Ravenan, Quantum Eraser, we got Mike Powell, Mez, Maticus, Karma, we have Isaiah, we have Indio, Grisp, Gilly Pong, Flatsy Klein, Flat Senpai, Flat Lloyd Wright, Ernie, we have Drace, Blues Movers, Paraplegic, Astro Diana, Archie, Amish, Lo-Fi, and Shekel. So welcome, everyone.
It was a good run.
It was a good run. I'll admit, it was a fantastic run, and I'm gonna miss a lot of you guys. Honestly, I'm gonna miss a lot of you guys. I'm gonna send out one more ping. We'll see if people will join. This is very important tonight. PSA. It's quiet in here. Why do you go ahead?
Until we get that devastating globe proof, could maybe one of the other globers in here who's never gone to the flat Earth side and has maybe overwhelming evidence like Astral Diana, go over some of that overwhelming evidence.
Well, if you're going to join the flat side, now's your last chance because you only got like 15 minutes to go, and then you'll never be a flat earther again. So
yeah,
I mean, there's a lot of flat Earth.
Now's the time, everyone. Jump over.
There's a lot of flat Earth discords, man. I'm pretty sure you guys will find another one to go in. It's not that deep.
Yeah, but if there's the ultimate proof now.
I mean, if it's proof enough for this server to shut down, I mean, whatever. But I don't think other servers will shut down because one piece of new proof ended up showing up.
Why?
I don't know. It's just a hunch. I mean, some people shut it down because they believe it. Some others don't. And, life goes on. I don't believe everyone will shut down their flat Earth discords because of a new piece of proof.
But isn't the globe evidence so overwhelming? Mustn't
I
we
mean,
accept it?
I don't know. That's what I'm being told. Apparently, it's so overwhelming that this server
You
is
told
going
us
down
that
the
it's
shit.
overwhelming. Don't try to put that on us.
No, this new evidence. I'm being told this new evidence is so overwhelming. It's causing you guys to.
Globe evidence. That's not.
Apparently,
the
it is.
overwhelming
I
one.
would
You
like
brought
to
the
hear it.
overwhelming evidence.
Look, the definitive evidence states that apparently the Earth is a globe, and I want to hear what it is because If this server is going down because of it, I want to know what the fuck it is.
Just everyone wants to know, bro. Can you wait 13 minutes?
Yes, okay.
All right, wait. Come on, me and you are together, so let's just give them. We got 13 minutes to just give them some other evidence because there's tons of it. There's overwhelming proof it's a globe. Bro. All the scientists agree. So, like, let's just give them something, right? Let's just give them something.
You already told them how the gravity works. What else do you want me to give them?
Yeah, exactly. We'll give them something else. Gravity's a good one, but what else?
Well, as you've all seen, we actually have the mathematics that prove that ships disappear over the curvature of the Earth.
Facts.
Not to mention the whole day-night thing. That doesn't the whole, time zones and stuff. That's kind of proof for me.
Time zones? Yeah.
Yeah, like it's like nearly 12 for
Bro.
you, right? It's only nearly.
No matter what, people are still gonna believe the Earth is flat. Like you could prove it. It won't matter.
No, it's not. Transit, listen.
Hold on.
One thing that I've learned about the flat earthers. No.
It's not gonna matter.
Hold on.
This new proof or
Let me just say that.
people are
Yeah. No. Hold on.
believe
I got you. No. Listen. Because I've been hanging around the flat earthers for a long time, Transit. And one thing they taught me, because listen, I'm with you, bro. I'm back on the globe now, but I'm just saying, because I kind of was on the flat earth side for a bit, but I'm just be honest, like. One thing they taught me is that no matter what the truth is, you go with it. If the truth is that it's a globe or the truth is that it's gravity, you got to go with that. So I think that the majority of the flat earthers will just get back on board. We got the facts now. There's some new proof. So like the flat earthers you see out here are just trolling, bro. I think the real flat earthers, the real ones, the OGs, they're going to realize it's a globe too. They're going to get right back on the globe just like you and me, bro. It's cool, man.
I never said what I was. However,
no, me and you are on the same page, bro. Me and you are on the same page.
Oh yeah. But all I'm saying is like you could say any type of way that it's round, they're still gonna believe it's flat. Like you could give it a million ways. They'll find ways to refute it. They'll find ways to not. Because
But what would they say though? Like, what would they say though? What are they gonna say? Because we're gonna hit them with the facts here in like 10 minutes. 10 minutes, top of the hour. We're gonna hit them with the facts. So like, what do you think they're gonna possibly gonna say? What? They're just gonna make some shit up?
To refute. Yeah, absolutely.
Just make it up. So what are they making up right now? What are they making up right now?
In terms of what? In terms of
if flat earthers
what's
just
already
make
out
shit
there.
up, because I've been hanging with the flat earthers. Honestly, low key, bro, they go out and they see the earth is flat, but they don't realize it's too big. So they're not really making up that is. They didn't just come up with that it looks flat. Like, so I don't understand. Like, what are they just making up though?
I mean, one of the flat earthers I talked to on a different Discord server told me that all government wars are just fucking conspiracy theories.
Well, I mean, to be honest, bro, let me be honest with you, man. Cause I could just put on a wig and just be whoever I want on the internet. You don't know who I am really. You know what I'm saying? So I think it is very important to be careful when you're dealing with people on the internet. They could tell you they're a flat earther and you don't realize it. You know, they could just start saying a bunch of things like government, all wars are this. And you go, well, I heard this flat earther say this, that, and the other. Well,
it's complicated, man.
Discernment. It's called discernment. You know what I mean? Yeah, it is complicated, but you got to have just some discernment. Not everyone on the internet who says they are who they are ain't telling the truth.
If the world was simple, it'd be a better place. But unfortunately,
yeah,
we have the French, so you know.
And we have flat earthers. We have flat earthers as well, and it's very difficult to continue to advance society when we're dealing with people like people who think the Earth is flat.
And French.
And French. We got 8 minutes until the Earth is no longer flat, folks. So I would say if you flat earthers want to speak up, get it in now.
Saturn is flat.
What's up? I'm a glober.
Yeah. Yeah. Why? Why? So what is it that got you back on the globe, or were you always a glober?
I was just always a glober.
Always a glober. Yeah, yeah.
You were in this here for the same reason I was.
Yeah, because the Earth is a globe because it's a globe.
I
You know
mean,
what I
what
mean?
else would it be? If it was flat, we'd have daylight all the time. We'd see all the stars. You know, you could dig through the earth. You know,
I don't know, man. I mean, my parents always told me I could dig to China.
He's
That's
a
pretty good
he's a
evidence. Oh my God.
he's a schizophrenic Earther.
Me? Probably.
Genghis Khan.
Oh.
Yeah, but like you would be able to
Who-
see forever the Earth is
Yes.
flat, right, Astral Diana?
Yeah,
Yeah,
if the
you
Earth was
just have to
flat,
get a
it would be
telescope.
just the
You'd see-
just
yeah.
forever.
You'd see the Eiffel Tower. Yes. Yep.
But we can't do that.
Yeah, that means it's not flat. Exactly. I finally realized that. Honestly, it took me a long time. Like,
I mean,
I thought
look,
that flat Earth was just like when you go outside, like that Earth that you see where you don't see the China. I thought that was flat Earth, but I think you guys are right. Like, if it was flat, it would be different. You know, you'd see the China. You'd see.
not to mention, like,
it'd be different.
okay,
You'd see all the stars. Yeah.
some people say that that how day and night works is that there are two big orbs just orbiting above the Earth, and that wouldn't make sense either.
Yeah, that wouldn't make
because
sense,
the sun would
yeah.
still make light go everywhere, and even if it didn't,
Right.
you could still see it at night. And
Right,
you very
right.
clearly cannot see anything but the moon at night.
Right, right. The only reason why you like the sun is clearly going underneath you. You know, it's going under you.
Yeah,
So, like, there's no possible way to see it because it's under the ground. Like, it's like technically underneath the ground that you stand on. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So, like, if it was flat, it would be above the ground, and then you could just see it. Like, you could just, you know, it would be basically lighting up the whole Earth.
So the reason that the Earth's a globe is because there is a southern pole star.
Yeah, if it was flat, how does that work? See, notice how they can't answer it. Yeah, facts.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, the
just,
thing
ju-
is,
just think about this. When you look to the north, the stars are going in one direction. When you look in the other direction, stars are going in a different direction. That means it's a globe, right?
no, what I was saying about the southern polar star is that, if you look south, that's one direction. That would make perfect sense with a southern polar star. But if south is 360 degrees in every direction, then that doesn't make any sense.
Exactly.
I don't even
Facts.
think a compass would work on a flat Earth. So
Exactly. Facts.
compasses alone sort of just disprove flat Earth altogether.
And the
Exactly.
government wouldn't lie to you. The education system would never lie to you.
Exactly. Bro, I mean, listen.
No, never. I would agree with that.
If someone
Agreed.
knew, there would be some whistleblowers. You know what I mean? There's just too many people. You know, there's probably like 3 people in this panel that have a grandma, grandpa, somebody that worked in the industry. Like, it's just like one of them would at least tell their kid, "Hey, listen, you know, like I thought it would be
Yeah, I
beneficial if
got
I
an
told you the truth," and you know, so
I got a,
yeah.
I got a really good anecdote because when Buzz Aldrin and them were going to the moon, they actually came to Iceland and fished here, and my grandfather fished with them.
So, I mean, like, there's no reason why they would lie. They did fishing together.
I don't see why it would be beneficial to lie about the shape of the fucking Earth when it
Exactly.
doesn't affect
There's
most
nothing
of
to
us.
gain. They have nothing to gain from that. Exactly.
Like, what would be the end goal of lying about the shape of the Earth?
Right. Just
There's
making
no
people feel
point.
special. Exactly. It doesn't make sense. It's not.
Like, if
People are just
anything,
reading too far into it. Yeah.
if they're lying about it, if anything, they're making it worse for themselves by creating the whole
Right.
flat Earth stigma. So, like, again,
Exactly.
there's no reason.
Exactly.
Yeah, like NASA, all those like streams and videos where you see the guys with the scuba gear. That's just because space is obviously filled with water, and that's why they added scuba gear into the helmet of the guys after that one astronaut almost drowned. I mean, obviously.
Exactly.
No, it's not.
Big brain.
I swear, this
Well-
better not be a flop after us waiting all this.
No, listen, we got 3 minutes, guys. Come on, chill out. Chill
With
out.
with this
Relax.
build up, man, I'm telling you, this is a flop.
3 minutes, bro. 3 minutes. You can wait 3
Okay,
minutes.
so how do y'all explain the circumpolar, the South Pole star?
Exactly.
Exactly, right. So we should all hang it up and become Globers.
Fact,
Yeah,
right,
I mean,
AI?
If the Earth was flat, all the water would fall off the edges. Everybody knows that.
People have
That's not
legitimately
funny.
tried-
That's not funny.
But I mean, it's
Nobody
not
said
wrong.
Nobody
well,
said
then-
that. I just want to know the South Pole star answer.
Whoever was laughing, that's not funny.
Yeah, but it
Alright.
was flat, who delivered the flat pizza to this galaxy?
Exactly.
If the Earth was flat, we wouldn't be able to use planes either.
Facts.
Oh shit, he's right.
I agree.
No, facts.
Absolutely.
No, listen, the planes have to factor in Coriolis. They factor in the curvature of the Earth. They factor in
Yeah, they have to-
gravity.
They have to fly in an
space-time.
arc.
They fly in
Yeah,
an arc.
space-time too, yeah.
Yeah, they're going from, if it was flat, they wouldn't have to use all this technology. They would just, fly. They would just fly and then go to where they're going. But they have to factor in all these things you're not understanding. Like, there's curvature, there's Coriolis, there's gravity, there's so many factors that the plane just factors in for the pilot, So
I want
Wait,
to
so-
hijack a plane.
Wait,
If it
wait. So
were flat,
so are
then
y'all
it
gonna
would be
answer the South
too
Pole star?
simple though.
Are you going to answer the South Pole star? Because I'm genuinely curious.
Yeah, no, if the Earth was flat, you'd see all the stars. Like, everyone would just look up and see all the same stars from wherever you are. Like, since the Earth
how
is
come?
flat,
No, how
It would
come there's
always
a?
be daylight as well. It would always
How
be
come there's
daylight.
a Southern Pole star? If
because
we live on
it's
a plane.
the South Pole, bro. You're on the bottom side of the globe. Like, you're looking down at the only. Because if it was flat, like, we would all see the same sky. We'd all see the South Pole. But since it's.
No one said that because you wouldn't see the same sky if you're in the northern hemisphere.
No,
Ding,
but if
ding,
it was
ding,
flat,
ding, it's
no, if
time,
it's flat,
baby.
you'd see the whole same sky. Exactly.
No, because it's bending around a globe.
Yeah, no, because it's bending our globe, you can't see the same. Exactly. Yes.
Guys,
Fact.
it's the time. Please give us this info. I've been
Facts.
long enough.
All right. Yeah, here we go. Yep. Listen, I don't know why we didn't realize this the whole time. We had pictures from space.
Wait a minute. Hang on. Do you actually have any new info, or is this all
No,
from
no,
elaborate-
no, dude, no, look, dude, listen. Do you not believe the pictures from space? Like, I gotta ask you.
I believe the pictures from space. Are you telling me that's what you brought us all in for?
Wait. So
AI
you
just
don't
posted
think it's
it.
proof?
We got a new
I-
image.
I do
Just
think
look at
it's-
the image in live stream. It's so convincing.
Yeah, I mean, that's another one. If the Earth was flat, we wouldn't be able to make, like, that is from the Himawari 9. Like,
But
okay,
what you're
dude,
saying
listen.
is that I was right to jump in here. Yeah, we're losing this server, this flat Earth server. You've got
Yeah.
this proof going now. Yeah, oh man,
Well,
fuck! I'm glad I
yeah,
got in
yeah.
here before it was over.
Yeah,
If the
AJ,
Earth
I'm
was
glad you
really-
stopped by, man. It's last night.
If the Earth was really flat, the authority figures wouldn't tell us it was round.
Right.
Again,
Facts.
it doesn't benefit anyone telling you what the fucking shape is. There's nothing to gain.
Right, exactly. They're just telling what they know. They're not trying to get money. They're not trying to get followers. Nothing. It's just they're just telling the facts. And flat earthers clearly have a problem with authority, so they just go against the grain. That's just their natural tendency.
Well, flat earthers have a problem with science.
Right. They don't understand the facts, the science, the math. Exactly. So it's we're not past the hour, guys. If you haven't
And
seen the
by
pictures of
science,
the
he
globe from
means
space.
Fauci, right? Because he always says, "I am the science."
Yeah, I
Him,
believe the
yes,
science.
yes.
Fauci said he's the science, so I believe it.
I mean, yeah, that included. I mean, science does change. It's always developing. At one point we knew about gravity, and now we know about gravity even more. So science develops. It changes.
Creation
So-
bear exposed. Creation bear exposed.
No, this. I should change my name to Honesty Bear. Like I've always been just going with the truth for the longest time. You guys were telling the truth, but we got some new evidence.
Well, creation. I had a question about the South Pole Star, and
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
yeah. So how come there is a South Pole Star if there is not a Southern Pole?
Wizards.
Well, you see on a globe when you're on the bottom side, right? It's like two sides. There's the top side where you see the North Pole, and the bottom side where you see a South Pole. So as long as you're on the southern hemisphere, you'll be able to look up from your point of view and see some sort of Southern Cross or a South star. But if the Earth was flat, as you look up, you're essentially seeing the whole sky. And since wherever you are, I'm sure many of you do not see the southern stars and stuff like that. So that just proves that the Earth isn't flat. So
Well, I'm in Peru, so I see the Southern Polar Star, and I'm just wondering like how that's possible on a flat Earth.
yeah, it's not possible on a flat Earth because I live in a I'm in the northern hemisphere. So when I look up, I see the North Stars, and just because if it was flat, obviously like all the stars are above you. Because if it's a globe, some of the stars are below you, and so it's not possible to see them. So since I don't see them, it's not it's not flat. It has to be.
Wait, are you saying that I see the North Star in the Southern Hemisphere?
No, that you would only see that if it was flat.
The globe is in your way, buddy. So
yeah, the
thing is,
curvature's in the way. Yeah,
it's clearly a globe because spheres are perfect, and the Creator God would only make a sphere for us to live on.
Right. I agree.
Exactly. I mean, so they're really. I mean, the new proof is. Yeah.
Are we going to change this to 24/7 Globe 2.0?
Yeah, we're gonna make sure all the time zones finally finish through the day. Tuesday is a good day to get started. For some of you, it might already be in Tuesday, but it's still Monday for me. So I think we should just let a little more time come. Go ahead, Astral. What?
New Zealand, baby, it's already Tuesday. I'm probably far ahead of all of you.
So he's in. Yeah, he's already. You've been on the globe for a long time, so you're one of the smart ones. You never fell for flat Earth, so props to you, man.
I don't know, man. Look, just having autism really, really helps sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, being autism, that can help. I agree. Don't you guys agree? Do you guys agree?
No, I mean, I think that's a mischaracterization of the globe model.
Oh yeah, I mean, we don't want to mischaracterize the globe model. Facts.
It's more pear-shaped.
I mean, it does change. Sometimes it's pear-shaped. Yeah, I mean, like,
well, it's kind of like whatever the authority figures say it is.
It's a little chubbier.
Neil deGrasse Tyson tells us it's flattened at the poles, and so it's more hamburger shaped rather than hot dog.
A little chubbier.
A little chubbier. Yeah, chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
Yeah.
It's the shape of a donut, gentlemen.
I mean, listen. I mean, listen. Let's just be honest. We don't want to confuse the flat earthers because they get excited when they hear donut. But
oh, God,
I mean, like, let's be honest. It's globular.
Like that I was getting excited over the hot dog.
I mean,
the hot dog does sound pretty tempting.
Oh my, you horny. Oh my.
I mean, it can look like a hot dog when you see boats disappear in front of you, but the boats are not showing any curve between them, but that's just because the Earth is so big.
Oh
this one's fruity.
Oh, I'm horny.
Oh my.
No, but seriously though, like the curvature, I just don't know how we didn't realize it. Like, if the Earth was truly flat, like boats would not disappear bottom up. Like, for the longest time, I thought that like if the Earth was flat, that would be the case. Like, didn't you flat earthers think that, or was it just me?
Yeah, they kept telling us that things would get smaller with distance, but clearly the curve calculator says otherwise, so it's clearly a globe.
Yeah, you only use that in art. You don't use that in science.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the mistakes because I was a flat earther for a few years. So that was one of my mistakes is thinking that, like boats didn't disappear bottom up or they did disappear bottom up on a flat earth. I was kind of confused there. And I realized
It's
that like
it's,
if
it's
it was
good that you
flat,
had
you'd
a
see
coming
them.
to Jesus. It's good that you had a coming to Jesus moment.
Yeah, coming to curvature, coming to gravity, coming to science, whatever you want to call it. I came, oh my, to something, So, I finally realized. I finally, after all these years, it clicked, and so
Anyway,
yeah, oh my.
Okay, are we doing this or what?
where's
After all these
QE
years,
at?
he finally came.
Wait, Maticus, go ahead, man. Just rip the bandit off, G, bro. I'll follow your lead, bro. I cannot believe people fell for this shit.
I
This
don't
is
want to ruin
crazy.
your shtick here, but is there anything like? Is there something that we're waiting for, or it was
It's
just
over, man. There's nothing coming, man.
it
It's
was
over.
just a troll? Like that's it. That's it.
1000%. It's over,
Fuck,
man.
man.
Fucking. What
Yeah.
did you expect, man? What?
So the server's not actually
Anything.
shutting down.
I was expecting anything, like at least like a new like flat something. Like
No, nigga, bro. It's still flat, bro. The Earth is not moving. It's still flat. QE's in here mad, bro. Like, what did you think, bro?
that is an annoying troll. No, I knew it was a
We're not
troll the whole
going
time,
anywhere, bro.
but I was
Well,
hoping
what's
for
funniest about this-
something.
What was funniest about this is the Glober agreed to all the retarded things we said.
I laughed so hard.
Oh my god,
What
dude.
Glober?
I wasted my
Astral.
fucking time here. I've
Bro,
wasted my
it's
fucking
flat
time
as fuck, bro. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Bro, we've been trolling the whole time.
mean
Like,
I-
what did you?
Well,
you mean
I know what
stopped
I'm doing.
work? You interrupted
I'm going.
You interrupted
Don't
my
leave.
work
Don't
day
leave now.
for that troll.
Don't leave now. I mean,
There is no reason for me to be here anymore.
nah, I cannot believe you was just rocking with me like that for like
What do you mean?
15
There's no
minutes
reason?
straight.
You said you had overwhelming evidence that the Earth is a globe, and you didn't present anything coherent or logical.
Bro, you were over there getting a boner, like, yes. Like, no, bro, no.
What are you talking about me?
All of
I'll defend the globe.
He's out. He left.
Man. Literally, I forgot to go to the bathroom.
He left.
I'll defend the globe.
He left the
I'll defend the
call.
globe.
Oh my god.
You know what he's gonna do? He's gonna go around being like, those flat earthers are all liars. And I was in the chat not lying.
Beautiful example, though, of how easily Globers are fooled. I mean, it was so obvious we were trolling. We just kept saying stupider and stupider shit, and he would just go, "Yeah, you're right." I mean, this is the reason why he's a Glober in the first place.
Yeah, that's so true. That was a very exposing moment for them. That's true. I just can't do it. CB, you're a different breed than I am.
Yeah, it physically hurt me to do this. Like when he started this, I was like, oh, it just hurts.
You were
Yeah, I
just laying
just
it
don't
on
like
too
lying.
thick, man.
That's
It was
why I
just
had to
so
try to
thick. I don't know
twist
how
it.
they didn't
I
notice.
bet so, Drace. I bet so.
Oh shit.
Trick to getting past that discomfort is by being sarcastic as fuck or quoting
is
the
very true.
stupidest Globers you've ever heard.
Yeah.
And when he agrees with that shit, it's the best.
Hey, there you go. Well, at least he said something. He came back.
Karma, can you give me your height and weight?
Whoa.
I'm like genuinely shocked that they believe it as much as they do, because I was gonna look at my phone because I have a clip of some guy being like, "What? No way! You guys were just trolling. I believed you." Like they don't know. They don't know what they're listening to. Courageless Cowardly Dog. That is one of my childhood favorite shows. Courageous
Creation,
Cowardly Dog.
I'll
What's
just
up?
say you could step up the trolling a little bit more. That was not believable, not even
Nigga,
slightly.
you hating, bro? What? Why you hating?
Bro, I'm just saying, like I was trying to troll, and then you were trolling. I'm like, okay, this guy's blatantly, obviously trolling. I'm just saying
Nah,
it could
fam.
take, bro. I'm just saying it could take a little bit of work, you know.
Nah, bro,
It has to
yo,
be a
bro,
little
bro,
bit
bro, bro.
obvious
Listen,
because then
listen,
it's
let
even
me just
funnier.
let me just say this. Let me just say this. I am the first to do it. The first person to do it, okay? I don't want to hear no complaints. I don't want to hear nothing.
I'm just saying, like, you could sell the lie a little better by not being so sarcastic.
Bro, he believed it the whole time. What are you talking about?
Sarcastic, man. Because he did not see through it at all because
Yeah.
he wants to believe so hard and his bias is on full
Listen,
show.
listen.
This is a perfect example.
Exactly, Karma. Bro, he believed it the whole time for starters. Number two, only you guys could see through it because y'all know who I am. Y'all know what time it is. Like,
He told us that he could see forever if the Earth was flat. Things don't get smaller with distance. Water would fall off the pizza. He's insane.
bruh. Bro, like when I go to the politics server, I do the same thing. I just go Glober mode. And they love it. Like they'll believe it. You know, even the flat earthers will fall for it. The new ones who don't know who I am. They'll be like, oh, yo, what? It's hilarious. That's how I know. That's how
I
effective
want
it
to
is.
argue against you, CP, when you do this. Like, I have to hold back.
Too good at it.
Nah,
You
but
hold
what
yourself back, Drake.
Draco. Nah, but like, listen, I appreciate y'all that jump in and add to the mission because homeboy, y'all saw how quickly he left, right? He gone. He bounced
Yeah,
as
they
soon
can't
as I
handle the heat.
revealed. Yes,
He wants someone to confirm his beliefs. That's all he wants.
facts. I have a clip on my phone somewhere. I'll have to dig it up. But this guy was listening to me and Dev Lee Germany from the Fresh and Fit Discord. He's one of the mods over there. He comes here sometimes in Flat Smacks. Well, me and him teamed up and we went Glober mode on this guy, and we did it for like, I don't know, 10 minutes.
Wait, is Fresh and Fit? Are they Globers? Or are they flat earthers?
Nah, bro. Some of them are a bunch of them are flat earthers.
Wait,
Like
so
actually, a lot of them.
what about Myron? You get Myron on flat Earth.
Actually,
Then
I think Myron is so Chris, the producer, he's a flat earther. Fresh is he's a networker. So he's always gonna just sell you whatever dream or tell you what he thinks you want to hear. And so Fresh is
Myron,
very
you know, the guy
Fresh
who
is very
actually
Myron's way more inquisitive, bro. I actually think if you presented the flat earth to him, he'd probably see it. You know what I mean?
I think Sneeko and Zerka actually have presented that to him, but
Yeah.
you know,
But they don't
Yeah.
you know,
present it well enough.
wait,
That's my
hang
problem.
on. Just real quick, I do understand too, though, that Myron's not going to come out and say on his podcast that he's a flat earther because he's not going to get demonetized.
Right.
You know what I mean? So like, it makes logical sense that even if he was a flat earther, he's not going to come out and say it. But you know, it doesn't really fucking matter, to be honest. It doesn't matter if he's a fucking flat earther or a glober. But I'm just genuinely curious because
How does the rock get like?
Hey, QE.
what?
QE.
Go talk to Myron, QE.
Sorry, I was just looking for a clip. Yeah, but dude, I think Myron, if you actually presented the facts to him, he'd probably be like, you know what?
Myron's he's pretty smart, dude. To be honest,
He's a smart nigga. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, he's highly respectable in pretty much everything he does. It just seems like maybe he hasn't come across the information himself.
Nah, no one.
And,
Yeah.
and even if he did, it seems like the smarter business move to not say anything
quiet.
because
Yeah.
obviously, yeah.
Facts. Yeah,
Come
bro.
on,
Because
we got Andrew Tate.
Sneeko and Circa are both
we got
like they don't have the highest level argument, so it's easier to hand wave them away.
No, they kind of suck ass when it comes to
Yeah.
flat Earth, like defending their own defending the flat Earth. They're fucking horrible. I've seen Zerka debate, I think 2 times, and he debated against Destiny, which is like, wow, you had to really show up with that one. But yeah, it just really sucks, to be honest.
Well, here. Let me do the. Oh shit! Here, let me do this real quick for y'all. Because Fresh and Fit rocks with Tim Pool. They went on to Tim Pool's podcast, and Tim, really interesting enough, like he starts talking flat Earth out of nowhere, just brings it up on his own, and he kind of like he's putting it in a bad light, but then he starts making points that you as a flat earther would make. Like when people bring up Antarctica, they go, "Oh, well, there's a treaty. You can't just go wherever you want." He says stuff like that. But
on stream or off?
On stream. I'll play it for you guys. I'll play it for you guys here in just a second.
Is he like
He
a
wears the
Fed or
beanie, politics. He wears the beanie.
something?
Right,
Is he like
maybe
a
right leaning.
conservative, libertarian? What is he?
He used to be more left leaning, but he's kind of like dipped more into the right on the right side, I think, right?
Yeah, he used to be milquetoast fence sitter in the middle, but he's leaning
Yeah.
far more to the right now. But he still holds a lot of liberal views, so it's hard to peg him on the right.
Well,
here-
leaning right doesn't really mean much. Like, to be
Not these
honest.
days, yeah, not these days. But here, let
Yeah.
me do this. The reason why I saved this clip is to highlight how your normal mainstream person will talk about flat Earth. They'll make it into like a circus. But what I want you to hear is how Myron critically thinks about it. He's like, really? Is that really what they're saying? I think Myron's way more critically thinking, and I think he's way more open-minded to the topic if we had an actual person presented to him.
He is, bro. Like I said, he's highly respectable just because he knows about 9/11.
Yeah.
He's open-minded enough, and he just sees things the way that they are. So I think if he got a solid argument for flat Earth, like right to his face, I don't think he'd be able to deny
He
it.
would not go against it. Yeah, I completely agree. He would not lie to himself or to the people 100%. So let me
And-
just
and
play
it's-
a little bit of this. It's not very long. The clip's like 3 minutes. I'll stop it like halfway through, but I just want you to
Yeah,
hear where
fine.
Myron goes like, "Really?"
Yeah, I
You know,
wanna
you'll
watch
hear
that,
him.
actually.
You'll
Can you
hear
put
him
the-
critically think.
I'll
Yeah,
look
I'll
up.
drop a link. Yeah, I'll drop a link in the chat. This is Fresh and Fit on Tim Pool's podcast.
He hired too many American citizens.
This is crazy because look at NASA. They're not doing anything right now compared to SpaceX, right? So they're going to hamper SpaceX and take one of the most, successful spacefaring companies in recent memory. They're going to hamper them.
Well,
they're going to handicap them.
I'll tell you what the real issue is. The real issue is that the DOJ knows that if Elon Musk actually builds Starship, it's going to crash into the firmament, exploding, exposing the Earth as flat.
Wait.
And then chaos ensues.
Come on, bro.
Come on, bro. I am kidding.
You're trolling.
It's going to get to the end of the planet.
Tim, do you believe in flat Earth?
Of course not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, of course.
That's the joke.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
The DOJ is
I'll say
scared.
there's no way. Not Tim too. No way, man. Now the ice wall is a different story.
That's what you have to worry about.
Global warming?
We were arguing because I know, like, I have these friends who are like, then why can't you go to Antarctica, Tim? And I'm like, you can. You can literally go to Antarctica. Like, there's this weird thing where they're like, if the Earth was round, then why don't they let us go to Antarctica? I'm like, some dude filmed himself marching through Antarctica, bro.
Okay, wait. So Dre says disappointed in Myron's voice. I actually disagree. He's like, wait, you believe in flat Earth? I think he's critically questioning his point of view, and I actually really respect that. Listen to what Fresh says. Fresh goes, "Not you, bro, not you." Like, and a lot of people will say that Fresh is more the networker. He's trying to network with people and not let his audience know. And people hate on Fresh, but like I think that Myron there was like, he was just sincerely asking, like, is this your real stance on this?
Myron's really the star of the show. Fresh is just like kind of there, but Myron's the respectable one, I would say. Fresh is, like he's got money and all that, but like, that doesn't really impress me just to have money and that pretty much be it. What I mean?
Sure. Obviously, we look for mindset. Go ahead.
When I say disappointment in Myron's voice, I mean like I thought he thought he might be able to have a good conversation here and dig into Tim's claims. But then, okay, you're not gonna actually present an argument, so there's nothing.
He kind of did just like say, "Are you a flat earther?" Like kind of gaslighty type of, questioning.
I mean, I think to what I heard, it wasn't the gaslighting thing. It was more like, is that really what you think? Well, what's interesting to me is how Tim goes on to not only make a point that you and I would make in here. Like, you know how people say, "Oh, you just go to Antarctica," and we're like, "Well, you need a permit, you need to do these things, et cetera, et cetera. It's not just easy." Tim says all that. I mean, let's continue.
Says you got to get a permit for it.
They think there's like government agents guarding the end of the Earth.
Well, they're right. They literally flat earthers think, not all of them, that if you get too close to the edge of flat Earth, there's armed ships that will stop you.
They're going to reassign Trump's Secret Service after he goes to jail and send him to the end of the Earth.
I'll be completely fair.
You need a permit to go to Antarctica?
Yes, it's controlled by various military groups. I think there's like 14 nations.
Okay. Let me pause it there. Listen to Myron again. Oh wait, what?
Yeah.
You need a permit? What? Huh? That's that critical thinking that I'm talking about. Myron has that critical thinking. He's like, wait a minute, what? He's not biased to the point where he's like, wait, no, clearly you don't need, there's no need to go to Antarctica. He's like, wait, why would you not be able to go there?
Yeah, you can tell the gears are turning whenever the gears are turning whenever he actually asks that. Like he's being legitimate. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
that's what I heard. What did you say, Karma?
I'm saying he asks questions instead of hand wave dismissing it like so many do, which does show that he is thinking.
Right, exactly. He was crunching. He's like, wait a minute, what? You need a permit, huh? Like you can hear the critical think. He's a critical thinker.
But to play devil's advocate here, Myron, he has a guest on, so he might not be. He's pulling that guest for certain expertise, so he might not be trying to disagree with everything that certain person is saying because he's a guest. He obviously wants them there and whatnot. So he might be playing from that kind of aspect, but it'd be cool if Myron acknowledged it. But honestly, like I said earlier, I don't ever imagine him, even if he did realize that it was real, but realize it was real. I don't think he would ever actually acknowledge it on YouTube, at least. Maybe Rumble, because I know he's trying to move towards that.
I think he might if we presented all of the evidence to him and he would understand it. He'd be like, "Yeah, I guess I'll make a show on that," like he did 9/11.
Yeah,
but he probably
you know what?
do it
I have to
he's
agree.
confident he can defend it properly because
Yeah.
he's not going to pick up a
Right.
he cannot defend.
Yeah, you know what? Very well said. And that's why I think we need to get someone from a panel like this onto the show so that he can really get the facts. So once he knows the facts, he's not gonna. Myron will tell the truth. Fresh will sell you a dream, and I like Fresh, but Myron not gonna lie to you. And so if he knew it was flat, he's not gonna cap,
really
and he'll
like
tell the
Fresh.
truth.
Fresh just seems like he goes along with whatever Myron says. Myron's very respectable, so I can kind of see why he does that, but I don't think Fresh really provides any kind of.
A lot of people hit on Fresh for that.
But I will just say, I was just gonna say that too. That I think that one of us should go on there, but we got to be like a millionaire or something.
Yeah, no. There's a potential. There's a potential for it to happen. We'll just have to, stay focused and just hope for the best. But we've had talks with the producer. We've had talks with their moderators. There is definitely a potential for it. So we just need to keep pushing for it. But absolutely, I do respect Myron a lot. I do think if he knew the truth, he would not lie or go against that, no matter what that truth is. Y'all heard in the rant from earlier, he said that we're the only ones that have a discussion on a certain topic, that being the JQ. If y'all know what that is, they're not afraid to go against the grain.
Wait, what was that last part? No, what is? I missed it. My wife was talking.
The Jewish question, the JQ. The Jewish debate, all that stuff, and so they had that debate on their stream with Fuentes and Destiny and all that.
Wait,
Yeah.
Creation. Did you actually watch that? Destiny got
Yeah.
annihilated. It was
Yeah.
so bad.
Yeah, smoked.
So bad,
And he
bro.
was watching his stream the whole time. Yeah, I watched the whole thing. It was epic. And Myron was he's a really interesting host. You know, he was actually kind of supporting Destiny there to give him a fair shake, even though he was losing. He wasn't trying to make the audience seem like he was taking sides with Fuentes, even though he probably low key on the inside agrees with Fuentes.
Oh, I think he definitely did. But I was just
Yeah.
gonna say, Myron seems like one of the few YouTube people that are popular out there that's not a shill. And speaking of that, actually, what do y'all think about Witsit? Do y'all think he's like a shill? Is he like, just shilling?
Well, I'm gonna just say this, but there's people in here that got beef with him. But he does seem like the leading candidate to be on the show. So y'all already know I fuck with Fresh and Fit.
He
So
definitely
I gotta
knows
give
our
some
flat Earth
respect.
arguments. He just has
Yeah.
other arguments that not everybody agrees with.
So maybe what we tell him is like, yo, what's it? Shut the fuck up about those other topics and let him know the facts when you go on the
Wait,
show.
so
'Cause
on
he's our
the
he's our
show-
leading candidate to go on Fresh and Fit. Just so
Wait,
y'all
so
know
on-
that.
Yeah, so on shill level with Witsit, what do y'all say out of 10? Shill
It's the
level
ether
7?
shit. It's right. It's the ether stuff.
Wait. So y'all just outright dispute the ether itself?
I mean, I don't know shit about no ether, but from what I know is there's people got beef with that, right, boys? Kiwi, what up?
Well, I've been
I mean,
listening to Witsit for a while now, and really, really going down the rabbit hole with him, and I think he's genuine.
Really?
My instinct doesn't tell me, because you can see how he's maneuvering now into talking about geocentric
Ball-tard religion. So he's a ball-tard.
My-
I don't have
my
a
issue-
real big problem with the ether.
he's
I
just
think
trying
ether's
to beat
fucking
the
hilarious.
PhD. He's
I think-
fighting the
Shut the fuck up. Don't overtalk me. I don't really have a big problem with the ether, whatever that is. A bigger problem is his double speaking lying sewer rat horse shit.
Yeah,
What'd he
yeah,
say,
I understand that, QE. But the only thing that I had in contention was the ether itself, because I think the ether is still viable.
Really?
Even if
What's
somebody,
ether?
it's an immaterial background medium.
Oh, that's some horse shit. Immaterial.
Can I ask
you
a
can't
question
prove
there?
it?
Yeah, well,
don't
I mean,
flat earthers jump on here and give it to Globers about dark energy and dark matter and say, well, can't be seen, can't be detected, can't be interacted with. Well, then we've got flat earthers then going and claiming that there's ether that can't be seen, can't be detected, can't be interacted with. This is just hypocritical from our side.
I think that's just a fundamental disagreement with.
It's not a
my view
disagreement
versus-
or agreement. Disagree and agree has no fucking place in this genre. So you said it was an immaterial background medium. Can you define medium for me, please?
I mean, I can kind of define it. I don't think you're gonna like it though, but
No,
I
it's not
just
that I'm
think
going to
it's-
like it or not or dislike it. A medium contains
It's just a
substance.
yeah.
A medium contains substance, and you just said it's a substanceless medium, making it a paradox, an oxymoron.
Well, I don't think everything is material though.
But a medium is.
That means
That
it's not
had
a
nothing
medium.
to do.
Well,
and
no, not exactly.
You don't think everything's material, which had nothing whatsoever to do with the conversation. But a medium has substance. That's one of the critical factors in a medium. If you say a medium doesn't have substance, it's a law of identity violation.
Okay, maybe I misspoke, but what I was trying to say is that it's just a background medium, essentially.
It's a background medium. So a medium has substance. Give me the chemical formula structure or show me that monkey.
Fair enough. but I don't think it needs a chemical formula.
Yeah, if it has substance, it has chemical formula. Yeah. See the problem?
Well, I just think that maybe I can't actually, maybe I can, but I haven't actually, found out the chemical formula and whatnot.
Nobody can.
Wait, why do you say that though? Wait, didn't he?
Because I've been asking people, ether believers, for over a year what ether is, and I've gotten a list of belly laughing, foolish, nonsensical bullshittery. You want to hear the list?
Sure.
Hold on.
By the way, you don't have to mute me like every 5 seconds.
Yeah, I do,
I'll
because
just
you're over
I'll just mute myself. Well, I'll mute myself.
It's all right. I'll take control of it, and I'll mute you when I want to. I don't like to be interrupted. Ether, the top 20 ether believers claim. By the way, these claims, all of them came in this room on one day with about 6 ether believers in here when I asked them, what is ether? And I wrote every single one down. You ready?
Yeah.
Non-manifested medium, the oneness, the dome, magnetic fields, space, the substance of space, liquid flowing in and out of matter, everything, photons, the background medium, we can see it, we can't see it, quantum foam, subtle energy, inertia, lightning, no cookies, vacuum energy, air pressure, and the spirit of creation.
Wait, I was just gonna say though, but yeah, that was pretty funny with all the dunks or whatever. But just because we haven't necessarily figured it out, and I would say that's because of modern science. They discount the ether. Well, no.
This has nothing to do with science. Now, if you could demonstrate something's existence and then show a possible cause and effect relationship in nature, then we could talk about science. Until you can demonstrate something's existence, you got bigger problems.
Well, no. What I was gonna say though is, well, Kiwi, just real quick, I was gonna say that just because something you can't prove 100% to be true, does that mean that it's 100% false?
No,
Just
not the
based on that
100%.
notion?
No, not 100% to be true. 100% that it exists.
Well, yeah. I mean, I would say that's synonymous.
No, it's not. What is ether? Coherent.
It's just a background medium.
You just keep saying that. Okay, a medium has substance. Show this. You need to show it. And then provide chemical formula or structure, charge, momentum, or spin.
Do electrostatics exist in a vacuum?
Electrostatics, you don't know what electrostatics is. What's electrostatics?
It's essentially the background medium.
It's not a
You can't get rid of it.
background medium, you numpty dipshit. You've been
You
hanging
can't get rid
around
of it.
these fucking idiots. That's not what electrostatics is. I taught shits at 10 what electrostatics was 3 years ago. I knew it in junior high school. Holy shit.
Then what is it then?
Fuck
If it's
off.
not
Nah,
My-
Kiwi, he's just asking questions, man.
It's fucking stupid.
Cause I
No,
don't know
I
shit about
like-
no ether. No, I don't know shit about no ether. So
Well,
Gee, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, bro. I mean,
no,
if
you
know
haven't
better
been.
than me.
Yeah, you're wrong. Yeah, you are. You have to show its existence. Period. It's just simple as that.
Electrostatics existence or the ether?
Oh my god, no, that's electrostatics, which you don't know of. That exists. That's not ether. That's electrostatics.
What's exactly the distinction?
The distinction between what?
Electrostatics and the ether?
What's ether? And then I'll tell you what the difference is.
I'm just using it as the background medium.
Yeah, that's not what electrostatics is.
I mean, I genuinely want to know the answer then.
The answer to what electrostatics is? You just said they were the same. So now you want to know what electrostatics are? That
Yeah,
your
I mean,
position
I mean,
sounds a little weak to me.
I mean, if you're in the,
Good.
if you're into teaching, then I'm into learning.
Teaching. You trying to? Are you part female?
No.
Beta.
You trying to manipulate me,
What do you mean, bro?
bro? Yeah, I'm not your fucking bro.
I thought we were pretty cool. We're not that cool.
I'm not
though.
your buddy, guy.
You're not. I'm not your pal, friend.
I'm not your guy, friend.
We're not that cool then, QE. I thought we
I
were
don't
pretty
know.
cool.
I don't know about cool, but your position's kind of weak. You're asking me
Well,
to tell you
I
the
mean,
difference.
if
You're
my position
asking me to tell you the difference between two things you can't define. That's not a good start.
Well, I mean, I just want to be corrected. I want to know. I just want to know the truth, QE.
Don't we all?
So give me the truth. If I'm wrong, tell me how I'm wrong.
If you're wrong, you were never right. So what do you want to know?
What is the difference between electrostatics and ether?
Well, ether doesn't exist, but electrostatics are all molecular and intermolecular forces are electrostatic. That is, dipole-dipole London dispersion, hydrogen bonding, induced dipole forces, ionic covalent and metallic bonding are electrostatics.
Do you believe in an atomic model?
Believe in. What does fucking atomic model have to do with ether?
Well, I thought you just brought it up, to be honest. I might have misheard
That's
you.
what electrostatics are.
Well, no, not necessarily. You don't have to believe in an atomic
Shut the
model.
fuck up, but you don't have to believe. That means, do you accept without evidence the atomic, whatever the fuck model? What the fuck is that?
If you were really QE's pal, you definitely wouldn't have asked him if he believed anything. Just saying.
No, I was just curious because is the atomic model real? Is that like a real thing? Atoms and shit?
Not a model, and I don't even know why we're here. We're still trying to figure out what ether is. Trying to disprove beach balls doesn't in any way prove or validate luminescent phlogiston.
The fuck is that?
No, I mean,
What
I
is
mean,
ether?
So QE, the atomic model, is that true?
What is ether?
Well, I don't want to go in circles.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna
that's
say
what
the
you're
same
doing.
thing.
You're pulling the same shit he does. You try to disprove beach balls like a fucking Egypt, and then because you've attempted to disprove clumsily beach balls, therefore luminescent fucking phlogiston exists.
Wait. So no, QE,
Yeah, the
I
beach
just
balls, I'll give you the analogy. The beach balls are the fucking atoms, and the luminescent phlogiston, that's the ether. See? Get the
so
analogy?
are atoms real?
Oh,
I just
shut the fuck up.
Hey,
Are
more
Adam,
important,
this
what's
fucking guy, are atoms real? He's talking to me. Are you talking to me over the computer or cell phone?
no.
What are you talking to me over?
Well, I mean, yeah, it is a cell phone. I thought
Yeah.
you were trying to say, am I a bot?
Yeah. You know that cell phone is based on what you call the quote unquote atomic model is based on quantum mechanics. So you're asking me questions. It's like fucking Mario Andretti during a live interview questioning internal combustion engines.
Well, okay, I got
Goddamn.
you. I got you, QE. So the atomic model are comprised of mostly electrons, which are mostly empty space.
Oh boy.
So when I get hit by a train, I'm getting hit by mostly empty
Shut the
space.
fuck up.
What
Shut
the fuck?
up.
Nigga, what is you saying, bro? I'm half listening. What is he said that if what?
He's gotten half truths by the fucking Ether idiots.
Golly.
Well,
Fucking stupid.
if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, bro. I just want to know. I want to know the truth.
Well, what's Ether? And then I'll show you.
Well, I mean, we were talking about ether for a second, but then I brought it to the atomic model.
Oh yeah, so you're trying to disprove beach balls, right?
Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna work for you too well.
We also, while we're in this intermediary stage,
It's not an intermediary. You better,
I
you
just-
better stop and pay attention closer to what their idiot goobers are saying, because you don't got it right. Just saying.
I was just wondering, QE. I'm not picking any sides here. I just want to know, are you going to debate Witsit
Really,
in
on
the near
what?
future?
Well, the first the first topic will be number one, we're debating reality. That's non-fucking sequitur. Number two, the first topic will be how much of a lion surrat are you? So once we get there, and then I'll have him define the difference between definition of nouns and verbs. He seems to have a problem with that. So I guess the debate can be that.
I don't know, man. I just really want to see it. I love watching debates. I think it'd be entertaining.
What are we debating?
I would say y'all should debate the ether,
Ether, what's that?
the background medium.
Here we go. Round and round we go. The background to what? Where's the background at?
It's all around us. It's
So that's not
prana.
a background, that's a foreground. So it's a foreground and it's a medium. But a medium is defined as a substance. So my question's going to be, what is the chemical formula? And show me. Not the chemical formula, just show me the medium. That's the end of the debate.
Well, in a vacuum,
Vacuum.
electrostatics.
The vacuum
like
of
What's that?
electrostatics?
The fuck is that?
No. If I create a vacuum, right, electrostatics are still present.
Why would you don't know what electrostatics are, I just showed you. And vacuum, why would you need to create a vacuum? There are no vacuums in nature.
I understand that, but to isolate the medium of air, for example,
Isolate the medium of air. What? Huh? What?
yeah, like air is a medium.
Hey, I took
There's
that. I'm sorry, Genghis. It's getting too stupid already.
Did you get it?
Yeah. CB, you haven't listened to my past 3 shows. I've taken the soundboard. I've taken that.
I love
What's
it.
the
I love it.
chemical-
I'm about
what's
to
the
listen to it.
chemical-
I'll go back and watch it.
I
I want to hear a debate on phlogiston.
What's the chemical makeup of a magnetic field?
Magnetics. What's magnetics?
A magnetic field.
Magnetic field. You can't use the word in the definition. What's magnetic? How about just what's magnetic?
Magnetism.
Magnetism. Well, I guess that's kind of circular. All
So
right.
what's the chemical makeup of that?
chemical makeup of magnetic fields.
Yeah. Because you
I don't
claim
know. I
that
haven't seen a magnetic
you
field
claim that the
recently.
ether's got to have some sort of chemical makeup. So I'm just curious what the chemical makeup of
The,
magnetic
well,
field
you're
is.
trying to switch the burden of proof again, huh?
Just curious.
That's a nice little move you had right there. It's incoherent. So
Well,
what's the chemical makeup of a magnetic? Show me a magnetic field.
Yeah,
Define
show me ether.
field, by the way.
Maybe it's a background medium.
Oh boy.
So just generally speaking, though, just because we don't have the correct terminology for ether, I don't think we have a correct terminology for magnetism. And I think
Ether,
magnetism
who gives a fuck?
is fairly,
I'm not the one claiming
fairly
magnet.
well understood.
Who the fuck cares? I'm not claim. Did I claim magnets or magnetism?
Magnetism, magnets.
Yeah.
The
Did I
active
claim that?
force that's probably not, but I'm just saying you got to claim it. You got to claim it if it exists, but you can't see it, and you can't. There
Claim
isn't
it
any
if it
particles.
exists.
Is there any particles involved?
Looks like the
Is it a
motion of
chemical?
electric charge to me.
There you go. So what's ether?
No, you're asking me.
Wait, but if
So-
you're going to claim electric charge, then you're going with the atomic model, right, QE?
There is no such animal.
Should hope not.
What's a model?
Well, what I was going to ask too is, I don't know if he was just joking about that, but like, what's the chemical makeup of my thoughts?
Boy, that's gonna prove the ether for you.
Well, I mean, my thoughts aren't material.
I was teaching about thoughts and information before you were jacking off to the Sears catalog in your mother's basement. So don't try this with me.
That might be true, but
It is true.
I mean, I just want to know, like, my thoughts should have a chemical makeup too, right?
Why? Who said that they did? Did I claim that your thoughts had chemical makeup?
Well, you said if it had to be real, then it
No,
would
I did
be out.
not. No, I did not. I said a medium is defined as substance, and substance has fucking chemical formula or
Well,
structure.
what do my thoughts actually travel through? Just air?
They travel back and forth through the fucking right beside the caper-sized piece of horse shit you got between your ears. How about that? We cool?
Well, no, QE. I genuinely want to know, like, what
I
am I?
don't really give a shit. I genuinely want to know what ether is.
Didn't you say less than 10 minutes ago that you didn't say that it was or was not true?
No. I said I didn't care about that too much because you really can't, the ether believers can't demonstrate its existence. I was more concerned, this context was with Witsit. I was more concerned with the double-speaking lion Surat part.
What about interferometry?
Hey, QE, what did he say that's double speaking, though?
Do you want to hear the whole catalog?
I mean,
Well, no.
can you like, give me a quick summation?
Do you want to hear the whole catalog?
No.
Well, no. I've watched your video, QE, and I do agree. Like, you obviously caught him in double speaking and whatnot. But I don't think that necessarily like throws away the ether.
That has nothing to do with the ether.
Well, it partially does because what you catch him double speaking with has to do with the ether itself.
Not every single time. It's connected, but it's still double speaking and lying. Yeah, right, lied. Number of times. So I got a problem with that. I got a problem with that with anyone, not just him.
Yeah,
Because
I mean, I understand.
Here was my mission when I first come out here, long before Flat Earth, by the way. My mandate was to expose pretender clown lying frauds. That's what I do.
Yeah, you did say that. You did say that. I can recall.
Yeah. Well, that was long before Wits had arrived in here.
Okay.
Huey,
What do you-
Huey, we still cool, bro. We still
Yeah,
cool.
we're cool. Yeah, I don't have a problem. It's just, I think somebody said it the other day. I think it was Adam. He said all these flat earthers, they got to this position by raising their standards for proof. All right. And what he said is, don't drop your standards just because you want to explain stuff you don't know. Always hold to your standards. I thought that was quite profound, by the way.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
no.
I agree too.
Yep. It was quite
But-
profound. In fact, he said it on the Land of Misfit Toys server.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm more than willing to like change my mind on something if I'm proven wrong. You know, I'm just trying to find out the truth, just like everybody else here. But
Well, to be
But yeah, I
proven
think-
wrong, you have to have a modicum of some type of semblance of truth for a claim to be
well,
proven
come on.
wrong.
Wait. So are you saying that I'm just discounting truth based on nothing?
Yeah. The ether is the pretender clown flat earthers, dark matter or dark energy. Same thing.
Even
Well,
if
yeah,
it's
I mean, but
measurable,
if
Somebody said ether was measurable. What's ether?
ether, the background medium, but apparently it's measurable by interferometry.
No, that's interferometry. What are you measuring in interferometry?
Your the preferred direction of light based on the vortex of
Third
ether
direction
direction,
of light
ether wind.
based on a fucking vortex? Are you high?
Yep. Nope.
Show the vortex.
You can with an interferometer.
Let's see it.
It's been done over what 2 million times by
2
Dayton.
million. Show the vortex, Mr. 2 million times. You know, what the fuck is interferometry?
It's a it's a highly sensitive device using lasers and a fringe pattern based on
Lasers and a fringe
light
pattern.
waves.
Is the fringe
Yep.
pattern part of the interferometer?
No, it's part of the effect of some sort of quote unquote background medium altering.
You got
the,
proof of this?
Yeah, that's what interferometers have done ever since they've been created.
Have done. No, they don't do anything. They don't do ether.
No, they do laser lights. And
So that's
there's
laser.
a fringe
Where's the-
pattern.
Where's the
There's
ether?
a fringe. If ether is something that is being detected by these devices.
So the fringe pattern is the fringe pattern the ether?
No, but it causes it.
Oh, does it cause it? So we don't know what it is. It's a background medium, which is a paradox, but it causes it. What's the hypothesis?
That there's a directional vortex that is measured from all over the place.
That's
at different
not a
altitudes.
hypothesis. That's not
different-
a hypothesis, dude.
And it's been measured.
Yeah, it's
to
been measured.
be
Sure.
There.
Yeah,
Yep.
and Penelope Pitstop was Bruce Lee's grandfather. That makes no sense. That wasn't a hypothesis, by the way.
Well, whatever it is, it's just a fact that
Whatever
they
it
have. They have. They have.
Yeah,
measured.
whatever it is.
Yep.
You're so far down the train of your logic, though.
Go ahead,
So
take
if you
over
don't-
AI, please.
So
because
no,
I'm
I'm just
about to have
saying
my
Q.
fill of this shit.
I'm just saying QE. If you don't think there's ether, which is
If
fine,
I don't think there's ether,
what-
why
which
should
is
I
fine.
think there is? There is ether. What is ether?
I'm just curious what you think about the fringe patterns that come off
Ether?
interferometers
What I think
at
about
different
fringe
directions.
patterns. What does that have to do with
coming
ether?
off of interferometers?
You just monologue right through this. It sounds like garbled gibberish. What the fuck, man?
I'm curious what you think about the
What I
results of
think about-
interferometry.
What? Fuck interferometry. That's not ether, is it?
Well, maybe, maybe not. I'm curious what
Maybe.
you think.
Maybe not. it could be invisible three-toed gnomes causing that fucking interference pattern, couldn't it?
Right. But if you actually gave it a shit, you would,
Well, I do
maybe
give
look
a
into it.
shit. So
Okay,
my
cool. So
my
what's your thoughts?
explanation, shut the fuck up. My explanation for interference patterns are invisible three-toed gnomes. Yours is ether. What's your hypothesis?
Well, ether's a little bit more reasonable than three-toed
Why?
gnomes.
Why?
Because it's been measured and
It's
three-toed
been
gnomes haven't
so
been.
for something to be measured, it has to have some type of physicality, right?
Not
What are you
necessarily.
measuring it with?
What's the physicality of a magnetic wave?
Holy fuck! I'm not circle jerking again. AI, go ahead. You can have Adam.
I just want to define the term. What does a preferred direction mean?
Your mic's like cutting out pretty heavy. I don't know what.
Preferred direction is just a direction that something tends to want to travel or travels at a higher speed rate.
Okay, so the term preference and want to is just something you imbued into it.
Right.
So you're saying ether is sentient and intelligent?
No, I'm thinking it's a force that
It would have to
exists.
be. It would have to
Yeah.
be to have a preferred direction, sunshine, to have a preference that you have to have
Right.
intent. That is sentience and intelligence. You just train wrecked yourself, is what he's trying to say.
Well, I mean, if you don't believe in there's a creator or something like
Oh,
that,
shut the fuck up. Thank you.
Right. So at the end of the day, this is a metaphysical claim, correct?
Oh, now you can hear. Go ahead, AI.
Yeah. It sounds like a metaphysical claim shrouded in a pseudoscientific claim.
Yeah.
So interferometry looks at light. It's not looking at any ether. You understand that, right?
That's not his point. His point is basically this: if something's traveling in one direction and it goes at a certain speed, and then you shoot the thing in the other direction, it goes at a different speed. Why is that happening? That's pretty much his whole point.
Exactly.
Why is the differential in the speed based on direction? Now, let's say that it's true in the first instance that it is the case that there's a differential in speed in opposite directions. From there, what can you do with that information? How is three-toed gnomes less palatable? That's your burden to bear because you're making the claim. Quantum Eraser doesn't have to give you a counterexample.
I'm just citing from what I've heard. I haven't done these experiments, but I know that it's been done millions of times. And what they found is that light, depending on a direction, has a different and
Sorry,
speed.
I have to step in. He said experiments. That's my domain. What are the three constituent parts of an experiment? I take that delay as you don't know. So these aren't experiments, by the way. You don't know what experiments are. So there's that. Go on,
I don't
AI.
necessarily have all of the correct terminology. I haven't been doing this maybe as long as you, as far as different things, but there's like variables, hypotheses, and papers or research findings
incorrect.
or something.
Incorrect.
But, okay, what is the correct answer then?
Let's say that's all true, just for the sake of argument. You sounded like you knew what you were talking about. You presented yourself as this is a foregone conclusion that you validated, and you're parsing out people's objections to it, rather than being inquisitive about the truth of the matter. So maybe dial back your hubris when you interact with people, and then you won't have such a confrontational response.
Well, the thing is what I am doing is exactly what you're saying. Is I am questioning what the findings were of these things, and I'm not making a claim. I'm just saying, what do you think about interferometry, in the respect that it has been said that it proves that there's an ether vortex or some sort of ether wind? It's a question. It's not a claim.
Well, yeah, fair. It also has been said that it proves that the Earth is going around the sun and that the Earth is a ball. So
Correct. But that's kind of debunks it as well, because the if the Earth was moving and this thing is somehow picking that up, then why is it not also picking up the speed of the orbit of 666,600 miles an hour? Why is it not? Why does it pick up a higher vortex speed or a higher directional speed at a higher altitude than at ground level? So it doesn't necessarily prove that the Earth is moving. It proves that something is moving, in my opinion. So that's all. Just curious what QE thinks about that.
about your opinion?
Well, about the research that has been done, the tests that have been done, the findings that have been found on interferometry. And somehow it relates to supposedly an ether.
Hey, have you ever heard of Cavendish or the
Yeah.
Foucault's pendulum? These things that somebody made and got the results from something that they made that doesn't naturally occur, that we use as arguments all the time in our favor.
Mhm.
The
Right.
interferometry is the same thing. It's man-made with results man-made. It's tantamount to these other things that we use and refute because it doesn't happen in nature. You don't see it. Where do you see the ether? Come on now.
Apparently you
How do you-
see a preferred
how do you-
direction of light through
How do you
interferometry.
validate your assumption that the so-called preferred direction of light is caused by ether?
By the results of the interferometry.
Well, that's not a validation of it. That's just you assuming it again.
That's what they were specifically testing. Whether
Nope.
whether they have a good mechanism to do so or not, I'm not questioning that. That
They're
may
just
be a
measuring
flawed.
light, so there's no
Yeah.
ether measured. Are you willing to retract your earlier statement that there have been thousands of measurements of ether when there's no measurements of ether?
And isn't it
There's
convenient? The preferred direction of light just so happens to be east to west star rotation. Come on now. This is just
yeah,
silly.
it is kind of interesting in that respect. However, that east to west direction apparently is at different rates depending where you're at across the equator, or north or south. I mean, it also has a difference in elevation, and it also has a difference in depending on where the sun happens to be, or if there's a eclipse and all
And
kinds of good stuff.
balls somehow came together and the earth has to be spinning. Like, come on. This is silly.
But yeah, that's fair.
I
Look,
doubt
let's just say you call the reason. Just check this out. You call the reason why light reacts in the way in which you claim it does ether. What if somebody else just names it goblin?
Right. Yeah, and it could very
You would
well
ask.
be.
You would then ask them. Yeah, but you would then ask them what is goblin, wouldn't you? What do you mean by that? Like, what is it?
Hmm.
What does it do?
You
What's
can
its purpose? How does it affect light?
you can call rolling a ball down a hill different things as well. But there's an effect that has been measured. It is measurable.
There's also balls that go together, for the Cavendish and all of the results, like all the different results that aren't actually, the same always. This is the same thing. It's just branded something else with a different
Right.
instrument. It's the same
Well,
thing, but
I'm right. Yeah, and I don't think the Earth is spinning as far as that goes. So, but the interferometry definitely is finding some sort of fringe pattern based on the direction it is facing, and it alters basically, depending on where you're at with the thing.
Okay, so
Elevation seems to matter.
let's say that's true. Let's say that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Then what is causing that to happen in a manner of how it's affecting it? Not just a name for it, but how it's affecting that to happen.
Well, some assume it's ether, but what could be doing
Dude,
it? What's the actual
Told you
force?
specifically not to name it. Just say what it's doing, what's actually happening. Names at this point are irrelevant.
Right. Yeah. So, well, it's some sort of force that is directional, that is
Why?
measurable. Do I know what the force is? No, of course not. But there is a force that is causing a measurable effect.
Why?
That's why I bring up the magnet.
Why is there a force?
I don't know.
You haven't answered the question.
I didn't make the Earth. I have no idea why. But there just happens to be a force that's measured and measurable.
I thought you said you measured it different in a fringe shift. But now you're changing it to a measure of force?
The fringe shift is how they have seen this effect of a force, whatever this force is called.
What's a fringe shift? How does that function?
It apparently it has to do with the wavelength of light. Basically, kind of like a Doppler effect, if you will, of light, so that the waves are compressed or they're expanded or something, and you have two different directional light beams from the same source, so that they're guaranteed to have the same wavelength, the waveform, when they're split and brought back to each other at different directions. Horizontal versus vertical, or whatever you want to call it, north and south versus east and west.
You realize, sorry, you realize that what we observe is that light doesn't have some preferred direction, right?
No,
We don't observe that. It's not actually happening observably.
it's observed with interferometry.
So the precession of the Foucault's pendulum is observed with the Foucault's pendulum. Come on, dude.
The Foucault's pendulum is not a globe proof, as far as that goes. And oftentimes those damn things are powered by freaking magnetics just to make them work. But Foucault pendulum or not, I'm talking about interferometry. It has to do
Show
with
you the
being
parallel
able
here.
to determine.
You're refusing to see the parallel here. It's the same thing. You
How-
know
how?
why we observe something in nature first? You know why that's something that we do? So that there's no bias towards some sort of intelligent being, humans. So we don't have a bias because nature will do what it does. And what you're saying is only observed with this specially made instrument. No, dude. No.
The Foucault's pendulum is a specially made instrument as well, right? Did you observe it otherwise? I see cranes
That's
hanging out
exactly
there
my
with
point.
hooks,
Dude,
and
this
they're
is
not
my
moving.
point. This is my point. We tear the Foucault's pendulum apart because it's not observed in nature. They're saying that the earth is spinning and this is the proof of it, but you don't
Right.
observe in nature. Their bias is in the instrument and the data that they get from that.
But look, all propositions about the way things function aren't necessary to be observed in nature first. What's necessary to be observed in nature first is the observed natural phenomenon for your scientific hypothesis, for you to conduct natural science. So to say I must observe all things, otherwise I can't arbitrate what's happening here, it's like, do you observe gear mechanisms in nature?
Well, that's what I meant. Sorry.
When you do engineering?
Honestly,
Some could argue that there are biological gears, like on a microscopic level, there is what appears to be certain similar structures in bacteria and stuff, but it's like when you're talking about like ring and pinion gears and how they fit together and what's causing them to bind or why oil is good to have on them. It's like all those propositions are about man-made things, but they're still able to be tested and results to be determined why this thing is working good or working bad. So just like somebody might, create this gear that seems ideal in practicality, but when they put it into the car, it doesn't seem to function for some reason. They're like, why is this happening? Like, why is all my perfect math not functioning properly? And then they solve it like, oh, you need oil. Gears can't work without oil because they get hot, they bind, all of these things. Yes, it seems like they would work perfectly, but in reality, there's actual physical problems with surfaces interacting that cause degradation in the force of the turn. Right? You don't need an observed natural phenomenon to come to those conclusions. You could say something's wrong with my machine here. I would like to know why it's happening. Now, it's different if you say, this is what's happening, this is what I think could happen, or this is what's happening, here's a practical application to solve the problem, versus saying light has a preferred direction, therefore there must be some kind of force, right? They're not quite the same. They're not quite apples and oranges.
Yeah, I agree.
So the problem with the term ether is that ether has permutative connotations that are infinite, as Quantum Eraser eloquently displayed. It's very hard to find a cohesive claim about what ether is at its core, what it's capable of doing, if it even exists in a tangible way versus a metaphysical way. Some people claim it's a vibrational medium because all energy is essentially vibrations and permutations of the ether being vibrated, right? And they never stop to think, well, maybe what's causing the light to do this in the opposite direction isn't what I think ether is at all. It's something else.
Right. You're absolutely right. It could be something else. And, a word, like the three-toed thing, whatever. It doesn't matter. What I was asking about is what does he think about that in the respect of ether? Because the reason why is because that is what I have heard is kind of a evidence towards it being an ether. And I guess there's been...
So there's two ways to look at it that some people would claim. Some people think that light is actually just a permutation of ether. In other words, some type of energy affects the ether vibrates, and that's what light is. And so if the structure of the ether which carries the light is rotating, then it's going to have a differential rate of travel in one direction or the other. Interestingly enough, the same people would tell you that light doesn't travel, which then is like, well, if light doesn't travel, then how does it have a differential rate in either direction? There's a lot of incoherencies and inconsistencies in these claims.
Can I steel man for a second? Can I steel man for a second? It's supposed to be the dielectric field, and this is what I've heard, and I'm not claiming this. This is my steel man, okay? So the dielectric field and the magnetic field, when they intersect, it causes an event, and that's where light happens, or something like that.
Interesting.
So this is a claim, and it's a pretty a big claim, because the people that claim this, the person Witsit that claims this, would I mean, he uses a lot of words, and it's a little bit incoherent sometimes, but I'm just trying to steelman it. That, have you ever heard that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence? Does he supply that for anyone?
Well, you're correct. They do, and if you do make a claim, of course, you need to be able to back it up. And to be honest, that's really literally what I thought the interferometry was doing, and that's why I'm asking about it, because I know you guys are basically not ether.
Perfect. Let me give you an idea about that. So there's one claim, like I said, that the ether is a quote unquote medium in which the energetic excitation of this medium results in light, however that occurs, whether it's two wave fronts meeting, two energetic fronts meeting, whatever it is. Okay, they say that this is the case and that this carries the light. In fact, it used to be called in the past luminiferous ether, which means light carrier. Now, why they thought this is because they thought that light was a wave, much like an ocean wave is a wave, right? Where it's actually a perturbation of a substance or a medium. Now, you might say, well, if light goes in this direction this way, and that direction that way, then it must be being carried along in this giant medium that's rotating. Well, what if light's nothing like that at all, and light is some type of, semi-constructed ray, which interacts with an energetic field around it that causes these other, things that people mistake as wave properties. But then there's a completely separate energy that's counter-rotating, right? That has nothing to do with the idea that it's carrying light at all, and that just provides impedance or a helpful acceleration. So you could see there that even that idea that I literally came up with in less than 3 seconds defeats the claims that they're making about the ether in the first instance, and it's perfectly plausible within their own framework. This is the problem. People are making definitive claims about the nature of the realm in which we live that are metaphysical in nature or ontological in nature. Like they're making "this is the world in which we live" claims without proper logic and proper scientific scrutiny, or even experiments to validate their cause and effect. Now, keep in mind, this is how we went down the whole globe Earth paradigm in the first place, right? Specious reasoning,
it is.
science, mumbo jumbo, metaphysical claims, yada yada yada.
Yeah, I agree with that. However, I'm kind of stuck on a record player loop there where I'd say, well, they make these claims without any evidence, but the evidence I say is, the interferometry showing that there's a preferred direction in light. What's causing that? That's a good question, as far as that goes. But, do you agree with the whole preferred direction of light in general?
I would never use a term as such so loaded as preferred.
Yeah, it is kind of a weird term, honestly. But that's how I've heard it presented. But basically, if I guess east to west versus west to east, or north to south, south to north, something like that, you would be able to measure some sort of millisecond, micro millisecond, variances.
Words were used
apparently.
in there. Objectively is a word that Witsit likes to use a lot, and he'll say that when he makes a claim. Objectively this, objectively that. I'm sorry, like I don't take those things at face value, and you don't need to lower your standards for empiricism when it comes to people making claims, even on our side. No one
Right.
is
No,
above
yeah, I hear you.
no one is above reproach.
Yeah, so I'm going to make this pretty clear, and I'm pretty sure it's self-evident. Okay? The physical exists and the metaphysical exists. The metaphysical doesn't rely on the physical. The physical is subordinate to the metaphysical. The metaphysical can exist without the physical. The physical can't exist without the metaphysical. Okay? Now, there is a boundary. Not necessarily a hard boundary. Let's just call it a boundary, for lack of a better term, between physical and metaphysical. Right? So there's only two options. You either have a creator who is completely unnecessary in any contingent way to the physical, meaning that that entity can exist without any physical thing existing whatsoever. It doesn't need substance, it doesn't need energy states, it doesn't need water, it doesn't need any of those things. Those are things that physical things need. And then you have the physical things which need all of that to come down. Now, between the metaphysical and the physical is some kind of gap, right? And that gap between the causation of the physical is what people are digging at. They're basically digging at is how does God create and operate the physical realm? Where is that fine line between we're no longer in the physical causations and we're now in metaphysical causations? And people want to make all kinds of illustrious claims that they know the conduit of energy from the metaphysical into the physical. And that's really what a lot of these things boil down to, is that they are attempts to find out the mysteries of God and to reveal them to mankind. And to think that they're going to tap into, metaphysical energies, which, in some regards, people of the past might have thought of electricity as a metaphysical energy, right? But I would submit to you that all the energies that sustain the physical world, right, they're contained within it, but specifically for people who believe in the Bible, they believe that God sustains those things, right? So whatever it is about God that sustains the physical requires some kind of transfer of, let's just, for lack of a better word, call it spiritual energy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
Right. And so this is going so far down the rabbit hole that people are literally claiming that the ether is the Spirit of God himself, if not the substance of God himself. Essentially bringing God into a physical interaction that's necessary with the world, that's no longer spiritual. Essentially making the creator of the physical himself.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. No, that's
In
very well
fact,
said.
People have claimed that this vortexual ether is actually an emanation of energy directly from God himself, who sits in the center of it, and it's a vortex of energy around his self.
Mm-hmm. Let's think
Now,
of what you're.
interestingly enough, I want to throw something at you from a biblical perspective. Interestingly enough, there is an agent within the scripture that is claimed to be a light bearer, which we've already had a term that we said, and also claimed to be the prince of the power of the air, which the power of the air is referred to as the ether in the past, right? So if you're creating a deity, right, that is made up of ether, which is the carrier of light, then the only entity that fits that description, right, besides Jesus, is Satan in the Bible.
Well, Satan, this is the prince of light or something like that. But yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, I almost think about it like basically modern science is basically trying to make everything material the same way that they're grasping
Correct.
to understand the metaphysical, saying that light is actual particles of something that's flying through in between other atoms, little balls of something, right? So yeah, it's interesting.
Oh, well, I mean, that's not necessarily true. When people say light is a particle, they don't mean it's a discrete ball.
Uh-huh.
That's a misnomer. Famously employed of late by one Mr. Epitheriora hypostasis, or whatever his name is. Theriora apophasis, right? Ken Wheeler. He said that light's not a particle because when you take a photo, you don't shake out little balls. And it's like, dude, that is such a false straw man characteristic of the idea that light is a particle. If you look up the definition of light as a particle, it's a discrete quanta of energy. So a certain amount of energy, right, that can be measured is referred to as the particle. Not like an actual ball, like a bowling ball. So even that, he's not being accurate to the term. Which, by the way, I'll submit to you that guys like Ken Wheeler are very new agey. They're very like esoteric and into woo woo, and like the universe itself is one giant entity. I will submit to you, friend. Not only guys like him, but scientists, evolutionary biologists, physicists of late are coming to this idea that it's self-evident that consciousness is the fundamental unit of reality. So the physical and the metaphysical can only be understood through consciousness. So it's not the case that matter is primary, it's consciousness is primary. But do you think that they then would say, oh, that means clearly we're created by a sentient agent? No. They take it down to make the entire universe a collective singular agent where all the consciousnesses of the universe are essentially one main consciousness. That's known as monism, where all is one and one is all. So they're essentially making God a member in the creation, if not the creation itself. And I will submit to you, friend, and I haven't been wrong so far, that people who go down this track of ether, the more they go down it, the more they have in common with guys like that. They're essentially bringing the creator and the creation into one entity, rather than separate.
Yeah, that's freaking interesting. Yeah, I appreciate that very much. Wow. Gave me a lot to think about. I definitely appreciate that. Yeah,
When I
so
first
yeah.
joined, I thought I heard somebody talking about the pendulum. Was you guys recently talking about a pendulum?
I was making a reference to interferometry being the same as the pendulum and whatnot. It's just a man-made instrument with certain information gathered that's interpreted by a bias.
Here's the one thing that I don't understand about it, and perhaps both sides could give me clarity. If the pendulum is attached to a building and the building is attached to the earth, when the pendulum is at a dead stop, how come the earth don't rotate under it? Why does it
No,
have to be in motion
we got
for
those.
the
We got
earth to
called.
rotate under it? Hold
We
on,
got the.
get my question. It's an
We
important one. Why when the pendulum's not swinging, the earth doesn't rotate under it, yet when it is swinging, it does rotate under it. And I'm not saying that it does, that's the claim.
You're not.
So
You're
that
coming.
makes no sense.
Listen, James Richard, you're coming into a whole other conversation and inputting
Okay,
this.
my bad.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm just letting you know that you're like in a den full of flat earthers, pretty much.
Right.
Talking about flat earth, but we're talking about something else other than the globe. Okay.
My
I
bad.
just used that as a reference because someone is saying that a man-made instrument and whatever its readings are proof of something, when in reality you need to observe a naturally occurring phenomenon before without bias, because nature's going to do what it's going to do without our influence, so this is the point of the scientific method, and the reason why it is set up the way that it is so that it has no outside influence or bias.
Yeah, one thing that bothers the hell out of me about interferometry was if you're trying to design a machine to measure something, how are you to calibrate it against something that you don't even know is there?
Yes, exactly. We've been screaming human error over here for a while, but it's kind of refined now because you only need to just expound on your instincts, because common sense appeals to your senses, and what you observe as something in nature occurring naturally as a phenomenon would be somewhere to start, but you don't observe anything that you're claiming as a result or conclusion with interferometry, because you don't see this as something occurring naturally in nature.
Right, yeah.
Well, you could theoretically set something up to where you just get the light off a cast object, right? And have some kind of sensor on either side of the tree. Let's say it's a tree. So you have it on the northerly side versus the southerly side, and then you say, okay, I'm getting the light from the tree back at a different rate than I'm getting at the other side. I mean, there are ways you can finagle it.
Right. Yeah. No, I hear you. It's very interesting what Ardent said.
Yeah, but keep in mind, anything that you construct off of that is going to be the same type of inferential reasoning and modelic interpretation that somebody who's doing such a thing would criticize the atomic model for. Right? It's the exact same line of reasoning. Whether they recognize it or not, they're making the same fundamental mistakes
Well,
that they're
yeah.
accusing their counterparts of doing.
And here pardon me, but I'm going to do it again, a full circle, sorry, in advance. But magnetism, for example, it's a phenomenon that we're supposedly able to see by nature, but without having a tool, for example, a handful of iron filings, you're not going to be able to see it. And to me, that's kind of analogous with the interferometer. It's a tool that was designed to be able to see something, kind of a thing. I know that was fallacious or whatever you call it, but it's just, that's still kind of what I'm stuck on a little bit. Is we things aren't always seen by nature exactly, not unless you set up an apparatus or happen to see it naturally. For example, you take a magnet outside and you rub it on the ground, stuff's going to start sticking to it. Hey, there's some metal flakes in the ground. Great. So now you can see it by nature, but that just happens to be only under certain circumstances. You wouldn't just stand there with a magnet in your hand and just have things flying at you and sticking to it. So there, sometimes you need an apparatus, a jig, or something to help your measurements. That you wouldn't be able to just stand there and see in nature, I think.
Do we actually see magnetism in nature?
We see the
Or is
effects of it. And that's what I was claiming about the
is
interferometer. We're seeing an effect.
mankind, I guess my question is mankind directly the cause of magnetism? Like without man, is there magnetism on the earth, in the earth?
Apparently so.
So it's not something we produce in a lab?
Yeah, because there's what do you call it,
it's in nature.
rare earth magnets and stuff like that.
Right.
There is
And you can make-
iron oxide that is.
So without man, magnetism exists, right?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, there's materials that are very magnetic without man's involvement. So yeah, magnetism is a thing without man.
It absolutely exists without man.
Correct. And man knows how to magnetize things using magnets or magnetism, so they can actually influence other metals.
Well, I always thought that mankind produced a magnet for you to put on the ground. I've never actually found a magnet in nature.
Mm-hmm.
What? You never heard of lodestone or whatever the heck it's called, or magnetite?
No, I'm not saying it's not true. I have never found a natural, non-man-made magnet. I'm not saying it's not true. I've never seen one in nature. Non-man-made magnet. Have you guys? What do I look for when I'm out in nature? Like, is it a certain color rock? What am I looking for that's a natural?
Dude, just go around with a little refrigerator photograph and see if it sticks to any rocks.
No. I'm not talking about a man-made one that you stick on your refrigerator. Those are made by man. What is the mineral that I'm looking for? What color is it? What is it? A rock that I can pick up and it's magnetized without man doing anything?
It's called magnetite. Magnetite. Look it up.
Magnetite. So it's an actual rock.
It takes the shape of like a pyramid.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy if you think about it.
rock.
Let me find.
Is that all right if we talk about the pendulum that I brought up earlier, or do you guys not want to go there?
Dude, we pretty much covered the other topic, unless, like he said, he went back in a circle. So,
Gotcha.
Yeah,
so for
no, yeah,
example,
definitely apologize for the full circle, honestly. You know what I mean? But I definitely have a lot to think about. No, thank
yeah, I would submit to you that you just start noticing all the people that talk about these exotic topics, and you'll notice that there's a tinge of metaphysical claims about the nature of creation in relationship to God, and that's really the ultimate angle. I think you'll
Yeah.
notice it now. Like, for example, I just want to say this last one is there's this documentary that was put out by Flat Earthers called Level, and then they made another one called Level 2. It's supposed to be about Flat Earth, right? Go watch the documentary Level, and you will see it's dripping with spiritual and New Age type philosophy and propaganda, right? It's almost like it's not about Flat Earth, but it's actually about spirituality, right? They're using the Flat Earth to make their spiritual claims.
Yeah,
And
interesting.
I don't know like what's your religious predisposition or spiritual predisposition, but I mean, if you are an Abrahamic religion, you're going to notice that the majority of the claims coming out of the Flat Earth community are directly antithetical to that religion.
Right. Interesting. Yeah, I think there's some things said in even the Bible about basically not worshiping the creation.
Bingo.
So
There you go.
So
But there are plenty
very,
of
very
us
cool.
Christian Globers.
Right, of course. Yeah, yeah. And I would have probably before Flat Earth considered myself Christian, but now I think Christianity is anogamous with a Trinitarianism, and I don't agree with that. So I find
Trinitarianism
myself,
is a key part of Christianity. You're right.
yeah, and I don't agree with that word solid talk.
Maybe.
Where you have a Christian say that that Jesus is God, but God says to Jesus that he's well pleased with himself and he sits on his own right hand, kind of crap. It just doesn't make any sense. So Christianity, again, I think a lot of these religions have been molested by Jesuits or something, Freemasons throughout time. So religion is not necessarily a word I even enjoy anymore, but doesn't necessarily mean I'm denying Christ or denying the Creator.
Okay, so
I would say that the Trinity is three different entities, but they are a one, the same as the body of Christ is a multitude of people, but they are as one. So it's
it's like my son is one with me because we think the
they're
same way
actually
about
three
certain
different.
things. But
Yeah, they're
my
actually
son is
three
definitely
different
not me.
entities. The Father, the
Yes.
Son, the Holy Ghost. Three different entities, but they are as one, like the body of Christ.
Well, whatever it is. I mean, a lot of that is, like I said, is religion, and
Oh well, it's in the Bible, so that's why Christians
and
believe it.
and religion is not in the Bible.
Yeah, it is.
Except for the term being to help the widows. That's
Right.
all that religion
The
is.
Bible literally replaces the word religion with truth.
Yeah.
So
But also the
it
Bible
never
has
says
7,000.
religion, it says truth.
The Bible has 7,000 instances of the word Lord instead of God or Jesus too. It's been poisoned. It's been molested. So of course the religions say these things.
Sure.
there's also verses that were added from during the translation process that were literally footnotes, not scriptures. And they're put into them as verses, and happen to be, a lot of them have to do with the proof of Trinitarianism, were actually footnotes that were interpreted as if they were scripture. And then they were put into the Bible that way. So there's
Pretty
a whole
vague.
rabbit
Well,
hole there.
I mean, you could put everybody in a group, right?
That's too vague. In the what Bible?
What's up,
The
Huey?
Bible.
What's up,
So I
James?
generally, yeah. When I say the Bible, I usually mean, like, say, King James, just kind of a common Bible.
King James. Well,
Yeah.
you're gonna get rid of Trinitarianism. You're gonna have to take out. You're gonna have to take out and replace Psalm 2. That's number one.
Yes.
And Jesus is the creator. You're gonna have to get rid of John 1:1.
And Corinthians.
Yeah.
And Matthew 28.
Yep.
Yep. There's a lot of stuff that was injected into that
Oh,
Bible.
you got proof that those were injected, so you're gonna have to provide that.
Yeah.
And to what particular Bible are you speaking of?
Oh, and Hebrews.
Yeah, and Hebrews, correct. There's probably a few more I've missed. Those
And
are, I was
Genesis,
just,
the first 3 verses in Genesis.
yeah, I was just providing the big game examples.
Let's see. Also, you got to get rid of the Samaritan Targums.
Those were just injected, though.
Some of them may have been, yeah.
Some of them may have been. That's what we like. Total conviction. You got a strong constitution.
Well, I think the atheists, everybody can be put in a group. So if you took all the religions of the world, you put them in a group, the atheists are walking about not in a group, therefore in a group. You get my point?
Mm-hmm.
Get my point? So everybody's in a group, and your worldview is your religion. So if you believe that you're on a magical water ball in the vacuum of space, that's your religion. You have no means to prove it. You've never seen with your own eyes that perspective.
Ooh, that's a good point. Now we're going to have
It's
to
true.
find religion.
Yep.
Yeah. What's religion?
The belief system.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's belief mean?
Loosely means to assume.
It's acceptance without evidence.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Uh-oh, but I've got evidence of a creator, so there goes that religion designation.
Absolute evidence. Creation means creator, just like a baby.
Yep. Yep. So, religion and the creator aren't necessarily on the same page.
No,
at all the
they're
time.
not necessarily on the same page.
Right. Yeah. So
They're
that's
not
why I
at
have a hard
all. In
time
fact,
claiming that.
they're antithetical to each other if I got proof of a creator, correct?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's basically, I would have said I was Christian and up until about flat Earth when I started researching, and then I found out this stuff about religion, and basically it's like, oh shit, it's another rabbit hole. But
That's
Nothing
the
wrong with
opposite.
rabbit holes, man.
That's
Nothing
the
wrong with
opposite.
rabbit holes.
Funny, that's the opposite of what I hear. I mean, I was Christian before flat Earth, but a lot of flat earthers said that they weren't Christian until they became flat earthers. So that's the opposite of what I heard.
right. But I mean Christian, at least strictly in the respect of Trinitarianism. I'm not a
Yeah,
Yeah, but you could say
Trinitarian. Yeah,
you
that's
could say
that's
Catholicism is Christian, when in reality they oppose one another.
correct.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I think Trinitarianism is a stumbling block. It's something new that I ran into along the way. Back in the day, it wasn't that big of a deal. Maybe I just didn't hear it. That could have been the case. I think it's mainly a stumbling block. I think it's an incoherent stumbling block for Christianity because
Mm-hmm.
That's just my gut feeling. Can I explain it? No, I can't. I can
It's
just
Christian ether.
you
Well,
could
hope not necessarily.
yeah, not necessarily that stated like that, but that's pretty funny, by the way.
Pope claims under confession that he has the right to forgive sins. That's blasphemy. That's antichrist.
Say
Christ
that
is
again?
the only one. Christ is the only way to the Father. The Pope claims he can forgive your sins through confession.
That's
That's absolute antichrist. But yet people will say Catholicism is Christianity when it's not. It's so far from it.
James, we already
Absolutely.
destroyed that already. I thought we were already past that.
I'll mute.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that, though, James.
All right. So, are we done? I stepped out. I had to go do my chores. We done with the Ephers?
I'm done for now. I got a lot to think about, so yeah, thank you.
It was probably AI. He had a better attitude with you.
Hold on, it was me too, right?
I'm sorry. Flatsy too. I'm sorry. I wasn't here.
You're all cool. You're all right. You're all awesome. Thank you.
Oh yeah, you're good, man. I just want you to have those standards that got you here, to keep those standards high. Don't
Hey,
drop.
that's copyright.
Iron sharpens iron. There you go.
That's right.
Yeah, but you're assuming you're iron.
I'm
Hey, he
more.
was
I'm
receptive. He was
I'm probably
receptive
closer to lead.
Yeah, that AI. I heard AI snicker. And do you like that little maneuver?
Yeah.
What was implicit in my statement? What was implicit in what I said? Anyone? No?
About what? I'm sorry.
About my last statement? I said, you're assuming that you're iron. What's implicit with that statement?
That you're iron.
Exactly. Thank you.
Right. Yeah.
Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but yeah.
I had to give
And
people a
that's why-
chance.
Betty.
That's why I said I'm more like
Giving
lead,
people
basically.
AI was giving people the benefit of the doubt, giving them a chance to answer.
I'm telling Betty.
I didn't do shit.
Mm-hmm.
All right, fair enough. What's next?
Oh, the ancient Hebrew practice of Kari Kavah circumlocution with the term Adonai and Elohim.
Oh, that's been many years since I've been. I'm going to have to subtract myself out of that discussion. Not prepared.
Well, look, we don't want to harp on. I mean, obviously, it's a flat earth server, not a biblical server, but many flat earthers obviously are involved in biblical studies or biblical concepts, right?
Sure.
But one of the things that runs when people become flat earthers and they think, okay, I've been deceived, they then say, well, what else have I been deceived about? And there's many people ready to tell them, well, you've been deceived about a lot of things you've been taught by the church or that you thought were true in the Bible. Look here, they've hidden the name of God by covering it up with these terms. Well, that's actually not the case. The true case is that the Hebrews themselves did that into the antiquity of their culture because they believed that the name of God was so reverential, they would replace it with either Elohim or Adonai, depending on the context. And they had side notes, right, which was telling you which circumlocution, which means a roundabout way of saying the thing, to use. And that practice was adopted by a lot of the scriptures just by calling it Lord, which is essentially what Adonai means, or God, which is what Elohim means. So it wasn't a grand conspiracy to cover up the name of God at all, even though that's what it's presented as, and it dupes many people.
Sure. Isn't Elohim plural?
Yes.
Yes.
This is where I I'm not. Never mind. I don't want to say that because I like people to look into scripture without anybody else's help, commentary, and I don't want to put forth anything because it's not fair. I think that everyone should discover it on their own.
Good point. Who in here thinks Kansas is at sea level? Anyone?
Nada.
Did you like that transition? I realized it was poor, but I just had to do it.
It fell flat.
Just wanted to make sure. I was told that Kansas, the western border of Kansas, was at sea level. Just wanted to make sure. I wasn't off the mark.
Well, luckily the sea is thousands of miles away, so I don't think it has to worry. Like Louisiana. So I was critiqued a while back by a prominent flat earther who runs a channel by when somebody said horizontal, I was replying to them, both the very concept of horizontal can't exist on a globe. It's incoherent because you have a differential altitude based on the radials along a line. So you can never have a horizontal line globe whatsoever. It's impossible. And
So who critiqued that?
So this was in a discussion, which it wasn't critiqued on the spot. It was critiqued later when they were going over the discussion, like a treatment on the discussion.
Who would have the nads to do a treatment on that?
I'll tell you what happened, and then you'll know.
Okay.
So the critique was, why are you saying the thing it's not? So it's not a globe. Why are you saying that? It's not that. Why are you using the quote unquote not that? Any guesses?
Not up
because
to this point.
The Earth isn't measured flat. It's not flat.
Uh-oh. That's coming. I hear some
Bev Earther.
I hear some faint iterations from FED.
Yeah, Bev.
No. Really? Was that Bev?
Yeah, it was Bev and his crew. So
Flat.
Hold on, hold on, AI. Go ahead, Flatsy.
I was asking, did AI? AI. Did you just say that the Earth doesn't measure flat?
Man, were you paying attention?
It's the only way you can get an angle to the star.
I'm at a friend's house and I'm having him listen to you guys too. So just a
I'm
heads up.
saying what I said was I was being critiqued for telling someone that the concept of horizontal cannot exist on a globe. Because once you have a point that you have a line from, every other point in that line is at a different elevation.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So it's not a horizontal line. On a globe, it's actually a reciprocal slope.
Right.
Yes.
So I was critiqued. Well, why are you using the quote unquote globe as something to lampoon or something to negate? Why are you using the quote unquote not what it is to demonstrate what it is? Which I wasn't technically doing. I was just, pointing out horizontal.
Right. That's what threw me. Why are you saying what it's not? Well, because that's the current paradigm we've been living in for a few hundred years. That's why. Not you, the glue sniffing fungus muncher, and told you that.
Right. So later on, I had a thought, which is this: that person who critiqued me for the use of what he dubs the not that. In other words, he says something like, "Don't use the not that as your proof." Then I thought to myself, well, looking through not millions, but hundreds of hours of video and the screenshots, it literally says not flat, not flat, not flat, the not flat. In fact, I came across a quote, and the main reason why I'm pissed off about all this jargon is because people accuse people of lying. That really gets my goat. So what this person basically said, flat Earth is a lie, not flat is vague, but at least it's more true.
Then why are they trying to prove what it's not?
Exactly. They hoist themselves on their own petard.
Hold on a second. Help me out here. If you're going to draw, if you're going to get an angle to a star,
Mhm.
the star either has to be over a horizontal that you're standing on to get the angle,
Mhm.
or the flat earthers are, bear with me guys before you cut me off, the flat earthers are presupposing a flat earth and it looks flat, and you can get an angle to the star because it looks flat. But then again, when you zoom out and you see the earth and the star, you'll never get an angle from that. It wouldn't be accurate.
Correct.
So if the illusion is the earth is a globe, but you're getting an angle to the star based off a flat horizontal, right? That would mean that angle you're getting is not accurate because it's not horizontal. It's not horizontal. Get my
Correct.
point?
Yeah, it's not. That's pretty convoluted, but yeah, it's not only not accurate. It's worse than undefined, like dividing by zero. It's even worse than that. It's a
But
paradox.
when you zoomed out and looked at it, you would just be drawing a line to the star and then right back to yourself if it was spherical.
Yeah, that
If
wouldn't
it
be
was
a triangle.
horizontal, yeah, you know what I mean? If it was
Yeah.
horizontal, then you would have your angle.
Correct. Based on the definition of an elevation angle. Very particular type
yeah.
of angle, by the way.
Yeah, it's a special type,
Yep, it is.
specifically.
Yes.
Speciality, you might say. Any other words that start with special?
Special needs.
Supervised.
Yeah. Special ed, good one, Toby Dog. Yeah. Sorry, forgot that one.
Yeah, but so some of us have been here for close to 10 years now. Getting there.
8 for me.
Right. So you've seen how the arguments have progressed, and the latest arguments are the earth isn't flat. That's like flat earthers' latest arguments coming from certain camps.
Camps. I wouldn't call them camps. I would call them ignorant, how would I say? How big are these camps, by the way?
That's a good point.
No, it's not a good point. Because numbers don't make something true or not true. I'm not trying to imply that. I'm just saying it's sort of a faction, like Jim Jones Kool-Aid faction.
Right.
Trying to ad hom it that way. But once you look at the claims of this faction you're talking about, they're glue sniffers.
I actually had a periodic episodic encounter that took 3 times. And the summation of the entire times is that they're arguing against the idealistic term flat, meaning smooth, right?
Oh, brother.
And then they're saying, well, the earth is just what it is, it's reality. And then they say, well, all horizontals are horizontal, which is true. It's a tautology, right? It's
Yep.
self-evidently true in itself because it's defined as itself.
Well, all horizontals are horizontal wouldn't be a tautology because a tautology is saying the same thing with 2 different words. So it's painfully redundant. Fair?
Yeah, it was a little nuanced than that. I think. Wait, let me think here.
I just said the nuance. It can't be more nuanced than that. I'm the nuance.
No, I mean what they said.
What they say. Yeah, I know what they say. Who are
But
they?
yeah, so the basic thing you come down to is like they like to say that the Earth is level or whatever. But the point that it is that the ultimate baseline for their horizontal plane is the horizon, right? You can't have a horizontal plane without a horizon, right?
Correct.
And the horizon is defined as what the horizon is. So unless they define the horizon, they can't make their argument. And obviously, you can't have a topographical horizontal, right? Because all points on that aren't on the same level.
Correct.
So, what horizon are you going to get? Well, the only like horizon you might be able to get that's not topographical in nature might be on a large plain or the surface of water, right? To which these people in these camp would agree that the only true measure of level is the surface of water.
Yep.
Which everybody already agrees, so they're really not arguing anything of any real like value. They're basically agreeing 99.9% with flat earthers, but just don't want to be called flat earthers for whatever personal reason that they have.
Well, because they're hills.
It's something you don't want to admit out loud, but you can still believe it. I've gotten many people, especially in my family, to not only understand it, but now
To understand that the earth has hills. Profound.
it just takes time. Like they knew me. I don't even know if QE knew me. I was back in Hangouts as well, like clear back.
No.
I don't know. I was in Moab, Utah in like 2011, I think, 2012.
No, not that far back. I entered the fray, the flat Earth fray, in May 15th, 2016. I entered it.
Yeah, it was further back than that.
Yep.
It was Map Powerland.
No, but I remember you when I first came out here. You were here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it takes a long time. Like for me, it didn't. It was instant. I went to my knees and cried to the Lord. That's what I did. Sorry to say it out loud, but that's what I did.
Oh, okay. No atheists were harmed in the filming of this broadcast.
All right.
Atheist. That I'd love to get the definition of that.
Dude, holy crap! Matt Dillahunty recently screwed himself.
What did he say? Did he define it?
Well, you know how they speciously define it generally, which is basically agnostic. But he said to one of the people he was debating with who got him heated, he flat out said, God does not exist.
Amazing.
So now he's no longer an atheist. He's now an anti-theist.
Right. Yep. Like an anti-flat earther. Correct. Same thing.
Isn't it crazy how all religions agree that, like, you know, unless you're the head of the religion, but pretty much all religions agree, don't steal, don't kill. You know, they agree with all of the 10 Commandments except for 2. Graven images and no God before me. Other than that, everybody on the face of the earth agrees with all of them. Just those 2 that they don't.
The worst part about that debate is the debater who he was against didn't call him out on the blunder he just made.
Mm.
Yeah, it was a blunder.
You got to think about it this way, though. If you take the I just don't believe argument, I mean, that's basically just an argument from incredulity.
So no definition of atheism just yet. I listened to back in the day. I listened to what the heck was his name? It was a 9-hour discussion on Steve McClown of the Clan McClowns. McRae, he had a whole bunch of atheists on there. It's like panel of 10, 12, sometimes 15 or 20 at the most. And I just sat there and listened to it for a whole day, and I was freaking pissing myself because none of them could define the sumbitch. And at the end, they all got pissed off at each other, and McClown had to close out the call.
They all got triggered.
Oh, yeah, that triggered word pisses me off.
They split off into denominations.
Every tree and fruit requires a seed. What created the seed?
The chicken?
What created the ground for the seed to grow in?
Oh, that's too deep.
Yeah, well, I mean,
But you can have
flat
the
earth, quote
seed,
unquote,
but if you don't have fertile ground, the seed is worthless. It's not a seed.
Where'd you get the ground?
I'm just saying, even the ground, even the seed requires ground.
Yeah. So they were. You said AI. You said they were agnostic, right?
Yeah, but the generally, that general little cushy definition that they use, where it's like, oh, I just don't have a belief or knowledge that a God exists. I lack assertion that God exists. Right? They're just
they
trying to
lack
say
knowledge. There's not enough information to make the call. Agnostic, right? That's what
Right.
it means. So basically, their position is from an argument from ignorance, essentially.
Yeah, it's like that old question. A lot of people will say, "What came first, the chicken or the egg?" That one's hilarious. Yeah, it has to. Well, not only that, but I'll get there.
No, the correct
if
answer
you
is the
put it-
rooster.
Yeah. If you put a chicken egg on your dinner table, eventually you're going to move it because it starts to stink. It's rotten, right? But if you incubate it, you're gonna move it because it's going to start to stink. But if you seed it and incubate it, therefore a seed and an egg, and incubate it,
This is a
then
family
you'll get
show,
it.
dude.
Then you'll get it to hatch.
This is a family show, dude.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying you can never have it requires the chicken and the rooster for the egg to hatch. Chickens lay many eggs that ain't seeded.
It's some deep stuff, man.
Yeah, they both was created.
They also
in
lay many
order
eggs
for the
that end up
chicken to be born.
Well, all we know is that definitely the chicken came before the egg. That's apparent. I mean,
Yeah.
actual, not actual.
Yeah, you got to have the chicken to warmth it, and you got to have the rooster to seed it. Therefore, you have to have the chicken and the egg, or the chicken and the rooster for the egg to do anything.
I think we've come to a conclusion here that Flatsy is a chicken chucker.
Chicken choker.
He's an overclocking mother clucker.
That's pretty clean. I like that. You could say that at a party or something.
So, can there exist an agnostic atheist?
No.
So, an atheist, from the definition that's already spoken. Sorry about the chickens. We can move on. Atheist is a lack of belief in a deity, but an agnostic is, well, a Gnostic means knowledge, but if you put an A in front of it, that means without knowledge. So agnostic means without or the lack of knowledge. Like I said, essentially an argument from ignorance. So an agnostic atheist, if you combine it, would be a lack of knowledge for a lack of belief in a deity. Do you like that?
I do.
Oh man, does that mean that they don't know whether or not they lack belief?
Exactly. Yeah. Wow. Did you write that down? Somebody write that down, man. That was solid.
It's solid. It gets worse than that.
It
Dude.
does.
It's much. If you can believe it, it's much worse than that. Because I think I claimed, if you see my presentation on their presuppositional kleptomaniacs. That's it.
No, I haven't.
I told a bunch of atheists that in the past, and it just sent them off the reservation.
Reservation? Is that a flat one?
Say again?
Oh, yeah.
Say again? You have a problem with reservation?
No.
You Indian? Feathers, not dots, or something?
Throw a joke in there.
Somebody's got a problem. We heard an objection.
Hey, for all the globe earthers out there, I got a joke for you. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. Let me say it. Gas cloud in a vacuum. Isn't that hilarious? That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Hilarious.
Oh yeah, that somebody.
They claim that there's gas clouds in a vacuum. T to the minus 17 torr, I believe, is the. It's like you got a gas cloud in there, huh?
Well, hey, hold on a second. Let Flatsy
Your vacuum
speak.
has problems.
James, let Flatsy speak. Go ahead, Flatsy.
Somebody told me today that the evidence of gas pressure without a container was Jupiter and Saturn.
Sure. Good
I
job.
heard
That's
that.
the
I
same
heard that.
thing that James. That's the same thing that James talking about.
I heard that Saturday. They were talking about it.
What?
Yeah, so they say it's not gas pressure like you think. It's just an equilibrium between high and low pressure, and it's just perfect, and it just works out. I mean, we've heard it all, man. It gets really, it gets ridiculous. Their explanation for the gas pressure without a container. They've come up with so many different explanations for it that it makes my head spin at this point.
I just try to visualize it. A gas cloud in a vacuum. That makes me laugh. Like every time I try to visualize it. It's hilarious. It just makes it less of a vacuum depending on the gas. You know, if there's a bunch of gas, it gets rid of the vacuum. If there's a tiny little bit, it just disperses into it and it's still kind of a vacuum. But you'll never have a gas cloud in a vacuum. That's hilarious.
You'll never have a vacuum without a container.
You'll never have a vacuum without a container. You'll never have gas pressure without a and you damn sure never have them both right next to each other without a. That's fucking hilarious.
That's impossible.
The visuals is just funny. They're funny. Like if you have an aquarium and you divide it with a barrier, one side's a vacuum, the other side has, we'll just say sea level gas pressure. I think the barometer reads 14.7.
Yep.
Right? So
Yep.
your tire pressure when it says 0, that's actually 14.7 based off sea level. Yes, it's just hilarious to think
That's a
that
good
you can
point.
have a gas cloud in a vacuum. How is that even possible? Experiment. Show it to me. Give me the data.
Hey, clouds are not flat. I checked it out today.
Well, there might be something about the very high altitudes of the sky or the heavens that you and I don't know about. You know, maybe there's
Yeah.
something they can do up there. From a military standpoint, if there was something I knew that the people didn't, I wouldn't let the people know about it because that gives me power and truth. Truth is power, right? So if you keep it a secret, why would they tell us exactly what's going on in the sky if militarily controlling the skies is the number one objective?
Yeah, those fucking maniacs want to control everything.
I mean, just from a non-flat Earth or non-globe Earth perspective, like militarily, you don't give up your power. If you got power over the skies, you're not going to go around telling the truth about it.
Nope.
But you could present something that keeps people from the truth for a vast amount of time.
A vast amount of time. Is 300 years or 500 years a vast amount of time?
Yeah, fuck yeah, it is.
Fuck yeah, you bet your ass it is.
You
Yeah,
damn right it
how many
is.
generations in 500 years?
100 years is a vast amount of time, man.
Yeah.
100 years. That's a lot of time. A lot of time. In the grand scheme of things, you could say it's minute, but in reality, it's a lot of time
They used to tell us in school that,
for things to get done.
They used to tell us in school that the universe was created so long ago that your time on Earth or the existence of Earth was like less than a second or something in comparison. And I was like, that's weird. What?
Yeah, but I don't believe it's like 4.5 billion years. I think it's more like 6,000 years.
Whatever, 4 billion for Earth.
5,500 years we've been alive. That's
billion years. I mean, that's just ridiculous. Get out of here.
5 millennial. 5.5 millennial. Working on 6.
Yeah, somewhere in there. Maybe 10. I don't know. Tops.
Yeah,
So
they claim
that's my
like
opinion.
the evolutionists. They claim like they claim Neanderthals was groaning at each other. They couldn't speak words. It's like bullshit. The only way you can raise a child is if you can communicate.
Does anybody want to talk to
You ain't
Diamond
raising
Guy?
a child without communication.
Yeah, we'll talk to somebody. What do you got?
Well, there's somebody in here with no roles. Diamond Eyes.
Hi, Diamond. Welcome to the server. How
Welcome.
did you find this place, man?
Yeah, but they don't have any roles or anything.
Somebody give him a mic or something. I got no power around here, but AI can help me out. No, he's muted. Who else is in here?
Hello.
Yeah, Diamond Eyes
Yeah,
makes me think of Deftones. So the
Adam's
whole
got
album.
power, don't you? Adam? He's silver. Never mind. Elijah, there you go. You're mod, lead mod. You can open up Diamond's mic, give him some Elijah. And QE could do it. Where'd he go? Okay.
Oh yeah, Diamond. Yeah, Diamond does not have a role.
He has no rolls. We're gonna let him
Yeah, let's
fly
let him
right. We're gonna put him right in the fire, man. Come on in.
Welcome to the server. Oh yeah, he's new.
Mm.
let's see. AI, you there? Or QE, you there?
QE, somebody. One of you mods, Elijah,
Damn, there's some-
help out, man. We're gonna talk to a newbie here.
Elijah, you there?
Anybody?
I think this is unlucky timing. We'll just wait.
It happens, man. It happens.
Yeah, just wait a few minutes. They'll be back. They'll be back.
We'll get this straightened out. I could check in and VC check in, but that's about it.
Yeah, let's wait. Let's wait.
Hey, January 19th. I just passed my 2021. I was in this server my first day. It's 3 full years in this place, man. I made it this far.
Oh, Diamond is VC verified now. You can unmute yourself. I think, right?
All right. Thank you. I made it 3.
Oh, wait. Someone took it away. Never mind. I thought I saw him have the role in that.
All right. He's got nothing.
Oh, that's weird. Maybe I don't know. For a second there, like I
Hold
saw
on.
it.
I can try something. Maybe that'll work. I'm not a mod. I don't do that. Or gold plus, whatever it is. I'm just a 3-year-old piss on. I'm just a little baby. Little baby.
Wait a minute.
All right, what else is going on? Talk to me. We were doing some gas pressure talk, which was always funny. But yeah, there's been some arguments they keep bringing up recently that were.
Okay.
They're still trying to figure out how to debunk that without an experiment. I said, I got thousands of dollars. I'll fly you wherever. Let's do it. Where can I see gas pressure without a container, man? And I'll pay for all the materials and whatever it takes. And I've got no takers, man, for, I don't know, 5 years now. Not one taker.
Yeah.
I'm going to come to your shop and we're going to buy this and that. And I'm going to show you gas pressure without a container. I'll be like, let's do it, man. I'm here. Southern California, man. Come on down. Let's go surfing. Right? Or snow skiing.
Yeah. I also like to see an open vacuum. That would be pretty cool.
An open vacuum. Well, that's impossible too. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, you know what I mean.
It's totally. It's the same. It's the same thing. It's the same argument.
Yeah.
It's the same entropy, man. It's not going to change, man. Entropy. It's not going to. It's the same. Entropy is going to win every time. Take it or leave it. We'll be here, man, until that has been disproven. We will be here. I'll be here. How about the rest of you?
You can have an open vacuum as long as it's open to another vacuum or the same vacuum. But if there's gas involved, yeah, that's impossible. Not improbable, impossible.
impossible. I love
Totally
impossibilities. I love those.
According to gas law, I mean, you can't have. they're mutually exclusive. Vacuum, gas pressure. In a sense, I guess you might be able to argue they're the same because a vacuum requires a container,
Yep,
and you
that's right.
extract the gas out of it.
That's right. You have to have a container for that to happen. There's no two
Yeah.
ways around it, man. You can use your mouth as a container. You know, put your lips together and suck in, or put your lips together and blow out. You know, you're creating a container right there in your mouth, man. You don't even need any tools. You just use your own body to verify that one. Anyway, simple evidence, man. Sometimes it's so simple, you're like, wow.
Yeah, the gas changes the pressure of the vacuum.
Yes,
I
it
mean,
does.
you can't have a gas cloud in a vacuum because the gas that's in the vacuum changes the pressure of the vacuum. If you
It's a
get my
great
point
point.
there.
I like it. Gas cloud. Yeah, I've been asking that question. You know, what the hell is a cloud? Well, how's it? You know, I mean, we get all the physics
You know,
behind it.
nebula. I think they call them nebulas or gas planets. How can you have a gas planet? And even if you could, why would the gravitation? You would have to have extreme amount of gas to equal the so-called gravitational force. I know I'm entertaining their idea, but you would have to have a rock planet. Like you could have a small rock planet with the enormous amount of more gravity than a gas planet. And the gas planet's bigger. If you get my point, it's like all their theories are just fucking so.
Hey, you're giving them ideas, man. Stop it. Just
Right, I'm giving them ideas, right? Yeah.
You know
That's a
what?
good point, though. That is a good point, though.
That's the next bullshit thing they're going to come in here with, man. I guarantee it. They'll be like, well, the reason you have a gas planet is because it started out as a small rock, and then all the gas attracted to the rock because, you know, rocks are bigger than gas or whatever. Oh, fuck off, you know, at some point.
Well, if gas actually had a gravitational force, how much gas would you have to equal
a rock?
50,000 pound rock? Just a 50,000 pound rock.
Perfect.
How much gas would you need?
You probably need a small
You know what I mean?
universe.
It's like,
I don't know, man. Maybe 40 billion metric
they
tons.
never even thought to do that math.
No.
That math is excluded.
It's, you know, they can't think of everything to come up with an explanation for something.
Right. For the world you believe in.
They do try. They do try.
They can't think of everything for a creation story. That's what heliocentrism is. A creation story. It's no different than a religion. Total creation. Oh, evolution.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Well, that's creation. That's a story. And it's your story. So tell
Isn't
it how you
funny
want.
How they did that. Yeah, it's funny. It was just some Jesuit priests in the Vatican that came up with that crazy shit too, man. Big Bang. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
we live
weird.
in a world with fucking boundaries, man. That's the world we live in, and if people knew that, they would go day to day differently than they do not knowing it.
It's funny they don't teach that. You know, maybe in high school or something. I mean, if I was running a high school, I'd want somebody to learn that lesson. There are boundaries to your existence. I'm going to tell you what they are, man. If you hit your head hard enough, you're going to be fucked up. There's a boundary between your brain and the skull and the fluid in your head, and you're fucked. There's a boundary. In some sense, they know it, but they're never taught it. There's a boundary to how far you can go, up or sideways. There's always going to be something that's going to be a boundary. Not a lot of, they say, hey man, the pioneers, they traveled, they overcame that mountain. Fuck that mountain. We're going over that bitch. And we discovered California, man, once we got over those mountains. And we're like, this place is cool, man. We should hang out here for a while. The weather's nice, man. It's good. Anyway, there's stories upon stories upon stories.
You go so far south, even the history and science channels will tell you.
Yeah.
They can't even find a stick. They can't even find a stick. So that means you have to go there. You have to go there with resources that'll give you fire, because you can't. There's nothing there to give. When you get there, there's nothing there to give you fire. So you have to go there with resources that'll give you fire. It's like, man, you can only go so far, and then when you see out with your own eyes that it's the same. You're out on the Antarctic for 6 weeks just traveling in one direction.
6 months, 6 years.
And then after 6 weeks, you're like, shit, from all my eyes can see, it's the same old thing.
I'm sure you've read.
Like, fuck, how do I keep pulling all this weight to keep me alive? They even claim you can't find a stick, dude. A stick.
Did you read Iron Republic? No. I mean, it was a story about traveling to the Antarctic and going through some gateway that led to the city. And it was like totally advanced, and they had like cars and smooth roads. And this was back in like 1890s. And they found this incredible city down there.
If you're in freezing cold temperatures and you can't even find a stick,
yeah, you're
in serious trouble. You're in serious fucking trouble.
Dude, man, if you can't find a stick, man, even a wet stick, you're like, oh, yeah, you're done.
Yeah, I think it's beyond the 60th South parallel, if I'm...
Well, that's it, man. That's our limitations according to the Antarctic Treaty. We're not allowed to go past 60th South.
Parallel to what? Parallel to the horizontal.
Parallel to the horizontal. Oh, that's right. So yeah, you're not allowed to go down there and over there, and check it out, man. And that's suspicious on its own. I mean, why is somebody said today? I don't know if it was in here.
You have to have a military to even go 100 miles.
Well, I mean, we've all heard what their.
He had the greatest known.
We all know their claim, man.
For navigation reasons.
Not
even for war. He had the greatest size fleet. Admiral Richard E. Byrd for just exploration.
Yeah, he had like aircraft carriers and planes.
Not even a war. Not even a war.
And that's the weird thing about Byrd is the story is like, hey man, we went down there with 9 ships and 7, whatever it was. We had planes, and dogs.
The largest fleet of his time, dude. He had the largest fleet of his time.
We had everything, man. They had everything you could fucking possibly need to go down there. Steel hull ships. I mean, he got there, they flew over, and then he goes on television and goes, hey man, there's a bunch of shit over here, bro. Check it out. It's amazing. And then they go,
It could be to this day, man. He had the largest naval fleet even to this day. I know of his time. No admiral ever had charge
You
of.
could be you could be right, man. I hadn't checked the records, but yeah, he had a tremendous fleet of ships.
Massive, dude. Helicopters, fighter jets, airplanes.
Yeah, he had
Fucking
everything, man. He had like fucking snowmobiles, all kinds of crazy shit, dogs, and yeah. He might have had
people.
fucking drones for all we know, but yeah, he was doing. And then he comes back and he goes on television and says, "I can't believe we're not exploring this. There's gold, there's minerals, there's water, whatever you need. It's all there.
Abundant. Resources abundant.
And then, he ended up dead. NASA comes out, Antarctic Treaty comes out, and like, nah, stay away from here, man. That's super suspicious, man.
Yes,
And
it
as
is.
the younger
Especially-
generation would say, that's super sus, bro. Super sus.
Especially if you consider what it takes just to get there. Just to get there.
But he's like, there's all kinds of stuff here, man. You guys, it'll be great. I can't
And
believe we're
some
not
globetrotters are like, why don't flat earthers just go out there?
Yeah, just go, man. Well,
It takes
have
a fucking naval fucking.
Yeah.
Sorry about my language.
It does.
It takes a
fucking
it takes
naval
money out the
adventure
wazoo.
operation that's going to fucking take months and months and months of
Yeah,
prep
yeah.
and months and months and months.
And even then, they didn't.
Yeah.
They didn't do exactly what they wanted. They didn't get their full exploration.
There's still shit that came up. They're like, all right. But that's
They had
the
to
reality.
they had to get small ships from frozen in the ice. They had to extract them out or get the people off onto bigger ships.
Right. Yeah.
To be honest,
it
when it
was
comes to
hell.
this, to be honest with you, when it comes to this, it can stop at logistics. Because
Float
a
out
lot-
there on a canoe, they say.
Yeah,
Sorry,
but
go ahead.
Well,
Sorry.
Yeah,
Go
but
ahead.
the logistics of going to such a harsh
Yeah.
like terrain, you're not able to just go there even if there wasn't some sort of obstacle, because you're having to go through hurdles just to get there because the sun
Well,
isn't
again-
exposed there, and the sun keeps you from going there easily alone. So you can just say that the sun even without military or maritime or whatever you want to call the military out there, that it doesn't matter. Really doesn't. We're talking
Maritime law.
such a harsh
Maritime
terrain.
law.
That's a
Logistically,
different
you would
subject.
have to. Yeah, but logistically, you would have to overcome so much alone without
Well-
any other obstacle.
Well, absolutely. You need a navy. You need a massive military, a massive amount of people to even get there. And globetards want to say, well, why don't you flat earthers just, paddle your way out there or some
Yeah.
shit? It's like-
All right.
it's like,
I gotta
what the fuck?
interject here. I heard a guy today, young kid.
You gotta have icebreakers. They're literally the
I heard
ships
a
are called
15-year-old,
icebreakers.
17-year-old kids today. Just I don't know, it was on here, or Geos. I was listening to something, but he's like, nah. Why don't you guys just put together an exploration and go down there and check it out? And it's like, dude, do you not understand what it's going to take to pull something like that off? I mean, most of us are lucky to get 2 weeks vacation a year, man. And we go to some tropical island or go to fucking Disneyland or some shit, right? And
just research
that's all
Admiral
we're gonna
Richard
get, man. We don't got resources to fucking go to Antarctica, bitch, man. We just don't. It's not gonna happen, man. I'm in a reality world, man. Fuck.
Just research Admiral Richard E. Byrd. Look at all the resources he had.
I know what he had, man.
And then
He
look
was
at the
ridiculous.
troubles he had. And look at the troubles he had. Wow.
I hope
But
you're
that's the
talking
story. Again, it's just a story we were told, and we were like, okay. I mean, I know about the Babylons in 780 BC, bro.
Yeah.
I know all about those motherfuckers too, man. Was I
James,
there?
I'm
No,
talking to
I
the
wasn't
audience and
fucking
not
there. I mean, I can take a story and say, I can make it whatever I want, man. The Babylons are was a shitty fucking situation. All kinds of kings and queens, fuck all, and cousins.
Dude, he admitted a lot of weird things, dude.
But he
That-
did.
that
But he did
Admiral
that
did.
just to, you know.
Weird things he admitted.
But he said, yeah, there's some stuff, blah blah blah. There's some things. I mean, as far as we know, man, it's sunny and fucking warm,
He
and like
admitted more things in his
down there,
diary.
man, but
He
fuck.
admitted more things in his diary than he did in the interviews that he was given when he got back. So when he got back, they gave him a whole bunch of interviews, right?
Right.
And he was probably just fucking, hey, I want to go to my family. I want to go to my loved ones. Man, death was right around the corner. You know, but he had to give all these interviews, and in his diary, he admitted more than he did in the interviews. His diary is subjective, not objective. Some people claim it's not.
I mean, there's diaries from Babylon's written in clay stone, 30,000 tablets. So fuck, I don't know, a bunch of them. It's like 780 BC, man. And these are just regular people talking like we're talking here on this chat, man. Going, I can't believe the shit that's going on, man. It's fucking crazy. I mean, it's just like stupid shit
but
like that, man. You know, it's not even like, you know, like factual. It's just people talking back and forth, literally. And it's fascinating, man. You can go back through history and go, I mean, is that true, man? They really like, they use fucking clay tablets for fucking texting, man. That's it. It was like that. That's fucking crazy.
He admitted to planes exploding and shit off of invisible things he couldn't see.
Yes, Trace. Yes, we can use powerful optics. Yes, we can. Anyway, yeah, isn't it great that we have these great historical events that potentially happened? Sometimes we question them. Sometimes we don't. Like, but you know, if something happened in 1989, I could tell you what was going on. Probably, yeah. Like, was there a plane crash over there? Yeah, fuck yeah, it happened, man. I saw it. Whatever. But
It's strange this might not sound like it has to do with the conversation, but in a sense it does. Before the Great Flood, the Earth looked entirely different than it did after.
That's a wild
Like,
plane. Did you have a?
well, I mean,
Yeah.
if
That's a big
have
one,
you
man.
seen the tsunami that hit Japan, right?
Of course, man. That one fucking blew my fucking head off, man. I'm like, dude, look at that. Those trucks are getting, yeah.
Let me say this. If the water exceeded every mountaintop of the earth, think of the fucking transformation.
Yeah, it would be instant and overnight. Yeah,
It took place before it got to every mountaintop.
Yeah,
The pressure alone. Pressure
It
alone.
just
would do a lot.
changed. Mudslides, moving rock, everything, dude.
It would destroy like
changed
every
the whole
every
face of the
wood
earth.
cabin in any mountain range. Yeah, if it was underwater, it would last maybe like a
changed
week. You know, maybe.
Think
Right.
of a massive tsunami, dude, just in one area. And
I've
now
seen the
think of a
devastation, man.
tsunami. Now
Yeah.
think of a tsunami that changes the whole earth. The
Yeah, man.
entirety.
That's a good imagination. That would be wicked fucked up, man. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be massive.
Yeah,
Like,
it'd be
please
totally
stop. Please
it would
stop doing
destroy. Yeah, it would screw everything up. And then when everything dried out, man, there'd be a bunch of cool brick buildings left over, and people would go, "Hey, man, that's a cool building. Let's take that building, and we'll call it a
There
city
would be
hall."
no buildings, man. If the
I don't
water
know.
exceeded every mountaintop, there would be no buildings.
What
There
about the
would be none.
megalithic fucking buildings, man? Come on.
No,
Those wouldn't survive?
well, I agree why that doesn't come into perspective. 40 days. In 40 days, every
Yeah.
mountaintop was covered with water.
All right.
So that
Okay.
amount of water in that short amount of time, right, would deface the whole earth. The whole earth would be changed.
Yeah. Well, it did deface the
after
earth,
that
man.
water exceeded.
I think it did deface the earth, and
Yeah.
we're digging through the
40
remnants
days.
of it. Yeah, I think
All that
all
water
that
would have
shit,
caused.
Rome,
Yeah.
fucking
If a
Italy,
flood came, like the tsunami that happened in Japan, if a flood came and in 40 days the water exceeded every single mountaintop of the earth, when the water did go back down, the earth would be totally changed.
Well, we all agree with that,
Totally changed.
100%. But if I had a giant, megalithic structure, I don't think it's going to be affected by being underwater. I really don't. Not too much. Might lose a couple ornaments here or there, but
Well, I mean,
that fucking thing ain't
it
moving,
depends
man.
on.
It ain't gonna do shit. Fuck all, man. That's all I'm saying. And there's a lot of megalithic, structures that we can go look at throughout history.
They're worried about climate change, dude. You know what I mean? They're worried about climate change.
No fucking climate
When
change.
the water could actually exceed every mountaintop, it's like within
that
40 days.
Well,
They've been on climate change for what? 40 months? 40
years?
months? Not years, but months. 40
Yeah.
months. They've been talking about climate change. So I get that. It's even more than 40 months, but less than 40 years.
Global warming. At first, I heard of it was in the 80s, probably like 84 or 5. There was acid rain.
They first said it was going to be an ice age. They first said it was going to be an ice age. Then they said it was going to be a heat wave.
That was in the 70s.
Now they're just saying climate change because it covers both.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was a good marketing campaign that they put out. They changed the name from global warming to climate change. I mean, if I was a marketing guy, I would have done the same thing, man. I'd be like, climate change. Oh, much better. Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's
if you're
go with
trying to sell that, but how are you going to sell that?
You just sell it. Tell people that's what's happening, and that's all you got to do,
it's
man.
not a product. It's not a product.
You sell the idea
material
that
thing. Just an idea. It's not a product you can sell. It's just an idea.
Well,
that you can
it's
sell.
it's called social engineering, man. Last time I checked.
Big difference. Big difference.
No, it's just you're socially engineering people to believe in something, basically. Believe in climate change, believe in global warming, believe in ice age, believe in smog, acid rain. Pick your poison. If you have an ad campaign, you can make people believe anything, man. And that's all. It's just all ad campaigns, man. All of it.
Don't pick your poison. Inject your poison.
we can't go there tonight. Not on here.
My bad. My bad.
Earth is Earth, man. I love checking out Earth. All about Earth.
Girth of Earth.
My name has been changed to Flattest Earth, dude. Thank you. You can change it back anytime. Wherever Mongo changed my name. Thanks. He did change it to Globe Earth, dude, for a minute. That was pretty funny. Because I saw a drop of water, and I was convinced it was a globe. Because, water bends on a drop of water. Everybody knows that, right? So that proves that water bends around a ball. What? Who came up with that idea? Water bends around a ball. Whoa. That's a leap of logic, man. Who's got evidence for this bendy water ball thing, man? Oh, a drop of water. Like if I drop of water, right? It's teardrop shaped. It's teardrop. What about a rain droplet? I've heard that one too. What about a rain droplet? That's a ball of water. Come on, flat earthers. You guys are stupid. What about a raindrop of water? It's round.
As the raindrop falls through freezing cold air, it turns to a snowflake.
Well, that proves the globe, without a doubt.
That proves the globe. And it's spinning in a vacuum.
A vacuum? It is spinning in a vacuum. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
that's what it proves, dude. The snowflake.
That's a next level experiment there
That's
for sure.
funny how snowflake.
I hope you guys are having fun. I do come on here to laugh at this stupid craziness they call the globe and this outer space, infinite vacuum of space, traveling faster than the speed of light, black holes. Yeah, all that shit's just so funny, man. Shit's funny at this point for me. I mean, I hope you guys enjoy the humor as well.
Yeah, I think I gave a super chat to QE earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
That said something along the lines of, fantasy.
Yeah.
If you think about it,
It's
when
fucking
it comes
Hollywood.
to space,
Yeah, it's Hollywood.
every individual has their own thought on what it might look like, what it is, right?
Yeah,
and that's because it's a fantasy.
Hollywood.
Like if you and I are looking at the same car, we don't fantasize on what the car could look like. we're looking at the same damn car.
The fucking car, man. Yeah.
But if you're gonna fantasize about something, everybody's fantasy will differ.
Well, we've seen that over the years.
And that's what space is. That's what space is.
Hold on, let Mike talk. Go ahead, Mike.
And they keep fanning it. Fanning the fantasy.
Oh, hey, they're getting so desperate at fanning it, by the way. They're getting super fucking desperate, bro. I mean, every day there's a new rocket launch or they discovered some crazy fucking nebula in the middle of a black hole. Fuck, who knows? It just every day it's fucking stupid, man. I'm like, we got a new picture of a black hole that's eating a planet. Like, what the fuck off? Really? It just ate that planet. It just ate the whole fucking planet. That black hole. We're gonna call it the Earth or the planet-eating black hole. Yeah, that's it. Let's go with that.
Well, they're not worried about those with eyes to see.
Yeah.
Because those who are blind, those numbers are far greater.
Yeah. Yeah, I realized that over the years. It's like, dude, there's so many blind people. It's like, how do we reach them? And we do,
even in politics, whatever it is.
Whatever we do,
whatever it is with authority.
We do try to wake people up, and I've been fortunate to see a few people like really wake up and go, "Damn, holy shit, really? Damn, that's the picture from 1975, and then the Earth in 2022, and 97 looks weird. Fucking holy shit! Back in 2012, the United States is huge. What happened?" It gets ridiculous, man. At some point, you're like, okay, they're lying to us.
Authority only looks for the numbers. They don't care about the ones that don't bow down. They only care about the ones that do bow down.
Hey, man, they've had AI for 20 years and running their shit, figuring out how to make their next move. The AI we're seeing now is they've had for 20 years. I guarantee it.
Yep.
Oh, they've had it. Otherwise, that's why they're so confident. They're like 20 years ahead of us technology-wise, man. But there's always a fucking virus out there that disrupts everything. And they can't account for that. They can't account for me saying, the craziest shit about their stupid ideas. And you guys are, amazingly putting in effort too. So they don't have an algorithm for us, bro. They don't.
Well, it used to be crazy to think that 9/11 was an inside job. Now it's just a known fact.
Hey, I was just at talking about conspiracies.
So it all comes with time.
Hey, I was just at the museum and spot where JFK got shot this last weekend. Took the tour, hung out with some people on the street, and I'm pretty sure there was somebody on the grassy knoll, man. But I wasn't there, so what can I say about it? But yeah, I don't know. I do go with physics on that one because his head got shot back and to the left, and once his head got shot and the force of the bullet pushed his head back into the left, that contradicts physics because there's, you don't get shot from behind and your head goes backwards. It doesn't work like that. Physics don't work like that. So, but when Kennedy got shot, at least on the video I've seen, his head went back and to the left, and that means he was shot from the front, which was the grassy knoll would have been the perfect place to do it. Man, it would have been like, yep, there's a little fence there, just boom, boom. And anyway, that was my first conspiracy I ever looked into was the Kennedy thing. It was cool to go to the place that actually had happened and walk around a little bit. It's smaller than it looks on video, sure. But I don't think he was shot from the building. But that's the story they're selling. And they had a whole
job. He was shot from the front because
he was shot from the front. Yeah. Well, that's
and,
the dude.
You don't have to be. You don't have to be a brain
physicist.
surgeon.
You don't have to be a physicist to figure that out.
Just see the tape and figure it out.
Physics don't lie, man. I love.
Well,
physics.
the tape that they've kept from us, right? That's what they've kept from us was that tape where you see him get shot.
Yeah, I mean he got shot. He got shot in '63. They didn't see the tape until like what was 1978 or something fucking way down the road.
And even that one you could tell was cut.
Doctor.
Yeah,
it's doctor. So yeah, there's a lot of conspiracy in it. That was my first one, man. It was JFK. I'm like, dude, there's a lot of shit. But they made a movie about it with Oliver Stone, and yeah. So, I mean, the way Hollywood can jump on a conspiracy or an event or something and twist it and make you.
Even the word conspiracy, where does that word come from? Who invented it?
It came from the CIA, from what I've learned over the years.
There it is, boys.
I did hear that that's where it came from, but that makes sense. I mean, if you're running a full-fledged operation, man, you got to hit it from both sides, and when there's a conspiracy, man, you got to throw so much conspiracy into the conspiracy that makes it so. Same with 9/11, man. Well, they were practicing that day for an attack, and they had jets in the air, but they didn't call them in because I mean, shit goes. I mean, 9/11 alone, man, it was just like there's conspiracy on conspiracy on conspiracy on conspiracy, and the same with JFK, man. It's like, well, they didn't call in the CIA that day, or they didn't have the right people in order.
Have you guys ever heard of the idea that the English language itself had roots in occultism. I don't know if that's true, but
Yeah, I mean, I've been some logistic
I would
guys
see.
around
I
here.
would contend. I would contend that the only reason for classified and top secret is to hide the truth, right? That's the only reason you would have classified or top secret documents is to hide the truth. Why
Well,
else would you have it?
Yeah,
Now, when
we
it
all
comes to
agree
military,
on. Yeah. Everybody
when
here
it comes
agrees
to
on that.
military
That's
weapons,
no shit.
I take the same stance. Because if I'm ahead of you, fuck around and find out.
True.
I mean, the Kennedy assassination alone, man. There was 400 people that were, part of everybody from the press to people in the government. 400 people died mysteriously. I'm like, what? Fuck me, man. I'm like, okay, that's weird. And so that's like super, that's a rabbit hole you could go down for the rest of your life, chasing down 400 people that died because of Kennedy got shot,
You use lies to hide the truth.
It's just,
Therefore,
exactly.
the only reason you would have top secret or classified documents is to hide the truth, because you don't hide lies. You use lies to hide the truth.
Yeah, I mean, but they bury you in the fucking lies and the truth at the same time. So you're going down like two different rabbit holes constantly. And
That's
that's
why
their
so many.
trick.
That's why so many American veterans commit suicide, like on a percentage.
Exactly. Same thing.
It's
Yeah.
fucking insane compared to other things.
Yeah, they go in with
they
good
do it
intentions.
because they finally realize they killed a bunch of people for liars.
Yeah.
And that fucking haunts them. That haunts them.
Yeah, it should haunt
And how
you.
could it
It would
not?
haunt me, bro.
How could it not haunt?
I know.
How
it
could
would
it not
haunt.
haunt?
It would haunt my ass, man. I'd rather
Wait, which people killed? I mean, what was
like
the killing?
people like that join the army here, and they're like going, "Yeah, America,
Oh yeah,
fuck
that's
yeah,"
sad.
and then they go out and they have to they got to
Well,
kill a
like, you
bunch of
look at World
babies
War
in some
II.
fucking village somewhere, and you're like, "Fuck, man, how the fuck?
Let me give you.
What
Let
are we
me give
doing
you
this
World
for?"
War. For example, let me give you World War II. When they teach about, at least
Well, we got to get back to Earth, man.
I'm
here
45 years.
shortly.
I'm 45 years old, right?
Be good.
So in America, when they taught me about World War II, it's different than they teach now. Why is that? Because what they taught me wasn't true. So they got to change it up and teach something different.
Have you ever?
My point is, like Russia, if you was a civilian in Russia, what they teach American civilians about World War II is different than what they teach Russian. Different than what they teach China, Japan, all the ones involved. So all we're doing is creating a society that has pride in whatever they're doing, if you see what I'm saying. Not what the people are doing, but what the governments and the militaries are doing. They're teaching us to have pride in that. And that creates war.
Welcome to modern day Rome, man. But I've known that since 91 or 2, somewhere in there. Have you ever guys played the game telephone in school where the teacher whispered a story into somebody's ear and then it went around the classroom, right? And by the time it got to the end of the classroom, the story had changed so much that you're like, what? It's called telephone.
Yeah.
Anybody ever do that in school?
I've heard of it, but I've never done it.
You never did it. Okay. I'm just curious if anybody.
I know it's true though.
Oh, absolutely, I played telephone, and you are 100% correct. The person that starts it, by the time it gets to the last person,
I mean, there's only like 20 kids in the class, and by the time it gets all the way around,
It's
the fucking
changed
story's so
completely.
fucked up, man. You're like, holy shit, what the hell? What happened? What the fuck
That's the way
happened?
it is. That's the way it is with nations. Only what nations, the powers that be, of those nations, what they're doing is creating a society that has pride in what they're telling them.
I have a theory as well. So you know
Speak.
how like before telephones were invented, like before any long distance communication was invented, we used to like only have access to a small number of people, right? So like
Sure.
as soon as now that you have more access, I feel like it's like a different energy. Like I don't know if we're meant to have this much access to other people. Like I don't know if we're supposed to be able to like just send a direct message to anyone in the world. Like I don't know
No, we're
if
not supposed to. No, I agree with you. We're not supposed to be able to do that, man. I grew up before cell phones and smartphones and car phones. Yeah. And yeah, we would have to like call somebody on the phone, and we had to. And there was a lot of effort that went into coordinating a meetup of some sort, right?
Yeah.
You know, and it was all done on a telephone, and it was hard, man. It wasn't like I could just text, "Hey, text me when you get there, bro, man, and I'll meet you around." No, we didn't have that.
Yeah.
We had a lot more work to do. Therefore, we were, having a lot more thinking to do. Yeah, it's different now, for sure. It's totally
That
different.
definitely, yeah, that I think that changes like our mentality a little. It definitely has an effect on how we.
Yeah, I can agree with that because I've lived through both of it. I've done the easy way and the hard way, and it changes you. But to what extent, I don't know. But imagine just growing up with. I mean, you can just text me your, $20, and I'll, take a fucking Uber and I'll meet you there or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like I'll just pay for the Uber for you, bro. All right, okay, click. And, the next thing you know, you got a ride on the other side of town. It's like, holy fuck me, man! I've never had that kind of shit growing up. Fuck off, there's no way. It would have been just so crazy growing up in a world like that. And now I see the kids that are coming out of that kind of mentality that they can just click a button, get a ride, picks them up, and man.
You know what I think it is? Like, you know how there's a saying, it's like, careful what you wish for? I think the globe is basically like someone wished that they knew everything, and
right,
like they wish, but they can't, right? So it's like, careful what you wish for, because you're just going to get lies, and they're just going to act like they know everything. That's the globe. Unfortunately.
It really is the globe. The globe sales pitch, man, has been long and hard, and it's cost a lot of money and people's jobs, and there's these rockets that go up, and there's pictures and video, and most people are just trying to get through the day, man. They're not like, I'm gonna go ahead and look at all this NASA footage, and really,
I'd rather watch Star Wars than NASA.
Yeah, just watch the Star Wars movie, man. Go to bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck this. I ain't gonna look at that NASA bullshit. It's cuck. By the
At
way,
least Star Wars is entertaining.
yeah, except Star Wars has got graphics and it's cool, and they're shooting through fucking nebulas or whatever. Yeah, light speed, whatever. Yeah,
That
They're
makes
like,
it fun, That actually
makes it fun, man. But look at the NASA shit. It's done on purpose. Shitty, is my opinion. Is because if it looked too good, man, I'd be like, oh fuck, man, that look. It would be in trouble. But it looks kind of cumbersome, and they got to pee in a little yellow tube, and it's like you got to stick your dick way down in that tube, and then the girl's got to push the yellow tube up against and they got to push and pee into it's like, it doesn't look glamorous, man, by any means. It's not fucking Hollywood at all, man. It's complete opposite.
I would say that back in the day, most people are just trying to make it through the day.
That's it,
But
bro.
with
Still today, by
but
the way,
with-
that's the same
but-
today as it was back in the
Oh.
day. By the way,
I would contend that with today's technology, most people are trying to create the day.
I don't know about what do you mean by they're going to create their own day
What is
in
that?
their
Well,
minds?
like
or-
what you see on the television, right?
in their minds, they're going to try to create it's in their minds.
Are you in America right now? Are you?
Yeah, man. I'm in Southern California, bro. Yep.
Okay, so what most people are doing is trying to create the day using today's technology. So they're
Right.
trying to get you to vote this way or vote that way.
Well,
They're trying social media is being used for a ideological platform.
social engineering. Yeah, I get it.
Totally different than what it used to be. Like you said, most people are just trying to make it through the day. Nowadays, most people are trying to create the day.
That's an interesting thing, man. I'm gonna have to smoke on that one for a couple days, man. I need to.
I'll
that's a-
smoke with you.
I really am, man. I'm gonna have to swallow that one. That's what gets me with some of these
I might take a
Globers.
toke with you.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a couple
That's-
days on that. I hadn't thought of it
Well,
like
that's what I'm
that.
saying.
I'm glad you. I'm glad you put it that.
Social media, mainstream media.
That's a great.
They're
That's a
trying to
really
create.
good, man. I think you
They're trying
fucking
to
nailed it, bro.
create they're trying to create a narrative. Social media, mainstream media, they're trying to create a narrative into the world, as opposed to before today's technology. You was just trying to make it through the day.
It's an interesting concept, man. And you're thinking there. I think you might be onto something. At least in these people that have credit cards and debit cards, and
It don't matter what it is, man.
Zelle. People that have Zelle, and
All money
Uber,
is a monopoly.
Uber.
All money is a fraud and monopoly since day one.
I
Even
know,
gold.
dude. That was
Even
my
gold is a fraud and a monopoly.
yeah. When I learned about JFK, I learned about the money system, and I was like, oh man, I got to get out of this. But it's
Yeah, like
really,
if we
really,
went
really
into
hard.
World War III, the last thing people would be thinking about is gold and money. They would be more thinking about food and water
and heat.
That would become the new currency.
Yeah. Fire would be a currency.
Well,
Yeah.
well, food without fire is negligent. So yeah, food and water. Food and water
Food and water,
will
man.
become the new gold.
Food, water, fire's good if you can get it. That'd be good. But yeah, I mean, you don't have to have it. You can eat shit raw. If I caught a
You can eat
trout,
shit raw.
if I
I've
caught
done
a
it.
trout.
I've done it. I agree. You can eat shit raw. I've done it.
Just
So
cut that fucking trout out and start eating, bitches.
agree with
Man.
you. But you don't want to do it all the time because you
No.
could get parasites.
Of course, man.
If
But
you're in a survival situation and you got to eat raw
you're
meat,
fucked.
eat that
Yeah, you
fucking
can
raw
get
meat.
fucked.
Yeah, eat the raw meat and gamble on your parasites.
I'd much rather
But
cook it. Much rather cook that
if
shit.
you're in survival situation and you have to,
Hey,
I'm telling you,
sushi,
man.
man. Hey,
You'd be
sushi.
surprised what a person. People will eat other people in a survival situation.
Yes, it's happened.
They'll
I've
turn to
heard stories.
cannibalism. It's a fact, especially in times of war.
Yeah.
You get
Hey, man,
cannibalism.
the Babylons ate fucking their own.
You can't
man.
go to Walmart and get
No.
food. You got to get it on your own. you're not doing a very good job at it. So when you do get it, well, shit, I can't make a fire. I'm going to eat it. I'm going to eat it anyways. Just don't eat it if it has blue spots on the liver.
yeah, yeah, done. Yeah, it's
There's
gonna be weird.
situations where you
You'll
have to
know, man.
eat raw meat.
Once you take the first bite, you'll know. You know, your
You'll
body
know.
knows.
And you have to do it in increments. Like, if you're smart, what they say is to take a small bite, wait 15 minutes.
There you go.
If you don't have any sort of reaction, go ahead and take the same small bite,
Yeah.
wait 15 minutes. Same with berries or any if you're in a survival situation, you got to eat something. Do it in increments so that you know your stomach can handle it. It can process it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't be in a hurry when it comes to eating in the wild.
It's overrated anyways.
Don't be in a
The
hurry.
only reason they want us eating 3 times a day is so we're always at the grocery store. So it's
Hey.
all
If I was a genius cuck, manipulating bastard, yeah, that's what I would make you guys do. Yeah, these guys, they figured it out, man. I mean, but there's always something.
you study history, dude. They only had like one meal a day.
They don't. Yeah, exactly, man. You need to fast more than you eat, man. I'm convinced.
And it wasn't their
that's my
what they
theory.
ate. It wasn't what they ate that gave them such a short life. It's what they drank.
What they drink?
Water with malaria and shit like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're drinking out of a stream that's full of fucking
stagnant water, people didn't know, man. They just drank it.
Well, even a stream that's full of fish shit, you know, you're gonna be fucking eating something fucking weird. Yeah, drinking something weird.
Yeah, so we gain knowledge, like, but
It's a
like
fact.
that's why I said the World War III. Like, if shit hit the fan,
yeah,
and you couldn't go to the grocery store to get food,
yeah,
what are you gonna do? Seriously,
do whatever,
what
man.
are you gonna do?
You're gonna do something stupid, man. You're gonna do something.
Really quick.
No. Seriously, answer me. What are you gonna do?
Whatever it takes, man. Right?
Whatever it takes. Like,
yeah.
I can't go to the grocery store and get food, but I'll do whatever it takes. What is whatever it takes? What
I
is
don't know.
that?
I'm gonna go down to the river. I'm gonna try to get some water, boil it. I'm gonna mooch my neighbor's orange tree.
Well, I'm just assuming.
I don't know, man. There's some deer up the road, man. I might go.
Guys,
get my
Stop
gun
talking
out and go
about
hunt.
Stop talking about
I'm just assuming.
Whatever it
but I'm
takes, man.
guessing your best bet is fishing.
We got,
I might fish. I might do some.
Stop. We got Easta Best who believes strongly in the globe and wants to talk to you and convince you that the Earth is a globe.
All right, let's go. Let's do it.
I'll mute.
Easta?
Hello.
Hey,
welcome.
Hey,
to
welcome to the server. How'd you find this place, man?
Someone else told me about it.
Okay.
I was in the other one. Another one. Someone
Another
DM'd
one?
me with this one. Yeah.
Do you know the name of the other one?
I can send the invite.
Is
that allowed? Okay. It's just called Flat Earth Discord, official Flat Earth Discord.
Official. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Well, welcome anyway. What do you know about the globe, man?
I believe it's real.
Believe the globe is
Yeah.
real. Okay. What would lead you to believe that?
I mean, firstly, we thought it was not, and
We,
then
whoa,
yeah, so yeah, and then
who's we?
Let's let him wait, just let him get it. Just let him
What makes you believe it's real?
well,
How
we
about that?
all right. Firstly, we thought it wasn't real, and then someone or
We. You keep saying we
humans,
like you're
humans,
involved.
humans.
So we humans.
Yes, firstly thought
That's
it
your
was flat.
contention is we.
No, and then we
What
said
about I? What about I?
okay.
Not we.
No, what
I.
I'm trying to say is we changed our view. We changed how we believe it, and it's been like this for centuries, right?
Saying we, dude. Quit saying we. You're hurting
Okay.
yourself so bad. Say I. What did you individually? Don't say we. You're almost doing it like a consensus. The popularity is everybody believes it's a globe, therefore you do, and therefore that's the reason you're saying we.
Okay, so I think it's true because it's what scientists have said is true for the past century.
Which science? Which scientist?
Well, most 99.99% of them.
Oh, that's a
Okay,
big.
what are
Right.
their names?
What are the names? What do they got? That'd be great.
Okay, well,
Why would you say 99.9? That's
well,
like a
it's
biased answer
yeah, well,
without a
it's like what
argumentative
everyone, like
answer.
most people agree though. So
Okay,
Most
that's
people
yeah, so
agree.
yeah, most people agree.
okay. 99.9.
Okay, so that's the we. So when you say we, what you're saying is most people agree. That's your argument.
No, that's why I believe it. But of course, there are like multiple
Yeah,
reasons
most
why.
people agree. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm just saying that's what you're saying, right? When you say
Yeah.
we, that's because most people agree, right?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Have you heard of logic?
I have.
Yeah, logic and reasoning.
Then why are you being illogical and using an argument from popularity?
Well, if something wasn't correct, then most people wouldn't believe it.
That's not true. There's many instances
Well,
of where people
if one
believe
person
things where
tells,
they're not true. The majority does not qualify if something is real or not. That is called being irrational and using a fallacy. So apparently you don't know logic.
Wouldn't that also mean like the majority of everyone alive doesn't know logic? Or every global
Majority of
theory,
people
which
also
makes the
wants to believe
majority?
that cigarettes were very healthy and they told children to smoke cigarettes. Was that true?
Well, later
No, but
it was
Well,
proven that
later
it
you
wasn't,
learned that it
and
was
then
wrong, just like we
exactly.
learned that the globe was wrong because we examined it logically and checked the assumptions within your belief system.
you're
Okay,
attacking
well,
him, but it's a good way.
yeah, no, it's fine, it's fine. Yeah, but like when you tell this to people, they don't believe it. So like,
Okay, so what's the go back to the evidence though? What was? Can you repeat the evidence for the globe again one more time?
yeah, okay, so are we going off what's in the chat or like just anything?
Yeah, let's go off the most recent thing you heard,
Okay.
or your best. Either way, whatever you got's good. Whatever you got.
Okay.
Drinks you can talk to. How about let's start with actually yeah, just go, yeah. What's the best reason, best evidence you've ever seen that the Earth is a sphere? Go ahead.
I mean, the best evidence,
Yeah.
I think, are photos. But like, if you deem that untrustworthy, then I can't use it.
Have you ever seen Superman?
No.
I have.
Because that was a photo.
Exactly. Yeah. So like, if you deem photos to be
So do you
untrustworthy, then I can't
believe, dude, because of the photo of Superman, do you believe Superman's real?
No, I do not.
Why would you believe the globe's real if all you have is a photo?
If you have a photo that is taken
No,
by
all you have. All you
okay.
have. All you have. Like Superman, all you have is a photo.
That's not all we have, though.
Yeah, that's all you have. You seen it with your own eyes?
No, if a photo is taken by an untrustworthy source, then sure you can say it's not real.
Have you seen it with your own eyes in order to give credence to the photo?
No.
So, like Superman, you've not seen it with your own eyes, and you just, quote,
Wait,
believe it,
wait.
unquote.
So
Yeah, because it's from a trustworthy
wait.
source.
So we've
Okay.
seen pictures of Nessie and we've seen pictures of Bigfoot. So you believe in those as well?
Sorry?
No, I don't.
Oh.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the other guy.
My bad.
The feminist man.
Oh.
So you've seen pictures of Bigfoot, right?
Yeah. That's the. Oh yeah.
So
Yeah.
Bigfoot is real.
Yep.
No.
No.
Not
But
from a
you've seen
trustworthy
pictures.
source.
That's the same argument.
Yeah, which is why I'm saying if you guys don't think it's trustworthy, then I can't use it.
Wait, hold on. Let me interject.
Why would it be trustworthy, though? That's his question.
James, let Zodiac
You've seen
do.
pictures.
Zodiac is
You've
so
seen
nice.
pictures of
Zodiac
Bigfoot.
is so nice. Let Zodiac do this. Because
You've seen
I
pictures
can't
of
take the
Bigfoot.
irrationality.
You've seen pictures of the
James.
Earth. You don't believe Bigfoot, but you believe the Earth. That's his question.
Okay.
You've seen pictures of both. You believe one, but not the other. Why is that?
Because one source is untrustworthy and one source isn't. One source
And
is
what's
trustworthy.
the source? What's the source?
Government organizations.
Government makes you believe? The government. Like if you studied mankind and the governments thereof, you're saying government makes you believe?
I know.
That's what you said. Why would you believe government?
Because they're the ones
After what
doing.
you. So government only tells the truth. They don't lie.
No, well, the government is funding this research, and it's like.
And why is the government funding it? Where does the government get their funding from?
Who else is the government? Who else is going to fund? Okay.
Just a second. So someone's getting paid to give you a certain result, and he gives you that result, but that's more credible than independent people taking pictures of a Bigfoot.
No. The
His
intention.
argument is consensus.
Okay.
You got
So
it.
if you fund something because you want to know more about it, that's different than funding something because you want everyone to believe it.
How do you know how do you know the intentions of the people funding it? Are you a mind reader now?
Well, no.
Yeah, so you're just pulling this out of your ass then.
Okay, wait.
You've heard of corporations that are compartmentalized, right?
James, I'm gonna mute you because Zodiac is continually trying to speak, and whenever he tries to speak, you always interrupt him. It's so annoying.
It's all right. It's all right. Don't worry. I just wanted to say really quick. So, Elzaya, how do you pronounce her name?
EE is fine,
Okay.
or just EE, fine.
Okay, EE. So, in that photo, right? what medium or what is the surrounding, like the camera? What is the medium that the camera is within?
What do you mean by that?
Like, for example, what is the name of the location from where the camera is taking the photo from? Like, in other words, let's say, for example, I took a photo of Mount Everest and I was standing on the ground. My location in that scenario would be the surface of the Earth. Okay,
Right.
so in your
Okay.
photo, where is the camera?
Above the surface of the moon, I guess.
Above. Okay. And what is what is above it? Like, what medium? Like, is it in the air? Is it like it's in the atmosphere?
I mean, we don't know how far the. I mean, what counts as atmosphere? So
So it's not above. So do you think it's within the atmosphere, or do you think it's above the atmosphere? If you had to guess.
above, I guess.
Okay. And what is above the atmosphere? What would you call that area? Like, in the globe model, what do they call that?
Space.
Okay, and in space, right? Is it a
Right.
vacuum? Is space an open vacuum, or is it what is space?
It's it's a place that lacks particles that are found elsewhere. So
Okay.
it has a low density of stuff basically.
Yeah. What would you classify an area that has low density? Would you classify that as vacuum, or would you say it's like near vacuum, or what would you say?
Vacuum, I guess.
Right. Okay. Okay. So now here's the problem, right? Is what, like, for example, let's say you have a spaceship, right? And you fill the spaceship with air and you go out into space, and let's say you open the door to the outside, right? What
Right.
happens to the air inside?
It gets sucked out.
Okay, it moves out, right? Whatever,
Right.
we agree, we both agree there. Okay.
Yeah.
So now let me ask you this, right? If the air is going to move out when there's a vacuum right next to it, there's a atmosphere, right? That's gas, right? You agree the atmosphere is gas?
Yeah.
Okay. And that gas is right next to the vacuum of space, right?
Well, it's not the same density all the way until space, quote unquote space. It gradually
No,
fades.
no, I'm asking you,
Right. Okay.
is the
Sure. Yeah.
atmosphere next to space or not? It's true or false.
You could. Okay. So like, if you had a jug, right? Would you say the inside of the jug is next to the outside of the jug? It's sort of like that, I think.
So you're saying there's a container.
No, I'm saying.
I'm
No,
just
I'm
kidding.
talking about the air.
That was a
Okay.
joke. Sorry, that was a joke. That was a joke. Sorry, that was. Sorry. Say again. One more time. Repeat the question one more time.
Okay, so the inside of the jug and the outside of the jug, would you say that those two are next to each other?
There's like a little bit of separation. There's like
Exactly. So like,
there's a container. There's a container. So you believe that there's a container, right?
no. So like, it's not
Sorry.
completely contained. There's
Okay.
what would you classify as inside and outside of the cup?
Well, what's outside of the
Like,
glass?
is it
There's like,
next to? Or?
let's say the glass is like 1 inch, right? So you could argue that the air is next to the glass and the glass is next to the outside. But that's different. It's like, instead of remove the glass, right?
Okay.
There's
Yeah.
no glass. There's no physical barrier. Now is it next to it? Yes.
Okay. No. What I'm getting to is like, the the atmosphere of the Earth is connected to space, right?
What do you mean connect? You mean connected?
So it
there's no
gradually.
container. Okay.
So what we classify as space is when the density of the atmosphere is too little to detect.
Okay. Let me rephrase the question.
Okay.
True or false? The atmosphere is right next to outer space.
I will say yes.
Okay, so true.
True. Yes.
Okay. So if that's the case, what prevents the gas from moving out in the same way that you open the door to the spaceship, the gas moves out? Why doesn't the gas of the atmosphere just go out into outer space?
There is a greater force that attracts it towards
Okay.
the center of the Earth.
Toward the center of the Earth. Are you sure it's the center of the Earth?
Well, the point in which things are dragged to, whatever.
Okay. And is there scientific evidence of that force?
Well, yes.
Okay, what's the independent variable in the scientific experiment?
Whether or not it falls, I guess.
No. Well, let me rephrase the question. Do you know the steps of the scientific method?
I get the variables mixed up. So
Okay.
Okay.
What's
Oh,
the
so,
hypothesis? What's the hypothesis?
When an object comes when mass comes in contact with mass, they will attract. Or when they get close to each other, they will attract.
Okay, and in this case, we're talking about the Earth, right? So that's one mass, right?
Right.
Okay, so and do you agree that in a scientific experiment, you would want to know what the variables are in the experiment, right?
Right.
Okay, so let me ask you this. What is the entire mass of the Earth? Because it's important to know what variables you're using in a scientific experiment. And in this scenario, one of the masses is the Earth. So the question then becomes, what is the mass of the Earth? And how did you physically validate the entire mass of the Earth for your scientific experiment? Go ahead. And by the way, before you answer, right after you give me a number, I'm going to immediately ask you how you physically measured it, like in real life. I'm not talking about other people, right? I'm going to ask you how you physically measured it in real life. Okay?
Well, then I cannot give you an answer because I did not conduct this experiment.
Okay. Have you seen anyone measure the entire mass of the Earth? Do you know anyone who has physically measured the entire mass of the Earth?
No.
Okay. Have you? Okay. See, this is the only. This is basically the reason why. This is basically the breaking point right there. That's it, man. Once you have that, like then you can start the experiment. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like once you validate that or someone measures it. How about this? Can you tell me what you believe whoever did it or allegedly did it? Can you tell me how they did it? Like, would you be able to articulate who did it, how they did it, and yeah, go ahead.
I know.
Yeah. Like basically just regurgitate whatever story that you were told, just regurgitate how they did it. Like you can just,
I
just
got
tell us
one.
how. Yeah.
Well, I can't.
You
I would
don't,
just
you
say
don't
that.
remember?
Yeah.
You don't remember?
No. I don't know. No.
You don't know how, like the globe, even like the mainstream globe believers, like they'll tell you a story, but they won't. They don't have evidence, but you don't remember what the story is.
No, I do not. No.
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, go. Flat Earth, dude. Go ahead.
Well, I'm the flattest Earth dude, apparently
Yeah.
tonight, but that's my first time I've ever had that name in here. I've been here 3 years. I got just anyway. Hey, we went to school. We learned it was a globe. They said, "Hey, man, you live here." Do you agree with that? There.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's what they taught us. That's it.
Right.
That's all we're trying to break down. They also did you grow up with Santa Claus or no?
No, not really.
No, you didn't have Santa Claus?
No.
W.
Okay.
That's his parents did not lie to him. W. That's W parents.
That's good. That's good. That's good. It's great, man. You're a step ahead of most people. I mean, I grew up with Santa Claus and like some dude coming down the chimney giving me gifts. Damn, I like this guy.
He doesn't need
Right?
that pagan.
I love that guy. He's awesome, bro. And then you found out he wasn't real. It was your parents that were, colluding behind your back. Oh my God. There are people that will collude behind your back. Do you agree with me or disagree with me on that statement?
Agree. I definitely agree.
And you just got to keep that in mind constantly, that there are people colluding against you, whether they're trying to help you or take the money from you to go to college or whatever. But if you're going through the school system, taught you this and that and all this great stuff and science and chemistry and math, and we all went through it. It's not something we did not go through. And
I kind of want to finish up. Go ahead. I just want to finish the thing.
so I just want him to think in a little bit different way as far as like what's real, what's not. Just get down to the basics here, man. So I like to keep it simple. And what can we verify and what we cannot? That's it.
Yeah.
That's the
okay.
bottom.
What I want to know then is if they taught us wrong, right?
Well, did they teach us wrong, or were they taught wrong and they just taught us what they were taught? Right?
Right. Okay. So, well, if this is not true, then how can we conclude that yours is true?
Well, we can go out. Hey, guess what? We live on Earth. We can check out Earth and we can verify what Earth is.
Right. Okay.
We can.
Yeah, we can show you. We can
verify that we can see 1,200 miles at 30,000 feet, and that's impossible on a globe, guaranteed. Of 3959 radius, of course. I mean, you got it.
It's also an infrared, and I'm not sure you understand the implications of that.
No, most people don't.
Yeah. Well, like here's a good way to explain it. IEE, do you agree that the Earth has there's a certain size, right?
Right.
Right. And based on that size, there's a certain specific radius, there's a specific diameter, specific circumference, right? You agree with that?
Right.
And based on those numbers, you can actually calculate and directly test how far you should see based on if someone is standing on the surface, you can actually test to see how much drop there is from point A to point B. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, but go ahead. Who else?
And does that like not match, not work?
Yeah. So we can talk about things like the black swan, or we can talk about what did someone mention infrared? You want to talk about that, or it's up to you guys. I was gonna actually go back to the original question.
Yeah, we can go into infrared later, because I'm sure eventually once he Googles, he'll hit upon the ad hoc excuse and then we'll destroy it, because we've already done so, he just doesn't know yet.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess we start with the black swan. Let me see if I can find it first.
Oh, he's got. Do you, LE, do you have access to live stream voice text? Just the text channel above us.
Yeah.
Okay, and do you see what's? Can you read the most recent post? Just read the top text part out loud.
Number 1, Globe Killer. And
Right.
it's an image. It's an image. Yeah.
Okay. Good. And yeah, just read like the rest. Yeah, just the first part. Or continue. Just continue reading.
Yeah. Okay.
And then and let me know if you after you finish reading. I'm going to ask you a question. Just let me know when you're done. There was a point. Oh yeah, we were talking about gas pressure.
Right.
But
Okay.
before, okay.
I'm sorry.
Really quick, before we get to this, I wanted to talk about the first evidence there because we kind of got off track. So the reason why, when we talked about how no one has ever measured, no one knows the actual real mass of the entire Earth,
Right.
and the reason why I brought that up is because when you mentioned pictures of space, or sorry, pictures from space, that's what you said. And the reason why I brought that up was because in order to prove that the gas, the atmosphere, is being held down, right? In order to experiment to prove that gravity, scientifically validate that gravity is causing the gas to be pulled, right?
Right.
You would have to have, in order to use that evidence, you'd have to know that. But the problem is that otherwise, there's no evidence, and that means basically there either has to be a container, right? Which means, or there is no out of space vacuum, which means there were no pictures from space, basically. Because
Then
that's the conclusion. Does that make sense?
right. Then how about this? Humans are brought down to the Earth at 9.8 meters per second, and we're this heavy, right? And so gas being so light, it would only make sense if it was also pulled down, right?
It would only make sense that would also be what?
It would also be pulled down.
The only problem I have with that is gas moves in all directions. Unless you
Right.
have
Okay.
can you show me gas, like let's say you have a balloon, can you show me it going down to the like a helium gas without a container moving down? Or can you actually here's a better question. Can you demonstrate an open vacuum next to gas? Without assuming that outer space vacuum is real, can you physically demonstrate an open vacuum next to gas?
Well, no.
Okay, sorry, go back. Yeah, okay, no, yeah. Anyways, but yeah, what was your question again? One more time.
So if you're saying that the atmosphere would be pulled out, right? That would also
the gas would
your
move away. The gas would move away from Earth because it wouldn't be, it's next to an open vacuum. That's what happens when you put gas next to it. It just moves. I don't assume it's being pulled or pushed by anything. I just say it moves. Yeah, go ahead.
right. Okay. So you're saying that it should move. It just should move in all directions, basically.
Yeah, well, the only reason I say yes is because, like, have you ever seen like a vacuum chamber in real life where like you have a little lab and you open the door, or like have you ever been those vacuum chambers?
Yeah.
On Earth. Yeah, and when you open the door to them, or like when you see other people open the door to them, whatever, you know what happens, right?
I'm not too sure what you're talking about.
Like a vacuum chamber, they make a room. It's like they put it in, they use it in lab stuff. You know how they
Okay, yeah, I get it. Oh, okay,
yeah.
yeah.
They just take all the air out of a room. They seal the doors. Make sure there's no air going into the room, right?
Right.
And then when you open that door, you know what happens. But that's the reason. That's the only reason I'm doubting it. Is because when you actually try to demonstrate it, the gas moves basically. Like the air just doesn't stay on one. It just doesn't. It doesn't. Gravity doesn't hold it there. You know what I mean?
Right. Okay. I see.
Yeah. But go ahead. Go ahead. What are you saying?
Okay. What I was gonna say is, if you assume that the vacuum doesn't actually suck it out, then like gravity should pull it down because it's a stronger force than not sucking nothing, right? Because you're saying it doesn't suck it out.
How do you demonstrate gravity holding gas next to an open vacuum without assuming that we're in outer space?
Well, wait, my PC closed. Well, you can't.
You can't, right?
Yeah.
Or how about, let's say, how do you demonstrate? Let's say for example, let's forget the open vacuum. Let's just say you have a tire, right? Like a car
Right.
tire. And let's say you have air inside the tire, right?
Right.
And let's say instead of like the rubber and the steel and the rims, instead of all of the like physical barriers of the tire itself, you just replace. Is there a way that you can replace that with gravity and just like hold the gas there? Like instead of the tire, just use gravity to hold the gas. You know what I'm saying?
So, so you mean you can take the tire away, but the gas would stay there, basically?
If you can, yeah. Well, that's the idea. Using
Right. Okay.
gravity, right? Is there a way that anyone can demonstrate using gravity to hold the gas there and just get rid of like the tire and all the rims and everything?
Well, no, I guess not.
Okay. Or do you have see? This is the by the way,
I get where you're going.
Yeah, go ahead. What were you gonna say in response? Do you want to respond to that? Because we can talk about the black swan, but that's, by the way, I just wanted to point out the reason why I didn't believe in your space pictures is because there is no outer space. Because otherwise, well, you basically what I'm saying is you either need a container or there's no vacuum, right? Like there's no vacuum at the very least, or you need a container. Does that make sense?
Right. But one could argue again that the universe is a container, but
Are you sure
I'm not. No. Sorry.
How are you gonna test that? How are you gonna validate that?
No. I was.
He was being off cuff on that one. Off cuff.
Okay. But do you admit? Let me put it this way: based on what we see in real life, of that, that's physically impossible to demonstrate, given the scenarios that I'm talking about. Based on that is the reason why it's not that the picture. It's not that the pictures can't be real. That's not the argument. The argument is there is no way to physically demonstrate that it's real based on the way that gas behaves. So it's basically what I'm saying is those pictures are physically impossible, or they were not taken from outer space, basically. Like they could not be taken in a vacuum, without a container, basically. Like, or
right.
yeah, that's a better.
I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. So, let's go back to the Black Swan now. Or do you have any questions? Like, actually, here's a better question. Um, can you repeat back to me why why gravity cannot be proven? Can you repeat back to me the explanation that we gave you for why there is no scientific evidence for gravity?
No one's measured the mass of the Earth.
Yeah,
Is one.
and that mass is what in the experiment is called. It's
Sorry?
a variable. That mass of the Earth is what in the experiment?
The independent variable.
Okay, right. So it would cause the entire mass of the Earth would cause something or cause other objects to go towards it via gravity, right? Now,
Right.
other people would tell you. Now, if you constructed the hypothesis differently, you could say, "Oh, gravity is the cause of the, object falling." But if you go back one further, it's actually the mass causes the gravity that causes. So, anyways, I don't want to get into the weeds, but okay, you got it. Yeah, no one has measured the mass of the Earth. Gas also. I don't want to get into it. Okay, but yeah, basically,
I get it. Yeah.
basically, there's no scientific evidence of gravity. I know that might sound crazy, okay, but it's what if you have it, present it. That's all we got. If you have any.
I mean, I guess we see that we are getting pulled down to the Earth, so that's what we call gravity, I guess.
That's it.
That's movement. That's movement. That's
Yeah,
that's not proof of why you're moving down. That's just movement. That doesn't mean
Exactly. That's the effect. We all know that things fall. That was called the Archimedes principle long before gravity. Then it was called relative density because that's how we measure it, and that's how it works. Things fall and rise relative to their density of the medium they're in. And then when gravity was invented, they called it specific gravity. And then they debunked Newtonian gravity because it doesn't work. And then they debunked Einsteinian gravity because it doesn't work. And now they're looking for quantum gravity because they don't know what gravity is.
Right. Okay.
I got a good one. I got a good question. So, can you just when a balloon goes up, what is the reason why it moves up?
Well, it's less dense than the air around. Right?
Okay, and does do you notice how in that answer that you just gave me, you never needed to mention gravity at all?
Right. Yeah. No, but like density.
Why?
Well,
wait,
we
on,
say.
Stop.
Okay. Sorry.
Stop. Wait. If you can explain or have a answer, right, and you're 100% confident, you're 100% certain that it's correct, and you never had to mention gravity at all, you could make the argument that all you would have to do is just reverse the subject and you could literally just reverse the logic and have the answer for the opposite. Like, oh, things go up because of, less dense. And you could literally just use the same logic without mentioning any kind of gravity, right? And you just reverse it in your head and be like, oh, instead of going up, it goes down because the relationship is reversed. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Okay. No, but then again, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You kind of have to ask what makes it so the dense things are at the bottom.
Didn't you just explain why a balloon goes up without and you didn't
Right, because it's less dense, right? Yeah.
Okay. But
So,
you didn't question. But hold on, stop. You didn't question it though. Like you see how when you questioned me just now, the dense things are at the bottom. You're creating this questioning, but as soon as I asked you, okay, why does it go up? There was no questioning.
Right. Okay.
Don't you think? Isn't that a little? Don't you think that's kind of weird? Don't you think that's strange? Like there should be questioning for both of them actually, if you really think about it. Both scenarios you should be questioning, right? Not one. But go ahead.
Okay, I guess so.
Go ahead. What were you gonna finish? Yeah, finish the thing. Yeah. Why is
Okay.
the thing at the bottom?
So if gravity isn't real, what makes the dense things fall to the bottom? Is my question.
Well, now you're shifting the burden of. Oh man. You
Okay,
know
I'm sorry.
how? Hold on. Wait. It's the same logic that you used for why the balloon goes up. You just reverse it, right?
Right?
You are okay. Why does the helium balloon go up again? One more time.
It's less dense than the air around it.
Okay, so why can't you just reverse the logic? Why can't you just take the opposite of that statement?
Yeah, no, we say that it rises because it's less dense around it, right? But that's already knowing that gravity exists. Because if gravity didn't exist, then the density would be the same everywhere.
That wasn't. Now you're adding to it though.
Okay,
See,
I'm sorry.
originally, your original answer was it goes up because it's less dense than the air around it, but it was period, right? That was the end of your claim, right?
Right?
Do you still agree with that? If like you're ending this statement at it's going up because it's less dense than the air around it, period. Do you agree with
Okay,
that?
can I re-explain it then?
Okay, so now you're gonna change, but so now you're gonna add to it now. Now you're gonna change what you originally thought.
Okay,
You're
never mind then.
changing. See, now you're changing it because as soon as you did not mention gravity in that answer, it's over. Like
Well, that's
period.
assuming that there's 1 G's of gravity pulling on it already. That's saying on Earth. That's.
You're adding you're adding another thing, man.
Okay, well, if you ask me, I say a helium balloon floats up because it's less dense than the things around it, and then you ask me again, is this true on, I don't know, Jupiter? Then I would
Well,
say
you're
no,
assuming
because
things on Jupiter. That has no relation to anything in
exactly.
real life.
So here
You're
we're
assuming
assuming
things.
that
So if I drop an anvil, it'll go down, right?
on Earth, yes.
No, if I change the medium it's in, it'll go up. So you're wrong.
Exactly. So here I'm assuming that we're saying that it's on Earth.
You just proved yourself wrong, buddy. It doesn't go down, it goes up because I changed the medium. So it's relative to the density of the medium. It's Archimedes' principle.
Exactly.
If an object is dense, if an object's density is lower than that of the surrounding liquid or gas, it'll float. The opposite is if an object has a density higher than that of the liquid or gas, it'll sink. That is the effect that we see, and that is validated through experiments very easily. However, gravity, the theory, the pseudoscientific theory, has no scientific validity behind it, and that is the assumption of the cause of that.
Okay, you're right, yeah.
All right. So do you want to respond, or we can go to the Black Swan? I don't know. I don't want to be.
Did you say government response?
No. I asked him, do you want to respond, or we can go to the Black Swan? Yeah.
Okay.
The Black Swan. Let's do it.
Okay, yeah.
Wait.
You guys can move on if you want.
Do you want to respond to what he said about density?
Well, sort of, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
We will. Okay, so in this example, we will say that gravity pulls down. Okay, pulls down on objects.
Begging the question. You haven't yet validated gravity. What is gravity?
Okay, fine. We won't use gravity. We'll just say that things go down.
Okay.
Okay.
Relative
solid.
to its medium, yes. If it's more dense than the medium it is in, it'll go down. That is Archimedes' principle. That is relative density. That's called specific gravity.
Yeah.
Right,
Except
okay.
for gas. But go ahead. Let's just leave gas out. Let's say a solid object. Be specific.
Okay. If you pull down on an object, it will go down at a speed. And depending on how hard you pull down on the object, the speed will change. Correct?
Okay. Yes.
So then, say you pull down a ton of objects, right?
Yeah.
The stronger you pull on the object, the more dense it becomes on the bottom, correct?
The stronger you pull on an object, the more dense.
So say you're pulling like a 1,000 tiny marbles. The
Okay.
harder you pull on these marbles, the more dense the marbles will be at your hand, correct? Well,
No. The
where you're-
marbles will stay the same density because the marbles are not changing in size or density. They will just
Right.
simply stack on top of one another in a uniform manner.
Right, but if you pull on them lighter, they will have a larger gap between them.
No, they will still stay stacked on each other because they are more dense than the medium they are in, and so they will still stay in the same uniform manner.
Well, no, because you're not.
You're talking about marbles, buddy. Marbles are not changing in density no matter how hard you pull on them. They're not gas. Gas expands and contracts. That's not the same thing. Gas is actually relative to the temperature. And so the ground has the highest temperature, and then as you go up, it gets colder and colder. And so gas expands and gets colder. And so when gas gets colder, it contracts. And so you have less pressure.
Right, okay. I've nothing to say. Okay.
Okay. We can. Okay. Let's go to the Black Swan. Let's go. Or do you want to take?
No,
a
I'm
moment to
fine.
think
I'm
about
fine.
it? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go to the Black Swan.
Okay.
All right. All right. So I'll just read it. So, if P then Q not P therefore not if P then Q not Q therefore not P. Okay. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Q, not Q, horizon distance greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P. Okay. So first thing is, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959. All right. So do you agree, or are you aware of the idea that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959? Do you agree with that number?
Yes.
Okay. And by the way, kind of off topic, but do you know what a curve calculator is?
Well, no, not really.
Never Google the curve calculator. Okay. Basically, okay, so anyways, based on that radius, right? Based on that radius, the horizon if the observer height is 1 foot, like in the photo, with the two oil rigs in the background, if the observer height is 1 foot, the horizon must be 1.22 miles, 1.22 miles away, right?
Right.
Okay. Have you ever heard of the formula for horizon distance on a sphere?
No.
No? Okay. Basically, it's just geometry. We could probably show you the maths for that, but basically in this photo, where is the horizon in the bottom photo where you see the two oil rigs? Would you say it's behind the oil rigs, in front of the oil rigs, or between the oil rigs?
Is this one photo? Or yeah, it's one photo. Okay.
Yeah. Would you say the horizon in that photo does it look like it's behind it, in front of the oil rigs, or in between?
Looks like it's behind.
Okay. Right. So basically the argument is that there is no globe because based on the distance to the horizon, we are seeing it much further than it should be. Thus, there's no globe. Oh, and by the way, let me give you the source. So the source of the photo is you see this YouTube right here?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so that's the source where how it was taken, like, but it's different. Here's the difference, right? Is this video like for example, do you have a lake near you where you live?
No, I
It's
don't.
okay. It's
Unfortunately.
okay. It's okay. Basically, like, if you ever go to a lake or an ocean, if you really, really wanted to, and you had a good camera, you could just go out and be like, okay, I see this object. It's further than where's the horizon, and you could actually do it like yourself if you wanted to, but it's okay if you don't have a lake there.
Okay.
But yeah, you get the argument.
Yeah, I get the argument.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not gonna argue with that because can't be bothered to do any more math at this point, and it makes sense, of course. I have a question about the horizon. It's unrelated.
Yeah.
You know how when you see a ship sailing
Yeah.
away from you into the horizon,
Yeah, you can zoom in. You can zoom
yeah,
in.
you see that the bottom starts to disappear before the top.
Yeah, have you seen the zooming in part? Or I'm sorry, have you seen the ships where it disappears and then you use your camera to zoom in and it comes back into view?
I have not tried that. I should try that.
Okay. Basically, let me ask you a different question. So, if it was curved, if there let me phrase it different. If there was a physical object that is physically obstructing the vision of the camera, you would not be able to zoom in, correct?
Right.
Right. So you wouldn't be able to use the zoom of the camera to see the ship because of the physical obstruction, right?
Right.
Right. So basically, do you see live stream voice text?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, it looks okay. Okay. Now, what I'm about to tell you sounds a little bit. It might sound kind of bizarre, but the truth is that you can make an object disappear on a flat surface from the bottom first, and after it disappears from the bottom first on a flat surface, you can zoom in and bring it back into view, and you can see the bottom of it actually. And you can do it with a coin on a table if you really wanted to. Have you ever seen that?
No, I have not. Can you explain?
Okay, let me see if I can bring up the coin. Have you ever heard of angular resolution?
Yeah.
Okay, what is it? Or what are the limitations of it? I should say. Yeah, that's a better question. What are the limitations of angular? For like human eye. Or a camera.
Well,
either way. Go ahead.
I guess like
It's okay. Let's just stick to the coins first.
Let me help him out a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
When you look down a long corridor, you'll notice that the ceiling and the floor appear to converge at a point. Same with the walls. However, if you remove the wall, that point turns into a line. We call that line the horizon. It's a purely optical phenomenon.
Okay.
So we can test this and show this over small lakes that are too small to exhibit the curve required to hide RC boats, yet we see the RC boats getting hidden by what we assume is a curve if we're a globe believer. However, if you look at the curve calculators do not take into account perspective. In the curve calculators, things do not get smaller with distance. However, in real life, that's actually what happens.
Right. So does that mean the curve calculator is wrong?
The curve calculator takes perspective and turns it into Earth curve by using.
Okay. My
Yeah,
bad.
it
I
doesn't
missed
account
that.
for perspective and then uses perspective to conjure up Earth curve. I have a really good video if you want to learn about optics and how your eyes work.
Okay, my bad. I missed that.
Let me see if we have the. Do we have the coin GIF? Let me see if we, because that's a really, it's a really easy way to. One second. I can find it. I can't find it. That's okay. Let me see. I'll probably be able to find it down below. Second. This.
Yeah, if you watch that video I posted above, you can see how that we do the math on all of this. And if you try to account for perspective and curve, nothing matches. However, using the diffraction limit of the human eye, something appears to disappear at about 3 miles away from a 6-foot observer. That's exactly what they claim the Earth curve is, because that's how they derived the Earth curve, from looking at the horizon with the eyes. Now we have really powerful zoom lenses which can zoom and allow us to see 10 times, 30 times further than the geometric horizon would allow, which completely debunks the assumption that the horizon is a geometric sphere edge.
Oh, I found it. Second. Okay. Do you see this GIF I just posted with the table right here?
Yeah.
Okay. Just watch. Do you see the coin disappear from the bottom first? Oh wait, never mind. It's kind of cut off, I guess. Hold on. Well, actually, I guess it still works because the coin becomes invisible when he zooms out, but when he zooms in, he sees it again. And basically, like, if you have a long hallway or like a flat, like let's say I don't know. Yeah, a hallway or maybe like a basketball court, you know, something that's like there's no obstructions, right? You can basically put your phone or your camera down to the ground. You could basically like put it at the on the floor, and you could have a coin or like something like a mirror on the other side of the hallway at the very end of the hallway, and it will appear as though it's gone, like you can't see it, right, because of the curve, right? But when you zoom in on it, you shouldn't be able to see it, you know what I'm saying? So basically that's the same idea. Yeah.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
I will think
But
about.
Yeah, definitely. Like that's a common one, by the way. The ships going over the horizon. That's like a common one. Um, and there's also like long distance observations. Have you seen any of the like laser tests or anything?
No.
No. Okay. Or let me ask you a different question. In 10 miles, how much drop, how many inches or feet of drop should there be on a globe with a radius of 3959 miles? Like how much drop should there be in 10 miles?
I'm not actually
Or
too sure. Oh, sorry.
just go to Google. Just go to Google.
Okay.
Just type in curve calculator. Just go to Google. Type in curve calculator. Just type in 10 miles, observer height 1 foot or whatever. Yeah.
What's the distance?
10 mile.
Okay.
Yeah. Distance to the target is 10 miles. The observer height is 1 feet.
Okay.
1 foot. And what does it tell you when you say calculate? What does it tell you?
The target should be hidden at 51.4 or 51.35 feet.
51.35 feet of curvature, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's tests that people have done basically where they shot lasers to the other side of a lake, or even better, you could just put your camera down on one side of the lake and you see the other side. And if it hits the target, or if you can see the object on the other side, like they've done like I think the one of the longest was like 40 miles, 20 miles, I think. But or you could, or even better, like an island, or if you see a boat in the distance, like that's very far away. Yeah, the same thing basically. If you scroll down on the left, do you see the where it says additional information A to L? Sorry, additional information A to L. If you scroll, you have to scroll all the way down.
No, I don't see anything. Wait, try again.
And the channels.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, on the left, if you scroll down in the channels, you see where it says additional information A to L.
Oh yeah, I see.
Yeah. So basically, they got all the different topics here. The best one for curvature, or what? Let me see. Long distance observations. Laser test. Okay, just you'll see a channel called #LaserTest.
Wait, or just
And yeah, you see that channel called #LaserTest.
wait, or just put it in the chat. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can
Okay.
put it in the
Yeah,
chat.
I'm in it.
Okay, yeah. Basically, so in this channel, you'll see a bunch of basically a bunch of tests, right? A bunch of measurements. And so that's why when people say like flat Earth is a measurement, that's what we're talking about, or that's what people, if you ever hear that phrase, flat Earth is a measurement, that's what we're talking about when we say measurement. But yeah.
Yeah,
So
because
that's
you're so reasonable right now, I actually want to help you. When you talk to really zealous globe believers, they will try to give you an excuse for why the lasers always hit the target. However, the military has tried this with a tri-band laser, and if you know anything about light and how light refracts, you would know that different wavelengths refract at different rates. So the military uses different wavelengths to get targeting on all of their targeting systems. And if you're going to have refraction to cause the light to bend around the globe, which is the common excuse for the globers when they don't understand how this works, and they try to find some way to make it work on a globe, the different lasers would refract at different rates because the wavelengths refract at different rates. And so the 3 lasers would never hit the target. However, the military has done this, and in their report, basically debunk all refraction and say it's more closely resembling a turbulence model. So all of the excuses that the Globers have are gone, are dead. We have completely debunked the globe belief. There's nothing left.
Right. Okay.
Oh, by the way, one more thing. Or do you have a response to that before we move on to the next thing? I was gonna, but go ahead. Do you have one more thing?
Oh,
you wanna say?
do you is it okay if I ask another question? Like, I know it's
Yeah,
time consuming, but
I have another thing, but go ahead. Yeah. Let's
okay. When was this optic thing discovered? Like the zoom in and you can see the thing still.
Angular. I would say the CoinGIF was. It must have been. Sync. CoinGIF. Angular resolution has been a while, but I think the actual like testing of it, I want to say at least 20. I actually don't know. That's a good question. Does anyone know?
Okay.
Yeah, I
The
don't know.
angular resolution of the human eye is 1.22 times lambda d, which is, funnily enough, is exactly how you assume the Earth curve, or 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So they're using angular resolution to assume Earth is a curve. This is what the Greeks did, but then the Greeks were idiots who thought they saw via invisible laser beams coming out of their eyes.
Yeah,
Wait,
I was
what year was that though? What year was that?
The Greeks?
He's asked. Yeah. Oh, the Greeks. Okay, so I just have to. Whenever the
okay.
Greeks were around. There's your answer.
Right. Yeah, this is like completely off topic, so you know what? You can move on. I was like curious for the date.
Yeah, I agree. It's it's definitely this has been going on for a while for sure. Okay, so the next top. Okay, so I was gonna ask you, do you think that the floor beneath your feet, do you think that it's spinning?
In what way?
At all? Like, do you think it's moving?
Yes.
Okay, why?
I'll just say this.
Yeah, go ahead.
For both the beliefs, the Earth would have to be moving to like.
Why? I mean,
Also,
just repeat what you said again one more time.
okay, so in both, well, beliefs, I guess, the Earth would have to be moving for it to work. Well, at least from the explanations I've heard.
Both. No. In flat Earth, it's not spinning. It's not rotating.
Oh, is it not?
It's not moving. No.
Oh, people have told me it accelerates.
No, it's not moving.
Oh, okay.
It's not moving.
Confusing it with the Flat Earth Society. So this is a disinformation thing that is kind of pushed out there. It says that the Earth moves upwards, but this is completely propaganda. Nobody that's actually a flat earther believes in this whatsoever.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah, it's okay, man. But yeah, so why you believe it's moving in the, like, if I were to ask you, like, let me ask you this. If someone came up to you and said, if your life depended on it, right? Let's say you were under, I don't know. Let's say it was life-threatening situation, right? And you had to answer, is the Earth spinning or is it not spinning? Which one would you pick and why? If it was like a if you had to bet your life on the answer to the question, is the Earth spinning or not spinning, which one would you pick?
It is. I would say it is.
Okay. Okay, why?
Because this is what I believe is how it works.
Right. Okay. What?
Like
Yeah.
so the Earth spins.
Yeah.
Because
I want you to
to
watch this little
sorry.
video here, Globe Earth Sniper by Owen Benjamin. If you were a sniper and you assumed that the Earth was rotating away from you or away from the target, so the target, you would have to lead the target based on Earth rotation, and so you would never aim at your target.
Right.
That's not
That's
how
what they
snipers
do.
shoot. They shoot the target, not where the target isn't. Another funny aspect of this is flat earthers were the ones who discovered Coriolis, but it was never attributed to flat earthers, and then was later attributed to Gustave Gaspard Coriolis when he had water wheels. He never actually tested that. Flat earthers, however, used it as an argument against Earth rotation for many, many years, long before that. And I can give you a citation for that as well. It's in The New Alchemist, which is a book about from the 1800s, about how all of the flat Earth arguments collected, and then some incoherent globe Earth arguments, which we have all debunked. And that man then later turned and flipped to become a globe Earther. In return, he got to name all of the features of the moon. So this is just it's a belief system. If you look into, for instance, the proofs of rotations, you'll see things like Foucault's pendulum. But what you don't get told is that Foucault also tried to use mechanical gyroscopes to prove rotation, and all of his contemporaries laughed at him for being a fraud because he had an imbalanced gyroscope. And gyroscopes operate by the gyroscopic effect, which is rigidity in space, which means that if the Earth were rotating, all gyroscopes would show the drift required with the rotation because they are rigid in space. It also means that if you move a mechanical gyroscope across a globe, it would tilt, which means all artificial horizons used on airplanes would not function because they require the Earth to be flat and stationary.
Right.
You got. You go
Yeah,
ahead.
that makes sense.
All right. All right. Well, okay. Let me ask you this question. What if you had to think of a really good evidence for why the Earth, or how you know for a fact that the Earth is spinning, what would be like the best evidence that you have?
Hmm.
Or a better question
Honestly,
would be
it
like,
would. Okay, sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, it would be day and night, I guess. But yeah, you could argue that it's the sun and moon that's moving.
Right. You answered your own question.
Yeah,
Hey,
I know. Yeah, it's like
when you watch a sunset, right? When you watch a sunset, it's almost like intuitive, right? It's intuitive that, or here's a better example. When you see a car going down the highway and you're standing on the sidewalk, your intuition is saying, "Oh yeah, the car is moving. I'm not moving," right? Does that make sense?
hear that part. I think I
There's audio
Something
coming.
happened. I didn't hear the last part. Yeah.
Okay, so like if you were standing on the sidewalk and you see on a highway and you see a car moving, intuitively you would say the car is moving, but I am not moving, right?
Right.
Right. It's so in the same way when you watch the sunset, as time passes, you see the sun move across the sky and go down, or go away. I was about to say go down, but that's funny. Oh, by the way, we also have videos of like zooming in on. If you want to see them, we have videos of like you can zoom in on the sun and bring it back into view, which is crazy. You can't do that all the time, but we can show you that too. But anyways, yeah, in the same way, you see the sun move during a sunset, but we see the sun moving. Intuitively, we say, no, we're not moving, but we see the sun moving. It's just like it's natural, you know?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
But standing on the Earth, you can't really tell who's moving.
Yeah. Do you wanna? We can get into like the tests and stuff first, but have you heard of like what is it called? Not Aries failure. What's the other one? Michelson-Morley. Have you heard of Michelson-Morley?
No, I have not.
Or what's a better one? Well, actually, before we get to the tests that I'm gonna bring up, try to think of like another reason why you believe it's moving. Like there's
Okay.
other evidence that the globe gives you. Like try to just come up with like is there anything that conclusively makes you believe it, or are you like on the fence?
So this has to be something that I've done or I've seen, like personally, right?
Ideally, yeah, but obviously no one is no one has ever seen the Earth spin. See that's the thing. No one has seen the Earth spin. That's okay. Anyways, go ahead. Yeah, just try to think of something. Just try to think of something. Actually, here, let me ask you a better question. I got a better question actually. What is something that, like, let's say you had an experience where like this would be impossible if the Earth has to be spinning, because otherwise this would happen. Like you see where I'm going at? Try to
Right.
think
Yeah.
of like, yeah. Try to think of a experience that you had where you were going about your normal life and you were thinking, okay, the Earth has to be spinning because otherwise this would, something, this, I would not be able to experience this, or something would happen basically. You got time.
Well, I don't.
Nothing.
I guess, yeah.
Nothing.
Although I do have an
is it-
idea for.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So to prove whether it is or it isn't rotating,
Yeah.
could you technically stabilize the camera
Okay.
and then just record, I guess.
Okay.
And then if it was rotating, you would find that the camera would what it recorded would be the Earth is moving around.
They actually tried to do that with a telescope.
Oh, really?
They tried to do it with a telescope called it was called Aries failure. But it wasn't a camera, but like, for example, okay, here's an interesting question is, do you believe that, like, okay, let's say you have an airplane, right? And
Right.
let's say you have to go east to west or west to east, right? Right? You have to go
let's say you're traveling 1,000 miles east, and the spin. Let's see. The problem with this experiment is we have to assume the Earth is spinning, but let's just say, for sake of argument, according to the spin, if you're flying east and you're going at 1,000 miles per hour, and let's say the plane turns around and you're flying west, right?
Right.
Do you think that there would be a difference in like because of the alleged spin? Do you think there would be a difference, or do you think the atmosphere moves with the Earth?
Okay. Well, how I think of this,
Yeah.
I personally think that the altitude matters. Just I
At the what?
that the altitude that the plane is at would matter. I think.
Okay, but would there be a difference in how fast or slow the plane arrives or does not arrive at the destination, based on whether it's going east or west, and whether the object spinning under would be spinning east to west? Like, do you think there would be a difference in the arrival at the destination, like
Well,
the time or
at
speed?
all, yes, at all, then yes.
Yes, there would be. Okay. Okay. And so, based on that difference, do you think that the atmosphere is moving with the Earth, or do you think the atmosphere is not moving, or rather, not in lockstep with the Earth?
What?
Does that make sense? Like, because some people will say, like, for example, let's say forget the airplane. Let's say you had a helicopter, right?
Right.
And let's say you just lifted the helicopter off, and you just filled it up with fuel to last 24 hours, and you wanted it to hover in the same place, right?
Right.
Now, do you think that within 24 hours the helicopter is going to the place where the helicopter lands, if it doesn't turn, it doesn't move, or it just floats, right, for 24 hours,
Right.
do you think the place where it lands at the end of the 24 hours will be the same or different than the place that it took off from?
I think it would be the same.
Right. It's almost like the Earth wasn't moving, right? It's not saying it's not moving. I'm just saying it's almost as if,
Right. Right. Yeah.
it would be identical to an Earth that is not rotating. Sorry, I'm laughing. Okay. Okay. But in that scenario, right, in the helicopter scenario, why would it stay the same? Why wouldn't the helicopter land in a different location?
Hmm. I would say momentum.
Okay. So the conservation of momentum?
Yeah.
And does that momentum stay the same once an object is separated? Like, in other words, if the object is separated from another object, that let's say you were like pushing off of a wall or something, or like you're throwing a ball, you're playing catch. Does the object have the same momentum and retain it forever? Like, if I threw a ball in the air, it would retain that same momentum in the atmosphere for, let's say, 100 hours or 1,000 years. Would it retain that same momentum if I just threw it?
Well, no.
Okay. So how long? How much time?
Oh, I do not know.
Let's say the helicopter was there for 1,000 years and it had infinite gasoline. Do you think the place where it would land would change?
That is a good question.
Okay.
I mean, yeah,
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
before I would say no, but like
Okay.
I guess so. That would make sense.
Because it's in the atmosphere, so the atmosphere there is a little bit of like wind resistance, right? Because the way that wind does not just move in one direction, right?
Right?
Because sometimes there's northern winds, sometimes southern winds, sometimes eastern winds, right? So
Right?
because of that, at least the helicopter would the momentum would change, right? So it would land in a different location, right?
Right.
Right. And but you don't, let me put it this way. You don't think that within, let's say, 24 hours it would not land well, let me rephrase. Let's say 12 hours, because 24 is like a full, full cycle, right? Let's say 12 hours. Let's say in 12 hours it would not be on the opposite side of the sphere, right?
Right?
Okay. How about in 42, 36, let's say 18 hours, or if you increase that to 100 or whatever, so it wouldn't. Do you think that the Earth would be rotating underneath the helicopter, or do you think the helicopter is moving with the rotating Earth?
Intuitively, it's rotating with.
Intuitively, it's rotating with.
Yes. Well, in my mind.
Okay. And do you
Yeah.
think the atmosphere is rotating with as well?
Yeah, I would. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So let me ask you this, right? If the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth, it has to move in a specific. It has to move with the spin, right? So it has to move in one direction, right?
Right.
Okay, so what happens when you see winds like eastern, northern? Like, let's say you were watching the Weather Channel and they said, "Oh, there's winds from west to east or east to west." What would you say then?
Okay,
would you say,
so
yeah? Because atmosphere is winds, right?
yeah, right.
Yeah. What's the how do you make sure that the winds that are moving in the opposite direction of the imaginary alleged rotation are moving with the Earth? Because if it's only spinning in one direction, that means obviously the atmosphere, which is the wind, would have to move in that direction. But in reality, when you experience winds moving in the other direction,
Okay, so
how do you? It's over, man. It's over. Go ahead.
when something moves at a constant speed,
Okay.
right? It's when you are on that thing, you cannot tell whether it is moving or not, right? So if you had a car, for example, if you're in a car
Yeah.
traveling at constant speed, and you were to, I don't know, bring a fan on the car and you started blowing,
Yeah.
you could still blow the wind in all the directions.
Okay. So the car has a container though, right? What happens when you
Yeah.
take the hood off?
Well, when you take the hood off, well, the air from
Yeah.
outside's getting in, right? But
There's no
there's no air on the
container.
outside.
Right. Let's say you're on top of the car, right? You're outside of the
Right.
car, right? Because
Right.
the Earth, think of the Earth like the car, but you're not inside in you're not under the surface. You're actually on the top, right?
Right.
Okay. Now go ahead. Tell me the analogy again, but with you on top of the car. Right. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, firstly, the atmosphere, which is the air outside the car, right, is
Yes.
moving with the car. If we say the car is the Earth.
Okay.
Well, not in real life. I'm saying
Is it-
metaphorically, the car,
has
the
to
wind.
move, yeah, it has to move in the same direction as the car, right?
Yeah, and it would. Well, move at mostly the same, well, basically the same speed.
Right. So what?
So
So like,
it wouldn't really
all right.
change anything.
Well, the only problem is if the winds on the outside of the car are not only. Let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. Atmosphere is gas, right?
Right?
Okay. Is the normal behavior of gas, in your opinion, is to move in one direction or in every direction?
Every
Every
direction,
right?
right?
Right, exactly. Because on some days the wind moves that way, and on other days the wind moves the other way, right?
Right?
Right, but with this analogy, the car is moving in one direction,
Right?
but that's not if the gas on the outside of the car, which is the atmosphere, if you sometimes some days it moves with the car, right? So sometimes it's correct, right? It's fine. But on the other days when the wind moves in the other direction, then that's impossible because they can't move in two separate directions at the same time, right?
No, wait, so we're saying that the atmosphere moves with the Earth, right? And we're saying that the car is the Earth and the roof of the car is the surface of the Earth, right?
Right.
Then that means the air is the atmosphere and it should be moving with the car.
Okay,
But
but
the
yeah,
fan is the wind, so it'd still work.
no, because no, I don't think you get it. If you got rid of the fan, I'm saying, let's say there's no
Oh,
fan,
okay, right?
and you just drove your car in one direction, right? Oh, here, let me ask you a different question. Can the car move forwards and backwards at the same time?
No.
No. Okay. Can the atmosphere, the wind, move forwards and backwards at the same time?
Well, no.
No. Right. But right, but the spin, because now this is not my claim, right? But some people believe that the spin, or alleged spin, I should say, and the atmosphere are moving in lockstep, right? So they're moving in the same direction. The atmosphere is moving with the Earth, and conservation of momentum, whatever the excuse is, right? So so in order for that to be true, the atmosphere has to be moving in one direction,
Right?
right? But in reality, there's winds that actually move in the opposite direction. Like if it's spinning east to west, but if you experience winds that are moving west to east on like a Tuesday, not every day, but let's say it just happens, and then it's over, man. There's no shot. It's over. There's no way to reconcile that.
Okay, wait, wait.
Yeah.
We agree that when you are traveling at constant speed, you cannot tell. It is impossible to tell whether you are moving at constant speed or whether you are moving or whether you are not.
Yes, but you have an elliptical orbit. Have you heard of an elliptical orbit for the
Yeah.
Earth?
Yeah.
Okay. And it has to if it was a uniform circular motion, it wouldn't be an ellipse, right?
Right?
Okay, what happens when it goes around the bend? What happens to the speed, or I should say, how should I say this? What are the consequences if an object is traveling in an ellipse? Do you think that it can do that without changing direction, or not changing direction, but with constant speed?
I mean, you're not changing the rotational speed, which is what we're talking about here.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, yeah, sure. So in that case, the tangential speed, let's say at the equator, they say it's like 1,000 miles, right? 1,000 miles
Right?
an hour. Okay. And so in this scenario, you have a car moving with the Earth, right? And you say the atmosphere is moving with the car, with the Earth, whatever, it doesn't matter, right?
Right?
So how do you have the atmosphere moving? Well, let's say hypothetically the alleged spin is from west to east, right?
Right?
How do you reconcile winds moving in the opposite direction, or east to west? How do you reconcile winds moving east to west?
Okay, well, my explanation's gonna start off irrelevant
Yeah.
and then come back, if that's fine.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, when you're traveling at constant speed, you can't tell whether you're moving or not, right?
Okay, yeah.
Right? That would not be true if winds would only exist from one direction to the other, because otherwise we would know that we were moving. Because what you said, it
Okay.
would not be possible, correct?
Otherwise, we would know that we're moving. Wait, what do you mean?
Yes,
Otherwise?
because we only experience winds from one direction. While if we were not moving, we'd experience winds from all directions.
No.
Like,
We would only experience winds from one direction if the claim, people are just claiming that if the Earth is spinning east to west, they claim that it's in lockstep. The atmosphere moves with the Earth in lockstep, but in reality, it's just not the case. But go ahead.
right, okay, so if that were the case, you would know if you were moving or not. But when you travel at constant speed, you cannot tell whether you're moving.
You cannot
Right?
tell whether you are moving when you travel at constant speed in a that I think without. Are you saying without a container, or with a? Because when you
With or without? With or not?
I think without a container, you would be without a container. I think you might be able to tell easier, because if you let's say you're in a car, right?
Right.
And you fall asleep because you don't feel the movement, right?
Right.
If you remove the hood of the car, now you can't sleep, right?
Right,
It would
yeah,
be
true.
easier to tell, right?
Right, I guess.
Yeah, I think it would be easier. But go ahead. What was your? I'm trying to understand. One more time.
Okay, so I'll just use the Earth.
Yeah.
If it's rotating at constant speed,
Okay.
okay, we should not be able to tell whether or not it is rotating or not. When we're standing on it. Right?
Okay.
But if winds, when it was rotating, if wind only came from one direction, we would know that it is rotating.
Okay. If
So-
winds only came from one direction, we would know it's rotating. But that see, the thing is, I'm not assuming that it's in lockstep. Are you do you believe that it is in lockstep or not? That's the question really I should be asking.
Well, at surface level, it's basically.
What do you mean? No. Hold on. Wait. Okay, let me rephrase the question. True or false? The atmosphere is moving with the alleged spin of the Earth. True or false?
True.
True. Okay.
True.
So how do you so in that spin when if the Earth is spinning, true or false, it is moving in one direction.
True.
Okay. And so therefore that wind, according to the previous statement, must also be moving in one direction. True or false?
True.
Okay. So therefore, if the wind is the atmosphere and that wind is moving in the opposite direction, west to east, that would be physically impossible, actually.
Wait, so what you're saying is wind is just the atmosphere. It's not part of the atmosphere. It's the entire atmosphere. Is what you're saying.
Well, even if it was just part of it, right? Even if it was just part of it, why would it like that? It wouldn't make sense because the atmosphere is gas, right? But gas doesn't. The way that gas behaves in nature is that it moves. It actually moves in all directions.
Right.
It's over. Yeah. There's no way.
Okay,
it's impossible to reconcile. Go ahead.
If you imagine like force arrows basically that show how the strength and the direction of where the atmosphere is rotating, right?
The
and
direction is the problem. The direction is the problem.
Right. Okay. So if you were on the Earth, you are traveling with the Earth, and you were to blow in the opposite direction of the arrows, you would see that the arrows would get smaller, correct?
If you were to blow in the opposite direction, say it one more time. Sorry.
Okay, you know how you can use arrows to show the velocity of things, the strength of forces, right?
Okay, like in physics.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. If you imagine that with the atmosphere, right?
Okay.
You just draw one couple arrows going in one direction.
Yeah.
And then if you were on the Earth, moving with it, so you wouldn't feel the Earth rotating, and you were to blow in the opposite direction, you would see the arrows get smaller, correct?
If you were to blow in the opposite direction, you would see the arrows get
So
smaller.
so you apply you apply a counteracting force.
If you
then,
blow in the opposite direction, okay. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So it would get smaller, correct?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Smaller. See, the thing is, explain it. Can you explain it without using arrows? Because I haven't taken physics in a long time.
Right. Okay.
Explain it in layman's terms.
Okay. So say to an outside observer, the atmosphere moves at, let's say, 10 kilometers an hour. Let's just say, okay?
Okay, 10 kilometers an hour in what direction?
East to west. Why not?
Okay, east to west.
Okay, and then say someone on the Earth were to blow west to east at, let's say, 1 kilometer per hour.
Okay.
Then that wind overall, the air overall would only be traveling at 99 kilometers an hour. Correct?
Oh, I see what you mean. Like if
because
it would subtract from
exactly
because he's going in the opposite direction. Okay.
Exactly. So to that person on the planet, that would be wind going from west to east, right? Because it's moving slower than the rest of the atmosphere. So it's moving overall to him west to east.
Okay, but slower. See, the only issue I have with that is when you say slower, you're not including the fact that it's directionally impossible. It's possible to move slow, but what's impossible is the atmosphere moving in two different directions at the same time. That's impossible.
Okay, from the outside perspective,
Yeah.
the air is only moving 99 kilometers an hour. But
In what
to the
direction?
person, east to west,
East to west. Okay.
right? But to the person,
Yeah.
it's moving west to east, 1 kilometer an hour.
It's
Because
moving west to
because
east. Okay.
overall he is also going 100 kilometers an hour.
Okay, so it's moving. So in when he blows that wind, what direction is it moving?
West to east. Or the atmosphere, the wind, the blow
The
that he's doing.
when he blows. Okay, let me put it this way. Here, let me give you my analogy. Okay, let's say you're in an airplane, right? And
Right.
let's say the airplane's going west to east, and you're playing catch with a basketball, right? If you're at the front of the plane and you throw the basketball all the way to the back end of the plane, right? You're throwing it east, right?
Right.
And remember, objects cannot travel in two different directions at the same time, right? So if you're throwing that basketball in that direction, do you think that when I throw the basketball, it's not moving in the direction that I threw the basketball? Like it's moving in the other direction. In other words, when I throw the basketball to the back of the plane, do you think it's moving east to west or west to east? Like, do you think it's moving toward me or away from me? Like, you know what I mean?
I think so. It'd
Yeah.
be away.
It'd be away, right? So
Yeah.
if I throw the basketball, it'd be moving away from me, right?
Right.
Right. Right. So, but but the problem is what you're saying is actually if I zoom out, right, and it's not from my perspective, but it's from a bigger perspective. Actually, it's moving in the other direction. That's what you're saying. Because when you say it's moving slower, right? When you say it's moving slower, you're saying no, actually, the basketball is traveling. In this, you believe the
Oh yes,
basketball.
yes. Just slower.
Okay, it's traveling slower, but what direction is it going?
In the same direction as the plane is.
Okay, even though I threw it in the opposite direction.
Yes.
Okay, so in that case, when I throw the basketball to the opposite direction of the plane, you believe that it's actually moving toward me?
No.
But
No.
how? Because
Okay.
it's moving toward the person. You're saying it's still directionally speaking. You're saying yes, actually, it is moving toward the person who threw it to the back of the plane. That's what you're saying.
It's moving in the same direction but at a different speed.
Okay, so when I
So
throw,
there can still be a distance gap between them.
okay, so when I throw the basketball away from me on the airplane, and I'm seeing it move toward seeing it moving in that direction toward the back of the
Right.
airplane. You're saying actually it's not going in that direction.
Well, relative to you, it is going in that direction. Relative to someone who's viewing from outside or from another perspective, it would
Okay.
be going in the same direction, just slower. So the back of the airplane would catch up, basically.
The back of the airplane would catch up.
You could say it like that.
Well, in reality, it can only move in one direction at a time, right?
Right.
Right. So
Which it is.
So therefore, but then that would mean if the atmosphere is moving east to west,
Right.
but there's actually winds moving west to east.
Right.
You're saying actually no, those winds are still moving east to west? Is that what you're saying?
relative to the outside, yes.
Okay, so there's okay, wait. So if that so there's no westerly winds, rather east to west. There's no easterly winds is a better way to say it, right?
Well, to of someone who's viewing from outside, yes, yes. But
Okay.
to us who are on it, no, it does exist.
Someone from the outside, what do you mean?
If someone was viewing from I don't know, space, then it would be going in all one direction. So someone who's not viewing from inside, I guess, or yeah, inside, I guess.
Okay, so from outer space. Okay. So I guess in order to validate that, we'd have to go there. But how do you?
Yeah, I
but
guess so.
then-
No, but it makes logical sense.
So it's moving slower.
Yeah. I can try another analogy if you want, but
If it's moving slower, don't you think it would? Okay, wait. This is weird. How about okay? How about let's say so it's almost like the train analogy. Like if you throw a ball, or here's a better example.
oh yes, okay, wait, okay,
Yeah, go ahead.
you go. Oh, okay, sorry. The train analogy. If you throw a ball
Yeah.
from a moving train one side to the other,
Yeah.
for you it'd be moving in that direction, correct? But to someone who's standing still outside of the train, viewing the train passing by, the ball would still overall be moving in the direction the train is moving in. Does that make sense?
To an observer in the train, it would be moving. Okay. Yeah, I think I get it now. Yeah, it's just weird because like if I throw it, it can't. Yeah, it's just weird
Yeah,
because if you
I mean,
throw it in that
yeah.
direction, there's no way.
Yeah. Well, sorry. I'm trying to say that it can work. I'm not saying that this disproves what you're saying. I'm saying it can work.
Yeah, so it's not moving in two different directions at the same time. It's just going slower. That's just
Yeah, and if you blow it in the same direction, it's going faster, so you experience it as going that way.
So that means there's no westerly winds or easterly winds, rather.
From the outside, yes.
Okay. And what about from the out? What do you mean outside? Oh, you mean in space? Yeah, no, we need. Okay, so that means we would need to validate that again.
Yeah,
That-
if you
Yeah.
really want to validate that, you would have to go to space, I guess.
Yeah, then that brings up the whole argument of gas pressure without
Does
a
it
container.
exist?
Do you? Oh yeah, have you ever heard that saying? Have you ever heard that phrase? How do you have gas pressure without a container? I think I already brought it up earlier.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Do you want to go through that again? That one's a.
No,
that one's
I get it. I get it.
Okay. That was good times. Good times.
Yes.
That was good. That was good.
Okay, well, I sort of have to go now.
Yeah.
I've
Peace.
been stalling for a while. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I'll catch you on the flat side. Okay.
Right.
All right. Later.
Okay,
Bye.
see ya.
Bye. Good times. Good times. Oh man. Good times, guys. Any other globies? Let's see. Good times, good times. I guess that's all the globies for now. GG's, guys. Catch you on the flat side.
有密。 Okay, so that's a fair chunk there. I have to do the math here. It's going to take me a bit, but
Yeah, why don't you just look at the Beyond Horizons? They're the professional long distance Guinness World Book record winning photography. They've got all the information in their website. They're not flat earthers, they're photographers. So why don't you look up Beyond Horizons and look up the information they've done, then you can put that together with what you're saying you're calculating or whatever. These are actual observations done by photographers.
Yeah, look at 29 minutes after the hour. It has all the information you need. The target distance is 255 miles away. The observer height is 9,136 feet. There should be over 12,000 feet of the target hidden by Earth curvature.
Do you have a favorite Earth curvature measuring program? Do you know how to do it? Grenade head.
oh, I wait a minute. Am I on? Is my mic on? Oh, Dave, get the numbers here. I'm just seeing what's going on here.
Okay, so you see the picture right there, okay? You're not supposed to see any of that. We can see the mountains coming down to the shoreline, and we can see all the mountains. How does that work?
I'm
sorry.
I'm going to research this a little bit. I'm not going to sit there and make a comment about it until I know more about it.
Okay, fair enough. So you understand why we're saying it couldn't work on a globe, though?
Well, I understand what you're saying. Yes, I do. But I don't understand what's happening in this picture, so I don't want to make any.
You want me to throw you a life jacket? You want me to tell you what your side's going to make you say?
No, I'm looking at this. I want to find out where this is at.
Request? Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
Because this is just one of hundreds.
The photo's in infrared, by the way.
Yeah, which limits the spectrum of light, right? Which limits the effect of any type of movement of that light. I mean, this is so staggering. It's not even close. It's 3 miles should be there. 3 miles. Well, why can't I see the shore, dude? There aren't 3 miles there. There's nothing there. I can see the shore. 3 miles. That's super long, bro. So drive 3 miles on the road and then flip that up vertically. That's what should be there.
Yep.
I mean, you wonder why Flat Earth's censored? You wonder why famous people would never debate a Flat Earther for the world to see? You want to know why I've been kicked off PayPal for being a Flat Earther? And Venmo, and Twitter, and Facebook, and Instagram, and YouTube, and DLive.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What makes you trust your own vision so much?
Well, it's not really about trusting my vision, right? It's falsifying the globe radius. Are you saying that if I can see mountains and they look exactly like they're there, and I can go touch them and know they're there, that it looks like they're actually there, like they actually are, but in fact nothing's there? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that almost every single quote unquote empirical science, globe priests, whatever, one of the main first tenets of every science is that the first observer is the least reliable. So I'm wondering how come you're saying that your measurements taken by your senses are reliable.
Okay, we can do this. First of all, measurements, right? So the way we have measurements is we measure the Earth. That's how we know the mountains are that far away, because we measured it using planar survey, right? We measured over a horizontal. That's how you have maps. That's how we measured it. So we know how far the mountains are. Now, if we can zoom in with a camera and see all the mountains, we know we did not zoom in through a mound of Earth curve, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how? I don't even know the question. And there's many ways you can do. You can shoot a laser over the top of water or a frozen lake, and it hits the other target completely horizontal without any curvature blocking it, when there should be hundreds of feet blocking the laser. You can use mirror flashes. Long distance observations test the globe, right? You're not supposed to be able to see stuff in the distance because we're supposedly on a globe.
And is there is there empirical evidence to suggest that a device that does not require your any of your sensory input will demonstrate that there is no curvature? Because personally, I don't believe in anyone's firsthand accounts or anyone's firsthand experience
Do you
on
believe that
globe
people
or
went to
flat.
space? Do you believe people went to space?
I don't believe any of their firsthand accounts.
Okay, nice. Just seeing if you're consistent. So we can throw the moon landing out and every story NASA said because we can't believe them. It's just first-hand accounts of people that are Masons.
I don't believe anyone's firsthand accounts.
Okay,
Okay,
that's
so
perfect. That's perfect. We want you to go test it. I've done it. I did it around the whole U.S. for the last year. Almost everyone in this room has done it. This is one of thousands of observations. You can test it yourself. So would that fulfill your parameters where you can verify or falsify it yourself?
Sure. Can you explain to me the experiment?
Well, this is an observation. This is actually not an experiment. But yeah, you just take out a P900 or a P1000 and you zoom in to the distant object and you see if it's blocked by Earth curvature.
That sounds to me like your senses with a filter on it. Very,
so you're
very,
saying
very rudimentarily.
Oh, so the 125 times zoom camera is making images up, is what you're saying.
No, I'm saying it's filtering your view. I mean, like it's not. It's still filtering your view. Your view is not.
How is it filtering it?
So it's not your original. Like it's the same. So light enters the camera. Light enters the camera.
So tell us how it's filtering it. Please.
Light enters the camera. It's refracted by lenses and changed and zoomed in whatever way you've set it, and it hits your eye. And that's not. Wow, that is actually incorrect. So light hits the object you're looking at. Light hits the atom you're looking at and bounces off directly at you. We're assuming that nothing else occurs outside of this. It bounces, goes inside the lens of your camera, goes through whatever reflective lens and whatever mode or settings you've put, and then hits your eye. So the baseline receiver of said at all interactions is your eye.
So you've been told to not trust your senses, and what you're telling us is a religious doctrine that comes from your school of thought that has basically been driven into you that you can't trust your human senses. So congratulations on that. We're talking about empirical evidence that could be verified by measurement. Do you know what a measurement is?
Yes.
Do you know the difference between a measurement and a calculation?
Yes.
Could you explain the differences, please?
Sure. Do you want like a dictionary definition, or do you want my perception of it?
You said you know, so I want to know how you know the difference. Tell us the difference between calculation and measurement.
Okay, so a calculation would probably be. It's hard to say probably be because I'm sure there's a universal definition for it, or
probably is not an answer to the question. But continue on.
I mean, I don't know the exact wording that you would prefer.
It's not about what we prefer. You're making statements. All I'm asking you is to tell us how you know the difference between calculation and measurement. So explain the differences, and I've heard nothing yet but evading answering.
Evading answering.
If you don't know, just say so. It's okay. I mean,
I don't know your exact wording, so I'm going to try and find the most universal wording that I can.
We're not
don't be afraid of the exact words. We're just asking if you know what the difference is.
I didn't ask you to go find something. You said you know. Okay. So I'm asking you, what is the difference you said you know between calculation and measurement? And you can't seem to tell us. Okay, I'll just ask you directly. What is a measurement? A direct measurement. What is that?
A direct observation of...
No, I didn't say observation. I said measurement. What is the definition of a direct?
I'm trying to explain to you without using the word
I don't
measurement.
want an explanation. I want a definition. What is
Okay,
a
so then I'll find you a definition. I'm not a dictionary.
So you don't know.
So I don't know the definition. No, I
You don't know the difference between a calculation or a measurement. And you don't know what it's singularly, what a measurement is. You've just shown that to the whole entire audience. Thank you.
A measurement is the act of measuring something. I'm so okay, and then a calculation is like, wow. I'm not.
If you want to know if something is curving, or flat, would you measure it directly?
To answer your question directly, yes.
All right, so do you think that in order to know whether or not the Earth is a sphere or a topographical plane of existence, do you think we should measure it directly to know for sure?
I think to know for sure you can measure it directly, yes. However, for me personally, and the results of an experiment that I would accept would have to be again, where none of your human senses are involved, because I don't trust human senses. I believe that very simple things you're usually your senses are usually wrong about. Just like on a neurophysiological scale, it just doesn't compute.
So you already then by default you're already.
You're just saying we can't.
Real quick, can I just say this?
One at a time.
I know, please. One at a time. Right. One at a time. Just 1 second. So you're already admitting then you don't believe in outer space or the globe religion.
I did not say that. I believe in the globe religion. Yeah.
So
this is like the guy who was on here a little while ago. He's like a brain in a jar guy. He thinks he's a brain in a jar, pretty much.
I joined yesterday. I joined actually earlier this morning. I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, this isn't that guy. But real quick, you just by your concession of expectations and point of view, you don't even have a claim for a globe Earth.
I don't have any claims as of yet. No. I asked the question, but I have not received an answer yet.
Exactly. Welcome to Flat Earth. That was easy.
Yeah, you just have a belief, and then you don't want your senses to be true. So here's Marconi wireless telegraph. That's a transmission of 10,553 miles. That's impossible on a globe.
I mean, I'm hearing a lot of measurements, and this would be impossible. But nobody's answered my previous question. You guys assumed as to where I'm taking it and given me answers to where you think I'm taking it. And
what's the question?
The question was what makes you, or by you, a person who believes in flat Earth, what makes you
it's not about belief.
Trust your senses to the
we don't
degree.
believe,
I just
and
explained
we
to you
don't
something
listen.
that didn't require just your senses.
One at a time,
so
please.
What the fuck?
Listen, hold on. We don't. So stop putting words in our mouths. That would be a good start. For one, we don't believe that the Earth is flat. None of us in here have a belief.
It's so based on
fact. Stop interrupting.
I'm sorry.
So that's the first starting point. I don't have to believe if I measure my table. When I go into the restroom and take a pee, I know that I measured it. There's been a transfer of energy. That's what a measurement is. Okay?
Let me ask him a little question. I'll just be real quick. Say you don't trust your senses. So if you look outside your car, your window, and you see a car out there, and you don't think you can walk up to that car, touch it, feel it, and verify for yourself that the car actually is there and you're actually seeing it, it's real. I mean, you can trust your senses at least that far, right? If you're looking at something and you can go out and touch it, you can then verify that your senses are not lying to you, correct?
In the exact scenario of the parameters you've laid out, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Is that it?
Well, no, the second part was going to be, so if you go out and you use your eyes to see something, and you go out and take a measurement for the distance. Let's say you're looking at something in the distance, and you could guess, oh, man, it looks like it's maybe 10 miles, maybe 50 miles, whatever. But you can actually measure that, right? You could get in a car, drive it. You could, whatever, look on Google Earth if you trusted that, whatever, and come up with a very close number as to the distance that you're looking at, right?
Yeah.
Would you believe that?
In the parameters that you've laid out, yes.
Okay. Good, because we have observations that follow those exact parameters that show that the surface is flat, by the way. I'll let somebody else take it from here.
Okay.
Do you agree that the default position is that the Earth is flat and not moving, and that the stuff in the sky moves?
What does that mean, default position?
Yeah, like that's where you begin, because that's the observation, that's what we observe, and that's what we always have being the case, right? The horizon's horizontal. We have plains. We have the abyssal plain in the bottom of the ocean, 70% of it all completely flat. We have all kinds of planes on the Earth that are super flat. You've never felt the Earth spinning. Planes have to pretend the Earth's not spinning to work. Shooting missiles has to assume the Earth's not spinning. And you see the sun and moon move in the sky. You see the stars move in the sky. So our default position based on empirical evidence is that the Earth is flat and stationary and the stuff in the sky moves. So if you're going to make a claim opposite to that, then you would have the burden of proof, right?
Can you say what my claim was? I don't
That the
think
Earth's a
anyone-
magic spinning cartoon ball that defies physics.
I just said I believe that. I don't think that.
Yeah, you
Claim
believe
it.
in something. You believe in something.
I'm not
that has
claiming.
no evidence,
I've
that
asked
has the
I've
burden of
asked a question and I've received like your claim is wrong. You're you're going down pathways that I maybe would like to go down at some point, but like right now I just want to know like why like no quote unquote globe priest trusts their senses, but flat earth like everyone
Do you have a
trusts theirs.
citation? Do you have a citation for what you just said about no scientists believe their own senses? Can you give us a citation? Which scientists?
Well, I don't have a specific citation.
There we are again. So you're making these claims, bro. I'm just trying to point them out. I'm really not a bad guy. I know I sound like the bad cop today. I make a really good bad cop.
He didn't say scientists, Sonny. He said globe believers. He said globe believers. He said, I'm wondering why globe believers don't trust their senses, but flat earthers do. That's what he said.
Okay, there you
Welcome
go.
to flat earth.
Yeah.
I thought I just clearly explained to him why we trusted our senses, because we went out and verified what we'd seen was real.
Well, let's hear him
Measured it.
respond. Let's hear him respond, please.
I mean, I thought I gave him an answer.
I have nothing to respond. I don't know the answer to the question I asked.
Because the globe religion, you can't trust your senses. That's all.
So here's the thing: why flat earthers we don't have a belief. Because see, you've come into a place where we've studied and we've investigated these things about the human eye, the sizes of things, ocular resolution, like all the how perspective works, all these different things that we've looked into. That's why it's not a belief anymore, because you can take the size of the aperture of the eye and you can make certain reasonings based on that are real, empirical data as far as size, distance, and so forth. So we've done measurements where we have known distances, known heights of objects over and over and over and over again. It's like measuring your kitchen table 1,000 times, or measuring every kitchen table within 100 miles. Like, we've looked into this, so that's why it's not a belief anymore. I wanted to clear that part up. What you have
sorry, I won't use that
is
word
a belief. You have a belief because you cannot provide any kind of empirical data of anything exacting or specific at all about your fairy tale globe.
I'm laughing because I have nervous laughter. I apologize.
There's nothing that you can provide. Listen, if you could even provide us a claim that a globe Earth is being used in any technology that is using real physical objects, over, under the water, anything like that, we would love to see that, because we've looked for it for almost 7 years.
I got a question too for the new guy. Why are all flight simulators, and yes, all of them, programmed over a flat stationary Earth? Why would they do that? Why would they teach them that if it's a globe?
Yeah, that's why it's called a plane, right?
I actually have not yet seen any simulation that well, except for Kerbal Space Program, which
That's not. That's a video game, dude.
yes, that's what a simulation is it not?
We don't have to
No,
talk about
listen.
simulations. I'm talking about the flat and stationary being used everywhere, all military, radar, rail guns. Okay, line of sight, hundreds of miles. Get out of here. It's not a
Right,
globe.
when they train a pilot, bro, right? They put them in a simulation to learn how to fly. And in that simulation, they negate what's called the gravity vector. They just completely negate it in the simulation. And then the simulation is built to fly over a stationary flat Earth. That's how they're trained. That's how the blueprints of the plane read as to how they were built. That's what he's explaining to you, right? We're not talking about a video game.
Yeah, it's not video games. It's real world shit, because those people are going to be in flight training in the real world. A lot of those people are going to be pilots who love to play those kinds of games, or they already are pilots. Again, why would it ever be considered once to teach someone about flat and stationary if it were a globe? Why would you ever have to bring up flat and stationary, let alone the amount of times that they already have, which is in the tens of thousands at least?
What's up, y'all?
You gotta
What's
admit
up?
that's kind of weird, bro.
With the,
What up?
I'm sitting here watching. I know you guys are talking, but I just want to mention this as an aside. Like, I'm watching Vinny, Vinny B from the guy that was on the podcast with Dave Weiss. I went back to his original video that he did on there, and he's talking about the Jesuits and laying down so much information. I'm like, oh my God, I got to look into this. Talking about the Roman Empire is still running things. And the reason that these people have this strong heliocentric belief that they live in a ball in a vacuum is literally because of the church. The irony is killing me, bro.
Yeah, the Jesuits, bro.
That's got to be pretty shocking. I mean, think about that. Iron Dan, is it Iron Dan?
No, it's,
Iron Dan.
is it?
What do you think, Iron Dan? That your whole entire paradigm of the space thing, the Big Bang, was created by a Jesuit, a Catholic priest.
The entire thing?
Yeah, George Lamont.
Yeah.
He proposed the Big Bang.
And you know he was buddies, many meetings with Einstein, other pseudoscientists of the period.
Okay.
Which is why we say heliocentrism can't really be that old, because all of the other sources for it, they're not primary sources. Like Eratosthenes, nobody knows this man existed. There's no other literature surrounding where he's come from or wherever he's come. Like, none of that is. You can't really verify any of that, even from a historical standpoint.
Yeah.
Like, it's.
Don't you find it
it's
interesting that you were
so
never
crazy.
taught any of these things? Doesn't that kind of make you think, like, why wouldn't I know these things? Why do flat earthers in 2022 have to teach me about all these things, right? And we didn't get taught them either. We had to figure them out, but that should make you wonder.
Before you brace against it, as like, all right, they're saying some more crazy shit and blah 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 blah. Just look up the name Georges Lemaitre and type in "father of the Big Bang" and see what comes up. I mean, it's not, none of this stuff is hidden that we're talking to you about. I think I heard them telling you about all of the government documents that in there reference flat Earth. Like, I mean, why would that exist? Think about it.
You can actually go get these documents and read them, where they say that they train pilots and build planes to fly over a flat plane.
What you do have is YouTubers who tell us no. What you do have is various YouTubers that popped up after people have been questioning flat Earth to tell you that, well, mentioning that stuff is in there is out of context. Tell me how you can simplify mathematics for a sphere to flat planar geometry. How do you? It's not even the same thing. When they say, "Oh, this is just the simplification," and they're actually misleading people. Okay, well, whenever we ask them for the complicated version, that doesn't really exist. So it's kind of like you have to fact check the fact checker. Because imagine you find out some bullshit, then you go to a person and you're like, "Why'd you lie to me?" And then they give you their first objection. Do you normally go, "Oh, okay, I guess you're right"? No, you dig into it a little deeper. Have them give you verification for their justification.
Can you imagine flying a plane and trying to land on a surface that was spinning or moving at 1,000 miles an hour? And people want to say, "Oh, it's your momentum you took with you." What if you turn the plane and go opposite direction and then turn around and go this direction, that direction? Then you go to land on an object that is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. How do you really think that's possible? Do you really think a plane could land on an object moving that fast?
Answer your question directly, no.
That's exactly right.
Hey, Iron Dan, you can read, right? Simple.
Before you, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Because I'm just trying to dispel, because I know what people, like normal people, respond with. And okay, so obviously you can look and then people will say, "Oh, flat earthers are wrong again because actually it's 1,000 miles at the equator, not everywhere." But it's really an RPM, right? So if you have a surface of something that's moving like a sphere, matter of fact, I'll do you one better. Imagine something spinning like a tire. Does it matter where you put your finger on that tire that's going 100 miles an hour? Honestly, it's not like it's not going to be moving if you land on one place of the tire versus the other. Like if you land on, say, like the middle, like where the axle is.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's still moving.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as Earth's movement, there's no accounting for it whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a justification for why not. It makes no sense. I'm sorry.
We can't find any citations where it was empirically demonstrated to measure or detect the RPM of the Earth. So many people tried in history and never actually did it.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, Einstein said that he's come to the conclusion no optical experiment would ever prove the rotation of the Earth, the movement of the Earth. So even Einstein said it can't be proven, and that it's because of relativity. And that, basically when things fall down, really the Earth is could be going up as well. It's all relative, and there's no way that you could know. So it may look like it's still, but it could just be moving. That's the actual, still to this day, best argument.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
But
sorry, my mic was done.
If he's new to this, he's getting all this information for the first time. So I mean, it's all good. It's crazy, bro. It sounds crazy, but just keep listening. I mean, these are all verifiable facts.
If you really think about it, you've never seen Earth curvature, right? If you've been in a plane at 35,000 feet, because the globe indoctrination is so thick, people will see like the two sides of the window on left and right bend just a little, but that's because there's 7 fucking panes of glass between the viewer and outside. You think none of that's going to be bending? It's crazy. It's flat, horizontal, all the way up. The horizon stays right in the middle of your vision. How is that possible? The higher you go up, it should be dropping exponentially. We should be able to see half the fucking Earth from 30,000 feet.
Again, you got the. I'm sorry to bombard you. So I know I just jumped into the conversation and I said all this. I didn't even introduce myself. My name is Elijah. It's good to be speaking with you. Sorry to just unload on you like this, but I just feel like every time someone says something, I'm thinking about the counter, and it's like, well, let's think about that counter for a second. Like the fact that people, first of all, Neil deGrasse Tyson came out. There's another guy, planetarium director Paul Larson, came out and said mathematically, obviously, with the area that you can see with your field of vision, you can't see the curve. In response to us sending up balloons to, I think, 120,000 feet, and it was like, where's the curve? Why is this curve that they're telling us is the curve? Why do we not see it when we send up balloons? Which is why they had to start saying that. But ask yourself this, like, for all of the, because there's a flat earth debunk website that says, yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong and he should apologize. Ooh, scary words. But if it is curving in your field of view, just put that image in your mind for a second, that it's curving just a little bit. And then begin to do a turn. And when you get 180 degrees in your mind, tell me how that curve makes sense. As a matter of fact, tell me what you can get on a plane and you're looking out and it's curving. So then you go to the other side of the plane and it's curving the same way. How does that make sense? But this is what they tell people, and this is what they've reinforced people with. I've seen the curvature on the plane. I've seen it. You know, because it's on like Good Morning America or whatever. It's like, oh yeah, people. Of course, people. No, they haven't. And if you claim you have, it's like, word, you seen the curve through that little window, and then you didn't really think about what happens if you did a 180 degree or 360 degree on that curve that you think you see. How does that even make sense geometrically?
Did you know that every single star in the sky moves east to west in a circle around Polaris, the North Pole star in the center? And it's done that for all recorded history of mankind. They say we're on a 66.6 degree tilt, wobbling, revolving around the sun, 66,000 miles per hour, as the sun drags us through space at 500,000 miles per hour, and the galaxy shoots through space 1.3 million miles per hour, and we're on an elliptical orbit that constantly changes, and yet the sky has done the exact same thing, resetting back where it started around the center star for all recorded history.
Which indicates no movement at all.
And that all of those stars reset at exact geographical locations over the flat plane of Earth, as they have for all those thousands of years as well.
Surely you've seen these ancient buildings that show the summer solstice. They show the sunlight coming through a little hole in the wall, and it shines on a specific spot. And they view that every year, year after year after year after year. If we were spinning, flying through the universe or whatever, you think that light, that the sun would shine on that exact spot every time, the same time of year, exactly in the same spot? It's impossible, bro. We're not moving. That's why.
Iron Dan, your thoughts on any of this?
At this point, I feel as though anything that I say is going to create controversy, give me name calling, and
No one's gonna call you names, bro. That's not what we're about.
The
Hasn't
live stream
happened yet,
voice
has it?
text would disagree with you.
Well, why not? Well, why not answer the question? What was that about? You know how weird it was to say, "What are your thoughts on what's been said?" And for you to say, "Well," unless you're gonna answer with a non sequitur, aka things that are totally not related to what's been said, which would kind of piss off anyone in any conversation. Why wouldn't you just answer the question as it relates to what we've tried to say? I mean, I know we've said a mouthful. Maybe you could say something like, "Could you repeat that thing about the Jesuit priest? Like that was interesting. What were you saying? What was his name?" Or something like that. Like, I mean, because unless you're gonna say what we're saying is wrong, in which I mean, only thing we're doing is citing information. Why? Because we didn't make it up.
Right, but he's not being real combative, right? So like he came in here, you know, maybe thinking that this was crazy, but to be fair, if someone was going to be honest, if we were unloading information on him like this, they probably would kind of not have much to say because it's a lot to take in. So
Well, I mean, you can hold on. You can just say, "I don't really have any comment right now," because it's a lot to take in. That thing about people be mad if like I said, only if you don't respond directly to what's been said. If all you have to say is, "I don't have anything to comment right now, but I do have a question," that's honest. Or it's I mean, it's better than nothing.
Sure. I don't. It's hard to recollect a lot of the things that you were saying. I think it's interesting the analogy that you made about the spinning tire. You said 100 miles an hour, right? And you said at any point that you put your finger on the tire, it's still 100 miles an hour.
Right.
Okay. I don't know. I feel like if I comment at all in any way, it's just instantly, globe priest indoctrination, and you can't make assumptions based on your school of thought. Like I'm really cornered here, at least intellectually.
Well, we don't make assumptions. Everything we've told you are not assumptions; they're just facts that can be verified. So
yes, but like when I'm solo and there's like 30 of you, then everything I say is assumptions, and everything you say is assertable fact.
if you state a fact, we're gonna go with it, dude. We're gonna know if it's an assumption, though. We do know these things.
Yeah, so let's break through some assumptions and some of the stuff that we were talking about initially when it comes to planes flying, right?
Mm-hmm.
And somebody mentioned that all flight simulators are, flat stationary, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm going to do, just to get some participation here, is I'm going to post something in live stream voice text. It's from NASA. It's a nasa.gov website, and it's a PDF. Do you have the ability on your computer or your phone where you're at to pull that up?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Okay, cool. Can you do me a favor and just read me the summary? So you'll scroll down past the table of contents, and then you'll come to the summary of the document. Can you do me a favor and just read that out loud?
I'm not going to read it out loud. I'm sorry. I'll read it to myself.
I mean, you can go through it slow. Nobody's going to make fun of you whether you're mispronouncing something or anything like that. That's not the exercise I'm trying to do. And let me know if there's anything in that summary that stands out to you.
If someone read it to you, would you listen to every word?
No, that isn't my point. But yes, I see that it says that it's a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Right. So this is NASA
linear aircraft model. Okay.
Yep. So this is NASA's derivation of the linear aircraft model, right? Okay. Why would they utilize that language, and why would they use a flat, non-rotating Earth for their aircrafts? Why would that be the case? Why do you think that is? Because this is coming from NASA, right? Which is obviously you've heard us say that we don't necessarily trust NASA. So what we're doing is we're using what's called a hostile. Yeah, we're using a hostile witness. So we're using NASA as a proof of our point here.
Okay.
Fortunately, they're telling the truth on this document.
Well, yeah, so people's lives are at stake when it comes to flying planes, things like that.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
So when people's lives are at stake, we have to assume that it's a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Right. I mean, that's the only way NASA can fly anything. I mean, what does NASA look like not being able to fly anything?
Even if you go ahead, brother.
I was just gonna ask your thoughts on reading that document from NASA. Do you have anything that comes to mind? Anything on your mind?
I'm going through the introduction right now. The only reason I could think of that they would be specifying over a flat, non-rotating Earth is because, as you mentioned, that's what their current model that they're speaking of here. And what does it say? 1988. The model that they have for linear aircraft. It doesn't even say flight. It just says just a linear aircraft.
Right.
So,
why would they have that in the 80s if they went to the moon in 69, bro?
Those sound like two totally separate topics. It seems like the only reason they would support that would be because they're, especially early models like models and simulations definitely just couldn't compute a full rotating body beneath you. To do that, you have to render the whole body.
That's ridiculous.
Otherwise, it's just like a treadmill.
So you just assume that the thing is the exact opposite of what it really is when you're preparing to fly over it? That's ridiculous.
Hey, you want to know why they can't do it?
Wait a minute.
They actually.
What's it? This is one of those moments where everybody just needs to take this in, because realize everybody, we all know this matches reality. This matches reality. Isn't that crazy? And that's the point, is that this model matches what we experience. Wow.
Right.
That is kind of
I want you to know, though, like, they can't even mathematically propose it on a spinning ball. So they actually can't even come up with an equation. It's called the three-body problem. They can't do the math. They have no choice. Like, they can't even mathematically explain this model. But like you said, they model it based on reality because they're flying in reality, and if they don't do that, people would die.
So the linear verbiage there, linear being a straight line. Yeah. So that would insinuate that this model craft is flying at least in a straight path.
Do you see kind of how this kind of comes back to what I told you at the beginning, bro? Like how this is actually the default position, right? Because like all observations and measurements show the Earth is flat and not moving. And to do anything successfully in the real world, practically, whether that fly, shoot ballistic missiles, use ground weapon system towers, whatever it is, you have to assume the Earth is flat for the practical use case to work, right? For you to be able to practically do things, you literally have to treat the Earth as if it's stationary and flat. So it's the default position. It's the only way anything works. So if you're going to claim anything else or believe anything else, you have what's called the burden of proof, right? You have to substantiate that what you're claiming is true, even though opposite to all evidence ever.
So, for example, in this case, can you find us a document that describes how nonlinear aircraft work on a curved Earth?
I can't, no.
You can try. You didn't even try. Come on, give it a search. Give it a whirl.
I mean, you agreed with me a minute ago that it wouldn't be possible to land on a surface that was moving at 1,000 miles an hour.
I agree to your direct premise. Yes, I don't agree in the sense that a plane taking off, like you said, the detractors would say, is that that Earth constitutes an inertial frame of reference relative to the rest of the quote unquote heliocentric model, and when that plane leaves the ground, it still maintains the momentum of the rotating Earth relative to another body that is within the same heliocentric model. So that would be relative to the moon.
Yeah, but you didn't. I guess you didn't hear the part where I said the plane went up and turned and went in one direction and then another direction and another direction, which takes away all that angular motion, all that momentum. It's gone at that point because you're going in completely different directions.
There's also a problem when you're traveling from the equator and towards the imaginary poles on the ball. You're going from an area of higher rotation to an area of lower rotation, so there should be a deceleration somewhere.
So turning in a plane is not just turning; it's also I'm sorry. What are the four forces? Lift, drag, thrust, and load. No, weight or load. I don't remember.
On a flat Earth. Yeah.
So when a plane is turning, there's a lot more involved than just turning. There is first it has to bank, right? It has to.
I'm not talking about turning. I'm talking about the change.
I'm answering the previous gentleman's. I'm answering the previous gentleman's thought where he said that you're losing all of the inertial momentum imparted on you by turning. I don't believe that's the case, considering that the atmosphere moves with the Earth. Not exactly right. It's not.
Give me evidence of this.
I'm sorry. I was told I shouldn't interrupt anybody. So could you?
Well, when you make a baseless claim, can you? I'm asking you to clarify your baseless claim. Can you give us evidence of the gas being attached to the rotating object?
I'm not saying it's attached to it. I'm saying that it's a part of it, so to speak. If we are to follow the premise of the globe model, my point ultimately, like I'm not going to go into stuff that I can't prove to you or that I don't know personally, but I will tell you that.
You know that violates gas law 100%.
No.
Gas does not attach or bond to anything. That it violates all gas laws.
Sorry, that was wrong. That was wrong of me. I didn't mean to phrase it that way. I meant to say that the air still acts upon the aircraft, and still, like, the momentum is still conserved somewhere, right? So if a plane turns, the momentum of the plane changes, but some energy is still dispersed into the air. Some minimal amounts of it, but it's still primarily efficiently pushed in the direction that the flaps are turning it in, and thus going in that direction. However, you're still conserving the same momentum that you had when you took off, because if that were not the case, if there was no atmosphere, for example, and it was a rotating ball, then yes, you would have to, depending on the speed that you attained in the plane, and that could be honestly however much the proportion speed, whatever of said thrust generating source.
This is what I wanted to ask you before we got. Look, okay, because I just wanted you to think about the words that you're using initially to justify this. But I'm going to ask a question, which is kind of annoying to us, so I would understand if, but trust me, it makes sense to ask this.
Sure.
What kind of momentum are we talking? Linear momentum or angular momentum?
That you're discussing right now?
Well, when you say it has to conserve momentum, which kind of momentum are you thinking? Because I would be thinking angular momentum, seeing is that you're traveling over a curved surface.
You are, but but as the globe priests say, you're moving at 1,040 miles an hour before you even take off, right? And then depending on the direction that you take
That's
off and the
kind of
vector in
that's
which you
kind
take
of
off,
a
you're
red herring. And let me explain why. Because it's not dealing with the kind of momentum you're saying you're conserving. I'm just asking you which one you think it is.
I don't know. I just know that there's no such thing as absolute motion, and that every motion is relative, and the plane is relative to at least in the context that we were discussing, the plane is relative to the ground from which it takes off. So let's
Right. So
assume
the
that
ground is
plane
the ground is curving and the air is curving. So you would have to conserve angular momentum. How would you be doing that? Seeing as that you're flying a linear aircraft.
Um,
I mean, have you thought about it before? You don't have to force an answer.
I'm trying to force an answer that makes sense to me, let alone applies to either
Okay.
globe or flat.
Okay.
But it doesn't make sense to
Like
me.
for instance, if I spin a yo-yo, the yo-yo portion is attached to the string and it's attached to the rotation. However, if I cut off the yo-yo, it's going to fly off in a linear fashion. Well, obviously, it's going to drop to the ground at some point, but we're talking about moving in a linear path. So,
and without the influence of gravity or any sort of atmosphere or anything at all, then yes, it would most likely be linear motion. But it's not, considering there's so many other factors involved when a plane takes off the ground, like 4 forces, right, that I mentioned, which is
Then why?
thrust, drag.
Then why? That's what we're saying. Why aren't the ones that are actually manufacturing the aircraft or flying the aircraft? They're not doing any of what you're saying. Why is that?
Well, they're not doing it in 1988, and they're not doing it based on this assumption of a linear.
No one's assuming anything about a rotating globe underneath the aircraft. Only flat and stationary.
So I think it's because it doesn't make sense to assume that it is rotating, because it wouldn't have an impact. In the sense,
Do you realize that all you can do to argue for the globe is go on and on trying to explain why we never experience Earth as a globe?
I also want to point out,
guess
like,
you could put it that way, yeah.
used this argument now a couple of times of they in 1988, like it's just so outdated. Don't you think if they came up with new information, NASA.gov might have updated that information?
Yeah, because actually, the other gentleman is right. All you have are excuses for why none of us ever experienced, nor has anyone ever experienced, a rotating globe.
Yeah, just nothing can explain the ways.
That's
How
excuses.
long has the Boeing 747 or the 737 been in use? Do you know?
No, I don't know that.
Okay.
Well,
because we've been flying planes the same way since 1988, right? The surface of the Earth hasn't changed. The way that we fly these aircraft really hasn't changed much, right?
Okay.
So at what point does the spinning, rotating, and curving Earth come into play? What year? What year did we have
I'm
to
not
account
saying
for
that it does come into play at a certain point, but I just, like, it doesn't. I can't even give an example that makes sense. Like it.
well, okay, so the because the problem is logical fallacy. And so we're saying, well, the documents say that you're flying for all intents and purposes over a flat, non-rotating Earth, which is in opposition to what people believe it is. And so when we ask you questions where we think, well, if it were curved, if it were moving, shouldn't these problems happen? Like I mean, obviously, if you simulate it in your mind, it presents a problem unless you accept the ad hoc explanation for why none of this would happen. So it's actually begging the question, because the conclusion already is, well, it is a globe burst. So the reason that we don't experience it is, add whatever ad hoc explanation you like. So the question for me is,
Can I add an
why
ad
do you
hoc, or
believe
do you
that?
not want to hear it?
Yeah,
I'm just asking why one would believe that. I mean, it's like so many different. I mean, you can believe what you want. I'm not telling you not to. I'm not telling you not to think
I
what
just
you
feel
think.
like I haven't fleshed out like what I'm trying to say. It's that in the reason that they're speaking of linear models for aircraft, because uh, I think especially at that time, and probably even now, there aren't aircraft that it could make. Well, actually, maybe today there is. I don't know, but at that time, I don't think that there were aircraft that could end up in a situation where a curved Earth would have an impact. And what I mean is that if you were to, let's say, for example, that you are flying through an atmosphere filled with air, because that's what you can't have quote unquote flight with.
Can you provide? I'm
linear
sorry, I
aircraft
didn't
as we
mean to
know them.
interrupt, Dan. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but can you provide a citation for what you just made a claim for?
Sorry, sure. I'll
Very
rephrase
first
it.
part, in the very first part of your statement, just now, you made some claims. Can you show us a citation where that is, or are you just making it up?
Could you repeat the claim that I made?
Oh my god.
I'm sorry. Like I'm not tracking what I say. If you're tracking what I say, then you should be able to repeat it.
You don't. I don't think you even know what you're saying. That's what sophistry is.
Sonny, everyone, can I just point out what he just said, though? Right before Elijah started speaking, he said, when asked about it, he said, I don't even have an example for the globe Earth. He said, I can't even come up with an example for why we would need to operate over a globe Earth, and nobody noticed.
That's not what I was referencing to, but sure, I guess. Yeah.
No, nobody noticed.
It's okay. No, it's okay. I did notice. That's not what he said. But I get your sense of it, is what he did
No,
say was,
it is what he said, Elijah. You're not paying attention.
that's
It
not
is
what he said verbatim. No, it's not.
No,
What
he
he did
clearly
say.
made the. Bro, you guys
Let
need
me-
to open your ears, please.
But can you not interrupt and allow me to actually repeat what he did say, so you can say, you know what, you're right, that's more accurate, or no, that's not what I heard. Do you have to be this oppositional? Okay. So what he said was a whole bunch of trying to explain why you would have a plane conserving momentum after I made the thing about the yo-yo and yada yada yada. And at the end of that statement, he said, "It's not really making sense to me right now. I don't even know how to explain it."
I'm saying I can't give you an
he said.
example where that would where like
Where that
I
would
can't
make
give-
sense. That's
yeah,
what you
I
said.
can't. I'm not like I'm not an aeronautics professional, but I can say that like I do know that there are four forces that act on a linear aircraft when it's traveling through an atmosphere. I mentioned
That's what I wanted to say. That's what I wanted the citation for, right there. I need something stating that those
has to
four
be here, at
forces,
least.
right there. Sorry to interrupt you, but you move too fast, and it's like a moving target. So right there, you said there's forces acting upon it. So we need a citation. Can you provide that citation for that statement?
Sure, I definitely can't. If that's
And how
incorrect, or
it's used in linear aircraft model. Please show us where that is.
He said he can't do it, man. Like, this is the only beef I have with this place sometimes, is like, it's probably pretty hard for someone new to the subject, right?
Yeah.
And so if someone is being decently honest, where he's speculating answers, and when he's told why it's wrong, he's trying to figure it out, and he admits it doesn't really make sense, we don't need to make it more difficult. He said he doesn't have the citation. I think the point is that instead of just making claims in your head, right, it'd be more productive if we can actually discuss things that can be verified. We actually know your side's information and all they have to offer, so the more efficient way would be to stick with empirical, verifiable things. And I think that's what Sonny's kind of trying to say to you when he keeps on bringing up the citations. I do think that
oh my god, I found it by accident. I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry to interrupt you. I found what what I was talking about by accident. If you go to page 26 of what you linked me, 1.3.4 discusses energy-related parameters and force parameters, and they discuss these quantities are total aerodynamic lift, total aerodynamic drag, total aerodynamic normal force, and axial force.
Yo.
How to awaken other people to flat Earth. Unfortunately, it's not as easy as just walking up to people and telling them, hey, the Earth's flat. You've been lied to for 500 years. Just thought I'd let you know. That would be nice, but that's the worst way to try and wake someone up. How not to wake people up to the flat Earth is to preach to them, or to pander to them, or to condescend to them. So the best way is instead to Socratically question their worldview. Socratic questioning means to continually ask someone leading questions, leading them to the answers or lack of answers that you knew of in the beginning. So it's a method of teaching through asking leading questions to get your subject to come to the answers that you want them to all by themselves. So for instance, you can ask someone, hey, isn't the natural physics of water to remain level and flat? And isn't over 70% of Earth composed of water? If 70% of Earth is composed of water, and the natural physics of water is to always remain level, flat, how can the Earth be anything but a level, flat plane? Then as they answer, you frame your next question to lead them further and further down the rabbit hole of flat Earth questioning. For a good example of this, check out Del from Beyond the Imaginary Curve. Notice the questions that he asks and the style of asking. Notice the Socratic questioning, the leading questions. Notice how he strategically leads people into questioning their own worldview instead of just preaching and alienating them by laying it all out right from the beginning. Pay attention to your own emotional state when you're trying to wake other people up also. If you're excited, over-impassioned, nervous, jittery, talking too fast, unsure of yourself, they're going to pick up on that and exploit it. One of the best ways to breach any subject, especially taboo subjects, is through humor. Making jokes about it. Make jokes about the flat Earth. Make jokes about the ball Earth. Make jokes about NASA's CGI photographs. Make jokes about the Big Bang. Keep it light. Keep it funny. Make it a joint discovery between the two of you. Never make it seem like you're preaching. Never make it seem like you've already decided. Don't try to do it all at once. Waking up to flat Earth is a process, so recognize that whoever you're trying to wake up has to go through that long process themselves. So the most you can do is plant seeds and then water them as time goes on. If you try to plant a seed and overload it with water and sit there waiting for it to grow, you're getting pissed off that it's not growing faster. You're just going to waterlog and kill it. Be lighthearted. Smile. Laugh it off if they ridicule you, like water off a duck's back. They'll be looking to see your confidence in what you're saying. And if they see their simple ridicule can bring you into a negative state, they're going to know that you're not that confident about what you're presenting them with, and they won't take you as seriously. However, if they ridicule you, and you just smile, nod, and ask them another Socratic question that points out where they might actually be wrong, they're more likely to take you seriously and see that you have both confidence and logic. So when you're trying to awaken other people, think of how you were awakened. Did someone come and preach to you? You probably clicked on a video, and upon watching the video, found your worldview expanded. So one of the best ways to wake other people up is to get them to watch a video with you. Hold a viewing party, send them a link, or next time they come over, sit them down and turn on a good flat Earth video. Another way is to put your money where your mouth is. Offer them $10 or $20 to sit down and watch a flat Earth video with you. Maybe they'll ridicule you if you expect them to waste their time for free, but if you put a $20 bill in front of them and say, hey, I'll give you $20 to just sit down and listen to this video with me, they're less likely to be standoffish about it when they've had their palms greased. One guy wrote me and said he challenged his friend to a bet that if his friend still thought the Earth was a spinning ball in 6 months' time, that he would buy him an Xbox. And when 6 months came around, his friend couldn't honestly tell him that he truly believed the Earth was still a spinning ball. So if you can get people to sit down and watch a video with you, that takes the pressure off of you. As you're watching, feel free to pause it. as they ask questions to help them along with answers if you know them, or posit yourself if you think they don't understand something. You don't even have to approach it as though you think the Earth is flat. You can simply say that you find this interesting, or did you know about these people? Or what do you think of this? And when they tell you, so you believe this? You can throw your hands up and say, no, I didn't say I believe it. I'm just questioning it. I think there's a lot of interesting points. I wanted to discuss them with you.
So, one thing to keep in mind is that you're not really trying to teach somebody everything that you know about this subject. The best thing I think a person can do is to just open their mind and point out a couple things that will make them willing to sit down with you and watch a couple videos. Once they've seen a few good videos that comprehensively cover the subject, there's really not a whole lot left for you to say because they've already seen the material. But to get somebody to sit down and watch it seems to be the challenge with a topic like this. So one of the things you do to not come across like a freak is remember that a good strategy goes a long ways. Think of a salesman who's trying to get an appointment to go to someone's house to, say, sell them a sunroom or a steel roof or a window remodel or something like that, right? So he only uses the phone as a tool to get the appointment with the customer. You don't try to sell them the roof over the phone. You don't try to sell them the windows over the phone or whatever your project happens to be that you're contracting. You really only use the phone for one thing, and that is to get an appointment. And then when you get in front of the person, that's when you do the selling, okay? So you have to remember that when you bring this subject up, there are so many people that have put together documentaries that really cover it so well. Why would you try to do that when you can simply get the people primed to want to hear it? That's a huge obstacle. And I see people do a lot of the same things over and over that want to talk about this. Some of the people that I know who are aware of it, which, you know, some of you may be lucky and have 4 or 5 friends who are really on board with this. And it took me a while to get the first one. I'd share it with people and they'd go, yeah, well, you know, but the Earth is round. Okay, dude, never mind. Because they don't want to hear it, right? I find that it's a tendency, though, when you have a new subject that you're enthusiastic about, to overwhelm people with information. The first thing you got to remember, don't throw too much information at them. If you have somebody who is always cool with having casual discussion with you, and one day you say, man, I've been watching these documentaries, and I got to tell you something. Are you aware of the fact that, have you ever been to the water? The horizon is totally flat. And did you know that when they say boats go over the edge, they really don't? They just go out of sight and you can look at them with binoculars and telescopes for as far as the air quality will allow. And how about the fact that Antarctica is off limits and it's protected by the military, and Pythagorean's math doesn't actually proof out when you go out to the water and start trying to find the curve that they talk about. And did you know that everything that NASA does is fake? And how about what about the fact that you can see all the constellations all year, even though you're on different sides of the sun? They kind of look at you and go, whoa, hey man, it's cool, you might want to get your dosage checked. And that person just put up a wall. Okay, so you don't want to do that to people because they always respond the same way. They back off and they're like, yeah, okay, see you later. So what you really need to do is remember, just get them willing to watch a video. Don't overwhelm them, and don't make them feel stupid. You really have to know something about the people you're talking to. If you're talking to somebody who already believes that the moon landing was a hoax, man, you're ahead of the game, right? They already aren't NASA worshipers. That's a great thing. But what if you're talking to somebody who isn't science-minded? He doesn't really understand even the official story, right? So when you're trying to contradict a story that he doesn't even understand, he's really going to be messed up. And with a guy like that, if he seems honestly interested in what you're saying, you definitely have to show him a video because it's full of illustrations and ways to show with videos and documentation what you're talking about, right? So one of the ways you can avoid this is use images whenever you can. Then you don't have to explain. You know, if you have a phone or a tablet with you all the time, have that thing stacked in a folder full of good images. You've seen them all over, like Flat Earth Matters and some of these. Just do an image search. You'll find all kinds of great stuff. Just save it and stick it in your phone. And then when someone talks about, oh, well, you know, this isn't true, go, well, you know, have you ever thought of this? And you show them a picture. If a picture's worth 1,000 words, great. A video's worth 1,000 pictures. So just keep it simple and just get them willing to watch a video. And preferably with you. Don't just send them one and say, hey, come on over, I'll buy pizza. You can come on over and we'll hang out. I want to show you something. There's something that's going to blow your mind. And I'll feed you. Come on over. And people are usually willing to swing by and, you know, drink a six-pack and have some pizza. Get them over there and then put a documentary on. And shut up and let them listen to it. And then watch their response. Because if they start asking a million questions after that, that means it cracked the shell. And they'll start peeking out and going, hey, wait a minute. And then now they're curious. And then there's 50 other videos probably. I have a good handful of videos on my proponents list on this channel right here. And you show anybody 3 of those, any 3 of those, and if they don't get it, there's nothing really else to say. Because you're not going to explain it better than these videos do. And if they don't care and they go, oh yeah, whatever, and then they turn football on, well, let them go back in the Matrix. That's where they belong. But it's really worthwhile to, it's rewarding to share this with somebody and have them call you and say, okay, I got a friend, I'll give you a personal testimony. I had a friend he lives over on the West Coast, I'm over here on the East Coast, but we worked together like 15 years ago. And we've shared little conspiracy stuff off and on, talking about this or that, Bilderberg, 9/11, whatever. When I got into this, I showed it to him. I tried to. I said, watch this video. He wouldn't touch it. And then I sent him another one. Watch this video. Did you ever watch that? No, I haven't had time. And, you know, one day I got him to commit to watch one of them. Then he started calling me with a bunch of questions, and I sent him other links and other videos. Then he started sending me videos, and then he started sending me, pretty soon, he's calling me going, oh man, dude, what'd you do to me? My whole world melted down. This is like, everything else is nothing compared to this. All these other conspiracies just, man, dude, I can't believe this. And everyone thinks I'm crazy now. I talked to my mom and my brothers, and they're all telling me I'm a fool. But he has someone to talk to. And if you can get somebody to watch a few videos and get it, and then see, an education is not like filling a bucket. It's like starting a fire. And once you get people to see it, it'll take on a life of its own, and you'll see them, and maybe they'll end up finding something you've never seen and share it with you. But people are never going to basically come on board to this reality if they don't allow themselves to be informed. And so the real art in this, because of the subject and the depth of the indoctrination, is just get them interested enough that you can sit down with them and watch a video and then watch them try to digest it. And if they say no, fine. But you'll avoid a lot of headaches if you don't overwhelm them, you don't make them feel stupid, and don't try to teach them everything. You're not trying to be the encyclopedia. Just, I'm not sure. Don't act like you know it all. Just show them a video. And if they ask you a question that you don't really want to get into because it's like kind of heavy, you say, I'd try to explain that, but I think I'd mess it up. Let me show you something. And then you lead them to a video.
Another thing to note when trying to wake other people up to the flat earth reality is that you need to stick to the facts, the easily provable facts, like the fact that water always finds and remains level, like the fact that the horizon is always flat and rises with the eye of the observer as high as he goes, the fact that water never conforms to the exterior of shapes, the fact that a negative and positive pressure system, like an atmosphere and a vacuum, cannot exist side by side without a firm barrier between them, the fact that all rivers run down, north, south, east, and west, in all directions, all over the earth, yet if the earth were a ball, many rivers would be flowing uphill. And there are even more subtle ways you can help wake people up to the flat earth if you don't want to directly confront people or talk to the people in your life. For example, the truth cube is an idea people have been toying with, or pamphleteering by making a paper or a cube with important flat earth information and links on it. Then going out in public places and either handing these out or placing them in areas where people will find them anyway. Other people have made banners and hung over the highway, or signs, or stickers, or posters to put up on telephone posts. Writing important links, websites, YouTube and Google searches on money is a great way to spread the word, using their own money system against them. We need more people to do this kind of street-level grassroots activism. Stickers, posters, pamphlets, truth cubes, graffiti, writing on money, viewing parties, street interviews. Flat Earth activism is some of the most important activism you can possibly be doing right now, because as the mother of all conspiracies, it holds under its umbrella all of the other lesser conspiracies and exposes them. So by devoting energy to waking up people to this 500-year deception, you're releasing the tight grip this control mechanism has on everyone's minds. Those of us that know the Earth is flat and still have to live in this world are like people that have been woken up from the Matrix. We're wearing our leather jackets, we got our cool black shades on, and there's a world full of people who think they're on a tilting, wobbling, spinning sphere pair and ridicule you for trying to tell them the truth. Agent Smith is everywhere, but don't be like Cypher and just go back to sleep. We need more Morpheuses, we need more Neos, more Trinities. We need you guys that have broken free from the Matrix to get in those weird-looking chairs, plug that thing into the back of your head, take one for the team, go back out into the Matrix, and do everything you can to try and unplug these helpless slaves.
It's not okay to think that the Earth is flat.
Is the Earth flat or round? It's round. Okay, now let's see. How do we go about proving that?
Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere. It's oblate, and officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above it. A little chubbier. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
It's not okay to say that the Earth is flat. This is some sort of strange denial. I don't know where it comes from. And it's something where I keep getting this question. We really need to put this question to bed because we've known the Earth is a sphere for a long time.
They tell me I live on a spinning blue ball, off of which somehow I don't seem to fall. If I'm flying through space at incredible pace, why don't I have to hold on? I think it's a lie, I can tell you just why. The reasons are many and plain. If you think there's a ball off of which you don't fall, I'm afraid you're quite clearly insane.
For thousands of years, the same stars do appear, the very same place in the sky. Were we hurling through space, this could not be the case. We would see a new sky every night. When I stand on the shore, I see many miles more than I could should I stand on a ball. We can see miles away, 100 miles only on a plane. Can this be real? There's no place called space, there was never a race, and they never put men on the moon. It's all made for TV just to fool you and me. Should I buy it? I'm just a buffoon. Satellite dishes are always suspicious, they never point up to the sky. They point to the side, radio towers hide. I'm sure it's just one of their lies. As forgeries go, they set the bar low. Just 3 photos of Earth that they claim. Photoshop clouds, shout the truth loud. None of them look quite the same.
That they went to the moon, I believed it too soon. Now it's clear they had something to hide. You don't bring a car anywhere up that far, play golf and to take a joyride. The sun, moon, and stars really aren't out that far. They move round this flat disk once a day. The place we call home is all under a dome, just like our forefathers did say.
There's no place called space, there was never a race, and they never put men on the moon. It's all made for TV just to fool you and me. Should I buy it? I'm just a buffoon. In the great void of space, a rocket can go any place. It would sit there and spin with no distance to win. The idea's absurd, it's all fake. There's no place called space, there was never a race, and they never put men on the moon. It's all made for TV just to fool you and me. Should I buy it? I'm just a buffoon.
My friend, he's a glober, he's a helioa. He's all into rockets and he loves latest projects. My friend, he loves NASA, convinced he's in curvature. Thinks he lives on a spinning ball. Thinks there's a plethora of globe evidences, but his head's in the sky while mine's still on the floor. And he's made no distinction that the lights above are foreign to the terrain that we walk in, so we can't correlate so. And that's how we get nowhere. We've been discussing this for years, but he can't seem to comprehend. The sky is foreign to land. I say it's not tangible, and we don't really know what it might be. But he's seeing the spectrography, and he correlates them constantly. Correlation is not causation, but the best explanation validates it for you. And he claims better to him about an answer, so you find a speculation rather than being unsure. Correlation is not causation, but the best explanation validates it for you. My friend, he's a glober, we've been going nowhere, back and forth and over, trying to convince one another. I don't know how we got it, but I haven't scared him up yet, but we're clashing like a roadblock and it's gonna get us nowhere. I can convince him of a foreign sky, and he can convince me to correlate the sky. My friend, he's a glober, he agreed, he'd probably know that he can see there's evidence, all this foreign evidence. My friend, he's a glober, he's a helioa, thinks we met the moon, and I know we didn't go there. He's in love with NASA, but I know she's a liar, he can't comprehend the line, so the nights that she would lie, yeah, but I can sympathize, cause I was stuck the 2 months, couldn't comprehend the way that they would lie and make the world of the intent won't really matter, regardless of the lie is still there. And now that I'm aware, I think it's time to wake the world up. And that's how we get nowhere. We've been discussing this for years, but he can't seem to comprehend the lie without knowing the intent. The reasons you can speculate, but you don't really know what it might be. But they don't admit it openly, so he dismisses a constant incomprehension. It's not a reason to dismiss the message that you don't like. Ignorance is better than knowing there's a liar, and the lie sits at the center of the work you admire. Comprehension is not a reason to dismiss the message that you don't like. My friend, he's a clover, we've been going nowhere. Back and forth and over, trying to convince one another. I don't know how we got it, but I haven't scared him up yet. But we're clashing like a roadblock, and it's gonna get us nowhere. I can convince him that it's all a lie, and he can convince me that NASA tells the truth. But my friend, he's a clover, he agreed. He probably know that he can see there's evidence, all this big probe evidence. My friend, he's a clover, he's a helioa. I tell him to go measure the radius of clover. He present direction and interpretation, and uses all this data to affirm the cryptic radius. He still needs a model to replace his current worldview. I didn't know the world was so dependent on his model, and he expects me to explain how the world works on the flat plane. And he thinks I'm so dismissive, but he made the positive claim. And that's how we get nowhere. We've been discussing this for years, but he can't seem to comprehend. Now without a model, the earth still stands. I say you need direct evidence, so you don't really know what form it might be, but you appeal to what's secondary, like it's akin to the primary. Direct evidence is ultimately worthless if it won't hold up to the direct proof. It's what the evidence is subject to, and it'll shatter that which can't be true. And direct evidence is ultimately worthless if it won't hold up to the direct proof. My friend, he's a clover, we've been going nowhere. Back and forth and over, trying to convince one another. I don't know how we got it, but I haven't scared him up yet. But we're clashing like a roadblock, and it's gonna get us nowhere. I can't convince him the model has no need, and he can't convince me his proof is primary. But my friend, he's a clover, he agreed. He probably know that he can see this evidence, all this book of evidence.
The earth is 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 the flat. In space is big. The earth is the earth is the earth is the flat. In space is big. The earth is 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 the flat. Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature, it's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence?
Setting this at maximum power.
Charged particle beam weapons.
Weapons activated.
If you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball, you just don't. That stuff is flat.
Yo, check it out. Did you know that the earth is flat? It's flat. Think it's a ball, and you know that's a proven fact. What if I told you pics of Earth were made in Photoshop? And astronauts are actors acting in a movie plot? What would you say? What would you do when you find out that the globe is fake and isn't true? You globers about to turn into a bunch of flat earthers. Just ride the wave, cause you know that y'all bad surfers. Ride the wave. Cause you know that's not the curve of the earth, right?
At that height, you don't see the curvature of the earth.
Just saying.
That stuff is flat. 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 That stuff is flat.
Mama didn't tell me that the world is unreal. Imaginary story lies and unreal. The truth and lies and the truth and fairy tale lies not have a prince of Wales. I never get told what is real and true. That's why I put truth out of the blue. Never really did. No one really cares that our heart it hurts. This world is a lie. Nothing is real. This world is a lie. There is nothing I can feel. This world is a lie. Nothing is real. This world is a lie. There is nothing I can feel. Nothing in that world will really exist. We merely burst reality and twist. With a vision and truth, where might have told us that the world is a sport. So many things, the earth is the earth. When the lies get told in this world, no one really sees, no one really cares when our heart get hurt. The world is a lie. Nothing is real. This world is a lie. There is nothing I can feel. This world is a lie. There's nothing is real. This world is a lie. There is nothing I can feel. This world is a lie. Nothing is real. This world is a lie. There is nothing I can feel. This world is a lie. Nothing is real. This world is a lie. Nothing I can feel. This world is a lie. Nothing is real. This world is a lie. Nothing I can feel. Come on. This world is a lie. Nothing is real. This world is a lie. There is nothing I can feel. Merci beaucoup. Merci.
I'm not spinning, 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 I'm not
Explosions under oceans, can you read their plan? That plane that crashed, those bodies lost. They define it on the mission as collateral cost. They say don't want to fire, you will drop. Falling through the cosmos, so you better stop. Because the world is flat and that's not safe. That Australia and down under it's a bug right away. Don't want to fire, you will drop. Falling through the cosmos, so you better stop. Because the world is flat and that's not safe. That Australia and down under it's a bug right away. Was that a take astronomers? 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 Was that a take astronomers?
Hollywood, dreaming on a universal logo. When you're spinning on a ball, critical thought is a no-show. The silver screen is everything, laced with lie after lie. Watch the stars all your life, but not the stars in the sky. Hollywood, dreaming on a universal logo. When you're spinning on a ball, critical thought is a no-show. The silver screen is everything, laced with lie after lie. Watch the stars all your life, but not the stars in the sky. The head is Hollywood, dreaming on a universal logo. Fantasies of being Captain Kirk, a better Han Solo. Revision is history and a one-world future. Alien contact and even sentient computers. Your imagination dies, minding their thoughts instead. Not a single dream outside the evil media's web. That's right where they want you, eyes locked on the lies, inculcating your perspective, contrived line after line. A few generations raised on TV and movies since birth. The simple-minded sheep bleed for all that they are worth. Her mentality produced in pursuit of group truth, looking for superheroes cause they don't know what to do. CGI so pervasive you can't even tell what is true. If you believe everything that you see on the news, dinosaurs, Neanderthals, starlets covered in makeup, kill the Hollywood dreaming. It's beyond time to wake up. Hollywood dreaming on a universal logo. When you're spinning on the ball, critical thought is a no-show. The silver screen is everything, laced with lie after lie. Watch the stars all your life, but not the stars in the sky. Hollywood dreaming on a universal logo. When you're spinning on the ball, critical thought is a no-show. The silver screen is everything, laced with lie after lie. You watch the stars all your life, but not the stars in the sky.
The onus of proof is the only untruth is you act all aloof and then claim it is proof. Because if it's a ball you can show it to a wall and not say we're too small except that's on a wall. When water is level there's never a curve and it's in a ball would always observe a bend to exist no matter the size. A billion times bigger still would apply. A surface of bends can never be level and anyone saying it can is the devil. Like NASA with all of their ludicrous lies, hiding a serpent tongue logo disguised. Fooling the masses is what they believe. NASA in Hebrew means to deceive. They're hurting the sheep like benevolent shepherds while sharpening all of their slaughterhouse weapons. Yep, you're gonna be beckoned. Your masters have perilous plans for the peasant. They're planning to teach you a valuable lesson and learning it probably won't be too pleasant. The gist of it is that you're dumb as a door, nailed to the wall and through to the floor. Stuck in a rut, unable to move, a frame and a knob with nothing to do. Cause nothing exploded and then became you, an atheist's wettest dream come true. Your father's an ape, his dad was a fish that slowly evolved by losing his skills. Then flopping on land and breathing fresh air, he grew at his legs and added some hair. Fucked your grandmother right out of her chair, gave birth to your uncle, the monkey right there.
Be getting life use, do you think, from the car?
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Some people are really fucking stupid.
Met a man the other day who thought the earth was flat. I said, man, you must be crazy. Where the hell is your tinfoil hat? But he spoke with such conviction, and he believed the words he spoke. And something deep inside me knew this couldn't be a joke. But why would he believe this? And why believe such things? 'Cause everybody knows the earth's a ball and that it spins. Well, you must be pretty crazy if you think the earth is flat. 'Cause we all know that it's a globe, and that's a simple fact. So I said, what about the photographs that NASA takes from space? He gave a knowing smile and told me, man, those things are fake. But what about the videos that I've seen with my two eyes? What about them? He replied, have you heard of CGI? Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, I was kind of skeptical, but I have an open mind. And what he said was interesting, and I've got a little time. So I grabbed myself a doobie, and I started watching vids. 'Cause if NASA's really lying, then they're lying to my kids. And as I watched, I got angry as I learned of the deceit. The global earth deception was right there at my feet. Well, holy shit, this could be true. What if we're not on a globe? The more I learned, the more I yearned, the more I started to probe. I upturned every rock of information I could find. I started to unlock the truth, the war upon my mind. I had 1,000 questions I just couldn't understand. I had to meet that man again, that flat earth man. Oh, that's fake in everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, I called him up that evening, and he agreed to meet. He was very welcoming, and he showed me to my seat. He said, I see you've done some research, my open-minded friend. I know you'll have some questions, which we'll get to in the end. First, take a look at what's on these walls, paintings of a globe. I painted every single one of these, don't you know? You see, back in the day before computers, I was in demand. An artist painting everything I saw upon the land. Landscapes were my favorite, I was awfully good at those. Many people told me that they looked just like photos. And then one day I got a call from a real important dude. He asked me if I'd like a job and said the money's good. Well, what's the job, I asked him, then I'll wait for his reply. You'll be painting globes for NASA, then he promptly said goodbye. Well, I was sworn to secrecy, I could not tell a soul that I just got myself a job with NASA painting globes. My work was published globally in every magazine to fool the people of where we live, a truly evil scheme. See, we don't live on a globe, he said, the earth is truly flat. I've been on the inside and I know that that's a fact. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, we talked until the sun came up and my mind was truly blown. This man had challenged everything that I thought I'd known. And finally it was clear to me to why these bastards lie. And finally it was clear to me about the reasons why. It's all about control, you know, to get inside your head. It's all about the money too, they got an awful lot of bread. $50 million, man, what could you do with that? That's what NASA gets a day to hide the earth is flat. You see, if they can get you to believe that you're on a spinning ball, well, things like God and creation just make no sense at all. It all exploded from nothing, right, with their theory of Big Bang. It's true satanic mind control from the Freemasonic gang. You see, it's only Freemasons that get to go to space. They're the evil bastards who are lying to your face. Yeah, NASA's pretty evil, man, the whole thing is such a fraud. The only reason they exist is to hide a loving God. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Yeah, NASA's pretty evil, man. They're a lying scumbag. Take some time, man. Look into it. I did. Now my mind is truly blown. The truth will set you free.
The big scary gravity, the big scary institutions, the other fucking brown beating and the refuse to authority. Bollocks, this is what I'm talking about. Take control of yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. Oh, I've got a fucking big BMX that can fly. Show me a big BMX that can fly. Canny, you're a fucking bullshitting lying piece of shit, fuck off. Oh, I've got a Ferrari that goes 340 miles an hour. And I've got a summer house in Spain. Show me. Canny, I've got this potato rock with gas and water stuck through it that's inside a vacuum, and it all just stays here because of magic stuff. Show me it, Canny. Fuck off. You're a liar. Show me it, Canny. Fuck off. Like you did when you were a child. Come in. Stand up for yourself. Come in. Stand up for yourself. I want no nonsense approach. Come in. Stand up for yourself. Come in. Stand up for yourself. I want no nonsense approach. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black holes and stuff. Black holes and stuff. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black holes and stuff. Black holes and stuff. Show me it, Canny. Fuck off. Show me it, Canny. Fuck off. Let's all conform. Let's all conform and behave like good little children. Do not escape from your box. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Yes. Oh, for fuck's sake, Brenda, we're just going through seconds. Now fuck off. We don't want you or your other rogue disciples to go and take a running fuck to yourself, okay? Take it and ram it right up your boot.
I'm crawling around, searching for higher ground. Can't see in front of me, my enemies. I've tried every possibility, ability to know if I can bleed. If that's what you wanted, you won't get it tonight. 'Cause I can fly. Crawling around, searching for higher ground. Can't see in front of me, my enemies. I've tried every possibility, ability to know if I can bleed. If that's what you wanted, you won't get it tonight. 'Cause I can fly.
can't see curvature anywhere. Can you see? So, Earth is flat. This is true. Go, go. 배운 대로만 믿고 외운 대로만 말하면 되는 사람에게는 새로운 것은 받아들이기 힘들어. 때론 생각의 전환이 필요해. 그대로 믿는 습관들에서 벗어날 때, 잠에서 깨어날 때, 우리는 날 때부터 선택을 강요받아왔어. 둥근 지구본을 봤어. 우리가 무엇인가를 생각하는 것보다 앞서 이제는 가로막은 거대한 거짓들에 맞서 숲에서 너머로 사라졌던 배를 들지 그 예로 지구의 공률에 의해 안 보인다고 그게 말이 돼. 만경 줌을 땡겨보니 배가 다시 보이네. 원근법을 모르네. 우리 시력의 한계로 인해 보이지 않는 것이 분졌던 해가 다시 뜬 것도 다시금 볼 수 있어. 절세들은 돌아갈 이유 없어. Flat Earth의 재단 경로와 일치하는 곳으로 이동하고 있어. 절세들도 주의하고 있어. 사람들은 거짓말을 해도 동물들의 안에 웃기고 있어. Earth is flat, Earth, Earth is flat, 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 Earth is flat, Earth, Earth is flat. 나사의 지구도 모두 다 컴퓨터 그래픽 더미도 티나는데도 우린 아직도 모르고 학생이 올린 기구도 Flat Earth에 가까워 Official 레즈만 바꿔 그럼 어디서도 찾을 수 없는 공률 눈을 닫고 보는 게 아니면 보여 우리 눈앞에 놓여 진치평선 수평선 무시한 채 허리를 굽혀선 볼 수 없어 달에 갔다 왔다면 벌써 그 늪에 가짜만 있어 어서 갖고 와 보시지 빨리 없으니 못 갖고 오겠지 달리 방법이 없으니 계속 가짜를 만들어 우릴 속이고 가짜를 보여줘도 속는 자들은 그들의 먹이고 플랫어서들의 계속된 팩트로 한 방을 먹이고 나서는 나서 빠진 나사로 가요 내 가사에서 계속 Gravity can be spread by buoyancy and density 이제는 이런 속임수에 속지 않을 때도 됐으니 진실의 칼자루가 게임 사람들에게로 있으니 우린 스스로 결정할 수 있어 우리들의 destiny Earth is flat, Earth, Earth is flat, 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 Earth is flat, Earth, Earth is flat. 그럼에도 무덤에도 가져갈 거짓을 그놈에도 이러겠어 꾸며대도 믿는데도 진실들은 점점 드러나는 때도 우린 먼저 이 하루를 살아야 할 걱정 모든 얘기들은 원점 하지만 이 사실들이 지금 삶보다 훨씬 더 많이 중요하다면 수백 년에 걸쳐 쏟아왔던 것들이 하찮을 것이고 과연 모두 고민해봐 우린 할 필요 없고 이놈의 돈에 감옥에서 잠시 벗어나 생각해볼 수는 없을까 만약 지구가 둥글고 전마일로 계속 돌고 있다면 왜 못 느낄까 정말로 지구가 너무나 거대해서라면 더 빠르게 돌아야 할 텐데 중력이 잡아준대 왜 근데 그러면 더 이상 못 잡아끄는 것들이 전지하의 모두를 현대 과학으로는 풀지 못해 자연의 신비 가설을 세울 수 있지 하지만 왜 본 적도 없는 둥근 지구를 믿지 세상의 중심이 아닌 우주에 쌓인 먼지 같은 존재로 마인드 컨트롤 당해 우린 여태 지금까지 Earth is flat, Earth, Earth is flat, 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 Earth is flat, Earth, Earth is flat.
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the Earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage, or that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released. The nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing
uphill. Others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. Others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. Others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. Light things rise up. Heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density that is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe. Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. Spinning down, it makes us sick. Gravity is magic. It's magic. It's magic. Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth? Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. Spinning down, it makes us stick. Gravity is magic. Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society. Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. Spinning down, it makes us stick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion.
We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light. That some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon. That some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars. That satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. We've been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical Velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. 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 By a cosmic fairy tale.
Rich guys like rockets and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, putting up in space. Rich guys like rockets and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, make you think that you got space. They're gonna space. Rich guys like rockets and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, put a car up in space. Rich guys like rockets and so
making rockets just to get laid, just to get laid, just to get laid, just to get laid. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets make you think they go. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lames. Rich guys making rockets. You gotta pay, yeah, you gotta pay. You gotta pay, yeah, you gotta pay. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets. Put a car in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets just to get laid, just to get laid, just to get Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, look up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lames. So rich guys making rockets want you to think they go to space. When they go to space, rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, look up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lames. So rich guys making rockets, the poor returns just to get
love for me. I'm not the same. I'm standing on my own 2 feet. I'm taking back my life. All you did was use it. You break it, you lose it. Sorry, your time is up. Now I'm coming back to life. I'm taking back my love. Sorry, your time is up. Now I'm coming back to life.
Living in the front house, wondering when I'll get out. Is there something more out there beyond this light I see? The dome is the only place, yeah. Home is a lonely place.
ever looked away from Earth into the black void.
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not black and white. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF.
Mashed potatoes.
Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't matter. Said the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972.
I gotta play the didgeridoo.
Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twins.
It's not.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart.
You can smell a little roast beef.
Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh the tomfoolery.
I think Sandy's hair is pretty much a dead giveaway.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep under my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
I'm just stuck here in a dream.
Space is fake. NASA's fake. The flat Earth is real. They keep me hypnotized and you feel the Earth spinning. Spinning around. They keep me hypnotized. I don't feel it. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? They keep me hypnotized and you feel the Earth spinning. No, it's because it's not spinning. They keep you hypnotized. I don't feel it. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Spinning around. But like if you Google Earth from space, it's all like cartoons and CGI. We're the real pictures. It's a fucking fairy tale.
I'm just stuck here in a dream.
Space is fake. NASA's fake. The flat Earth is real.
It's all exactly as it seems. The still flat Earth is calling. I'm just stuck here in a dream.
Space is fake. NASA's fake. The flat Earth is real.
It's all exactly as it seems. The still flat Earth exactly as it seems. Still that earth is calm. I'm just stuck here in a dream.
Space is fake. NASA's fake. The flat Earth is real.
It's gonna sound crazy, but I was listening to John Lennon's Imagine, one of the worst songs ever made. Like, it's brilliant wizardry, but it's truly horrifying. Imagine there's no heaven, no hell below us, imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us, but above us only sky, right? So, just like when I stopped watching porn and I replaced it with conspiracy videos, right? The way things work, the way humans work, the way consciousness works, the way everything works, is you have to replace things with things. So we are a people that looks up to God, and we pray. And we look up and we can't believe the majesty of the clouds, and we think about heaven and just the enormity and the beauty of it. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us, above us only sky. So we took the action of looking up and seeing God, and we don't see God up anymore. We see empty space coupled with infinite possibilities. It's the ultimate wizard spell. Because Isaac Asimov, and according to Vox Day, his son is like one of the worst pedophiles in history. A lot of these sci-fi guys are fucking awful human beings, by the way. So you have all these wizards, these high-level wizards, and they'll phrase it in ways that'll blow your fucking mind. Where they're like, this blew my mind when someone said that there's more galaxies in the universe than grains of sand on all the beaches in the world. So you think, a galaxy is full of solar systems that are full of planets. I mean, even if you have a bunch of planets with nothing on there, it's like the odds that there's another planet like us or another planet like, it could be anything, right? In your mind now, it goes infinite. It goes, anything you can imagine is there. All the grains of sand in all the beaches. There's more galaxies than that. But it's also completely void of everything. Like the space between it's like 1 light year is the distance that light travels in a year. That's 186,000 miles a second. So a full year is a distance that we cannot comprehend. That is the emptiness. That is an emptiness that you can't wrap your mind around. And space is completely empty. It has no atmosphere. It has nothing. It is the absence of everything. So what does it do simultaneously? What is this generation lost in space with no time left to start again? I mean, it's in the songs. The devil can't. So we look up and we see complete emptiness. Like we are a speck. We are nothing. We are a ball spinning with no direction in a sea of emptiness that we can't possibly conceive of. Nothing is there. But simultaneously, anything you can possibly imagine is up there as well. And so to bridge that gap between science fiction and reality, which is what science attempts to do. Science is wrong more than fucking anything. Watch any movie from the 90s or anything where they're just referencing anything scientific. They were wrong about fucking everything. So to bridge that, you had to put a human being up there. You had to blow people's fucking minds. You had to merge those two ideas, right? So you have the ultimate wizard spell. Infinite emptiness, infinite possibilities, right? You put it in the same place people used to look at God with, right? Used to look at stars to align yourself like where you were. You looked at the moon to see like, was it harvest moon? Like, are we planting right now? Like, how's the tides? It helped you orient yourself. And you focused on the earth and your family and your surroundings. And you, it gets, guys, I'm right about this. It's brilliant and evil. Okay, we're thinking about terraforming Mars. Just think, what does that do to a population? Okay, so people are now like, life on Mars. Okay, we skipped all over, the moon is, no one talks about the moon. By the way, the Mars is a red version of the moon. It's just as empty. There's no atmosphere. It's way farther, way harder to get to, apparently. It's just red, and it's full of dust, and nothing's there at all. But yet now everyone's like, gotta get to Mars, right? So people are like, okay, we can terraform Mars. We can alter the atmosphere. No one's doing that to fucking Greenland. No one does that to fucking Alberta. You know how much land on Earth? Earth is designed. Earth is perfect for human life. The amount of oxygen and carbon and all that. What are we saying? We are killing our Earth. We are killing it, and us being here is ruining our mother. We are carbon emissions. This will be uninhabitable, so we will have to go to Mars? If you think Earth, like, we could detonate all the fucking atomic bombs we've ever made. It would be a utopia compared to anything you could possibly do to Mars. Mars is hostile to all life. Mars, you can't take one breath without instant death. Mars is not capable of having any human life on it without, even theoretically, if it's even possible, an unimaginable amount of technology and engineering to keep you alive as you're in this horror of a landscape. We're like, our temperature may go up 1 degree in the world, in the sea level, and we must go to Mars, and that's a dead end. Our nearest star, Alpha Centauri, is what, 2 light years? You can't comprehend that distance. If you go the speed of fucking light, it takes 2 years to get there. So what, you go there, it takes you 2 years. But when you go the speed of light, according to Einstein's theory of relativity, time passes way faster everywhere outside. So if you travel the speed of light for 2 years, according to Einstein, it might be a conspiracy theorist, but the rest of the world would age like 30 years, right? So how in the fuck would you possibly even go to our closest star that most likely has absolutely no planets that can possibly have life, right? We have a giant Earth, and we can do amazing things here, and it's designed for life, but yet we're already not looking at it. We're done with it. We've ruined her. We've raped and murdered and sacrificed. And now when we look up, we don't see God in the heavens just saying, one day you'll get here, be a good person. You look down, you don't see hell, you don't see Jimmy Savile, all the people that fucked up that are now burning in hell. No, you see like the mantle and the nickel core and the blah, blah, blah. They took away our connection to everything. And they replaced it with nonsense. Infinite vastness and infinite possibilities, and none of it you can ever accomplish. That's the ultimate fucking psyop. It's like, it's perfect and evil as fuck. Just believe. Do you question science? Do you question science? How the fuck would you make Mars livable? Why haven't we tried to make the moon livable? And why don't we focus on the Earth that's unbelievably livable? We're just so enamored with these fucking wizard priests that don't know shit about science. I know more about science offhand than some of these wizard priests. It's like, they'll just try and blow your mind with like things that you can't imagine. It's like, on Venus, the atmosphere is so dense that 2-mile-an-hour wind would knock you right off your feet because of all the density of the atmosphere, and it gets 400 degrees, and it's like, who gives a fuck? We're not going. We're not living there. It's impossible to go there. We can't get back to the fucking moon, apparently. We never went to the moon, guys. We never went to the moon. And there's a reason these lies exist. It's to keep their eyes in that shit, that just fucking nonsense. Infinite emptiness, infinite nihilism. The amount of empty, just random, hopeless, black, coupled with anything you can imagine. How the fuck is that not a psyop? And then you couple that with the fact that all evidence says that we never went to the moon and that NASA just endlessly lies. It was started by an SS Nazi who was best friends with Walt Disney. They said they no longer have the technology. They erased all the tapes and no other countries ever went to the moon. How can you believe that? How can you live in a world where you aren't skeptical enough, or you're like so just, you just have to fucking fit in? Are you scared? Like, what is it? Everything isn't a lie. Yeah, we faked the fucking moon landing. So what? That's a real keyboard. This is a real fucking White Claw spritzer. It's freeing. It makes you realize that, like, that cognitive dissonance that people feel all the time and can't put their finger on it and just get angry at dumb shit. And it's like, just let it go. I don't know. I gotta go. Hit the like button. You guys know that this shit should be listened to.
Hey everyone, it's Rosette. I'm back today with another decoding. This one is an update on my Flat Earth Decoded that I did back in 2015. So since YouTube did me a favor by deleting my channel, gave me an opportunity to update all those videos and repost them. I don't know if I'm going to post them to YouTube though, but I am going to post them to BitChute, so you can check them out there if they don't end up on YouTube. Alright, so let's begin. So when we want to find hidden truths about particular topics, we should look to the language, the lingua, the tongue. Right? Language means lingua or tongue. Language came to humanity in one complete package. It is too well structured and the meanings too well connected to be otherwise. It wasn't created hodgepodge as humanity stumbled through the ages. It came as one full package, right? And as an infant, we must learn a language. Therefore, language was given to us, right? It's not just by instinct that we know how to speak languages. We have to actually learn them. So they were given to us by God. If we look to John 1:1, we find, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God." The phrase "the Word," a translation of the Greek word logos, is widely interpreted as referring to Jesus, as indicated in other verses later in the same chapter. So the Word was given to humanity. The Word is Christ. But there was a time when humanity didn't listen to the Word, and instead babbled among themselves on how they could be like God. Ecclesiastes 1:9. "The thing that hath been, it is that which shall be, and that which is done is that which shall be done. And there is no new thing under the sun." No new thing. So we have Babel back then, and we have Babel now. We're going through the Babel event now. Notice the stars are inverted pentagrams, and the crane is showing that this is still a work in progress. Also, it says, Europe, many tongues, one voice. So many tongues babbling, coming back together to finish their project. Notice it's 12 stars on a blue background. The 12 tribes of Israel usurped by the seed of the serpent. Blue, like their blue background on their Star of Remphan flag, right? Serpent seed, SS, ISIS. Right? ISIS is Israeli Secret Intelligence Service headquarters. Now in the Tower of Babel moment, we have God protecting his creation. He went from one language to many languages so that the seed of the serpent would lose their hold over his people. Through love, he scattered his flock across the known plain. We can see how the seed of the serpent are trying to create a Babel 2.0, mixing the seed of the serpent with the seed of the woman under one language, one race, one religion, one sex, all to wipe out the seed of the woman and for them to control the world. Here they make a Tower of Babel out of books, after Buenos Aires is nominated as 2011's UNESCO World Book Capital. Buenos Aires means good air. And who is the Prince of the Air? Prince of the Airwaves. Here is Nimrod, the Egyptian leader that orchestrated the Tower of Babel. Notice the sun and the moon at the top, showing he wanted to keep building until he reached heaven, so he could be like God. And here we have a more modern depiction of the Tower of Babel moment. Notice Batman is portraying Nimrod, the satanic leader. Superman is in the forefront, representing Christ, fallen. Batman is a bad man, a Baphomet man. It says La Tour de Babel. The Tower of Babel is also shown in the Tower card of the tarot. You can see the tower hit by a lightning bolt from the heavens, again showing divine intervention, knocking Nimrod from his attempted throne. Notice the clouds, even one in the bottom of the card. So we know this tower is all the way up to heaven. And the tower is on a giant tree cut. But that significance is for another time, another presentation. The brilliance of God during this one act is of a profound significance. He set back the seed of Satan's agenda by generations. To get to the same place they did with the Tower of Babel moment would take hundreds of years. That is why it's called their great work. He not only protected his seed by giving them separate languages, but he encoded the language as well. For the ones who can figure it out, all the truth of the world is right before their eyes. Figure out the code, know the world. Notice Steve Jobs, one of the founders of Apple, doing a Masonic hand sign. And he says here, your work is going to fill a large part of your life, and the only way to be truly satisfied is to do what you believe is great work. And the only way to do great work is to love what you do. So he's a follower of the great work, right? He's a Mason, he's a Luciferian. With this being said, the truth about our Earth is hidden in the code. Let's take a look. First, let's start with the name for our home, Earth. Now, if you scramble the letters around, it spells heart. This is not a coincidence. It is code telling us the significance of our home. Our home is the heart of our world. Now, where is the heart located in our body? In the center. So our Earth is in the center. And we know this because we know that man is a microcosm to the macrocosm, our world. Put another way, as above, so below. As without, so within. So we know the Earth is in the center, so the sun cannot possibly be in the center. Notice that the center chakra, called Anahata, is green. Green is the color for the Earth. Now, throughout history, our brilliant minds did place Earth in the center. It was called the geocentric system, with the sun revolving around the Earth. It wasn't until approximately 500 years ago that a Jesuit priest named Nicholas Copernicus, Nick Copper Nick, told us otherwise. From the wiki, the astronomical symbol for Venus is the same as that used in biology for the female sex, a circle with a small cross beneath. The Venus symbol also represents femininity, and in Western alchemy stood for the metal copper. Polished copper has been used for mirrors from antiquity, and the symbol for Venus has sometimes been understood to stand for the mirror of the goddess. And also, the surface of Venus is often said to resemble traditional accounts of hell. So Nick Copper Nick represents Nick, a nickname of Satan, and Venus, the planet of the negative feminine, aka Lilith or Lucifer. Copernicus came up with the theory that the sun was in the center, but even he was reluctant to publish it because he knew it wasn't true. From the wiki, about 1532, Copernicus had basically completed his work on the manuscript of De Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium, but despite urging by his closest friends, he resisted openly publishing his views, not wishing, as he confessed, to risk the scorn to which he would expose himself on account of the novelty and incomprehensibility of his thesis. Notice too, Copernicus is looking to the left. He is a left-hand pather. He's wearing Masonic orange too. Another way we can tell that Earth heart is in the center is by looking at Norse mythology. In Norse mythology, there is a tree of life. The tree of life is also reflected in the Kabbalah. The tree consists of 9 worlds, 3 worlds each within 3 realms. The realm directly above Earth is called Asgard, heaven, and Earth is called Midgard. These are the only 2 realms with the base of Gard. Gard means garden. So Asgard is the upper garden, and Midgard is the middle garden, or center garden. Here is one depiction of Yggdrasil, tree of life, and the 9 worlds. Notice how each world is flat and contained within a sphere. Notice the earth with the sun and the moon in the center. Here's another. This one has the ice and fire realms next to Earth on the same realm. Earth was made from the gap, Gununga Gap, the place in the middle, the center. Like the Bible says, the waters above, the fires below. From the Wiki, Gununga Gap appears as the primordial void in the Norse creation account. The Gylfaginning, which states, Gununga Gap, the yawning void, which faced toward the northern quarter, became filled with heaviness and masses of ice and rime, and from within drizzling rain and gusts. But the southern part of the yawning void was lighted by those sparks and glowing masses which flew out of Muspelheim. In the northern part of Gununga Gap lay the intense cold of Niflheim, and to the southern part lay the equally intense heat of Muspelheim. The cosmologic process began when the effulgence of the two met in the middle of Gununga Gap. They met in the center. The gap is also encoded in the Greek word for love, agape, A gap E. A is for heaven, Asgard, and E is for earth. So A gap E, agape, shows the heart which lies in the center. It's in the center of that word. Now, why would Copernicus want us to think the sun was in the center and not the earth? Because he and the rest of the seed of the serpent didn't want us to know how special earth is and how special we are. That we are actually in the center of creation. This would prove God. They would rather us believe that we are a minute speck in a sea of 1 billion planets, that we are not significant in any way. They want us to follow the scientific path and put man as God. So the heart is where love comes from. The heart is the most powerful chakra and the one they are trying to control. Cupid is the god of love and is also known as Eros. Eros is an anagram for rose. The Rosicrucians use the red rose in the center of a cross as their symbol. This rose represents love and the heart, and we know the heart is earth, so their symbol shows earth in the center of the cross, or our world. They are hiding the truth in their symbolism. But their symbol should really be a white rose in a black box, because they are on team seed of the serpent. But we know Satan is a deceiver, and one way he does this is by usurping all the good symbolism of Christ. Now, if you don't want to believe the coding that the earth is in the center, you can directly observe for yourself. Lay down in a field on a clear night and watch the stars. You will see that they are moving around a central point. This central point is called the North Star. The North Star is the only immovable star. This is the center point of our center world. The Norse people are the people of the North. Throne is almost a perfect anagram for North. The North Star is the seat of Yahweh, who looks down on the world and can see all. Otherwise known as the all-seeing eye. It is all-seeing because it never closes. The star is always alight. So the true all-seeing eye is good, is God. But the seed of the serpent always usurps and uses it for bad. The North Pole is also known as the magnetic north because all compasses are drawn to this location. It's a very special location. In the HBO series Game of Thrones, or Game of the North, really, right? If you scramble the anagram, you'll get Game of the North. The one who will rule the Iron Throne. Game of Thrones is abbreviated as GOT. GOT is short for GOTT, the Germanic word for God. So it's a game of God, right? Because the seed of the serpent want to be God. Right? We know who won. The Starks won, right? And the Starks are Star K, Star Kosher. And they are seed of the serpent. They want the throne. Notice too that they have a giant ice wall. This is the real wall that encircles our world and is represented by the Ouroboros. Notice too in Game of Thrones that they have giants. They come from the land over the wall. Could this be the land of Jotunheim, as in Norse mythology? Jotunheim literally means land of the giants. Giant remains have been discovered all over our world, even in North America. Giants even come up in stories in the Bible, such as David and Goliath and King Og of Bashan. And then we have the story of the Nephilim, who slept with the daughters of man and created giants. This is Baalbek, Lebanon, with average-sized people in front of a crafted stone that couldn't possibly be moved with equipment we have in this day and age. So did giants do this? Could the giants have come from the land over the ice wall and visited Midgard? Not only are there physical remains, but many stories in Norse mythology of the interactions between the gods and the giants. And we have Niflheim too, which is phonetically so similar to Nephilim. Niflheim, Nephilim. Truth hiding in Norse mythology? Yes. Now, why might the earth be flat? It is mentioned in the Bible. 1 Chronicles 16:30. He has fixed the earth firm, immovable. Psalm 93:1. Thou hast fixed the earth, immovable and firm. Psalm 96:10. He has fixed the earth firm, immovable. Psalm 104:5. Thou didst fix the earth on its foundations so that it never can be shaken. Isaiah 45:18. Who made the earth and fashioned it, and himself fixed it fast. And in the creation story, from an article by Robert J. Schadewald, linked here, I'll leave a link at the end of the video. The Genesis creation story provides the first key to the Hebrew cosmology. The order of creation makes no sense from a conventional perspective, but is perfectly logical from a flat earth viewpoint. The earth was created on the first day, and it was without form and void, Genesis 1:2. On the second day, a vault, the firmament of the King James Version, was created to divide the waters, some being above and some below the vault. Only on the fourth day were the sun, moon, and stars created, and they were placed in, not above, the vault. And then we have the Masonic question. Are you on the level? Being level would imply being flat. Notice the all-seeing eye directly in the center and above. One triangle up and another one connected and pointed down. As above, so below. Notice it is not sitting on a ball. It is firm and immovable. In their symbol, the square represents the level earth and the compass represents the circular shape of it. Notice the Ouroboros on the outer rim. The white rim represents the ice wall. The G is in the center, where God resides. The circle at the top of the compass represents the all-seeing eye, Yahweh's throne, and also represents as above, whereas the level represents as below. We can see how the compass and square represent triangles, and if completed, would make the Star of David. The two also represent man and woman and the meeting of the two in the generative act. Another definition for the letter G. God, generative, geometry. Numerology, the letter G is equal to the number 7. Earth's number is 4, and heaven's number is 3, which is also the Trinity. So when you combine earth and heaven, 3 plus 4, you get 7. 7 is the divine number of God. The square also represents the 4 corners. And this is just speculation, but it looks like one of the corners sunk. This is where could be where the ancient land of Mu once was, right? But now only Hawaii remains above the seas in that quarter. It seems like something should be over there with Hawaii to complete the 4 corners. Notice how this is also represented in the United Nations flag. It is sectioned off into 32 with the 33rd section in the very center. Is it coincidence that the Masons can only go to the 33rd degree by invitation? 33 is the melting point of water, where the ones in the know reside. Do they also reside in the center? Notice that the image is encircled with a Roman laurel wreath. This shows that the Roman Empire never died. It was just replaced by the Holy Roman Empire, represented by the Vatican and the Jesuits. This Roman Empire is ruled over by the seed of the serpent. And in case you're not sure who the seed of the serpent are, it is the tribe of Cain. It is the Jews. In ancient Asian cultures, the center of the earth was called Mount Meru, short for Merovingian, and was a tall mountain where the gods resided. Mount Meru was also called Sumeru. Sumer was the ancient land before Egypt, the land of the first recorded civilization on earth. See how it's all connected. From the wiki on Mount Meru, ancient Buddhists imagined the universe as essentially flat, with Mount Meru at the center of all things. Surrounding this universe was a vast expanse of water, and surrounding the water was a vast expanse of wind. This universe was made of 31 planes of existence, stacked in layers, and 3 realms, or dhatus. The 3 realms were Arpudahatu, sorry, I'm going to butcher these, the formless realm, Rupadhatu, the realm of form, and Kamadhatu, the realm of desire. Each of these was further divided into multiple worlds that were the homes of many sorts of beings. This cosmos was thought to be one of a succession of universes coming into and going out of existence through infinite time. Our world was thought to be a wedge-shaped island continent in a vast sea south of Mount Meru called Jambudvipa, in the realm of Kamadhatu. The earth then was thought to be flat and surrounded by ocean. Notice how the Buddhist view on our world is very similar to the Norse view. Here is the United Nations General Assembly Room. It looks like a depiction of our flat earth as well. Do you think they know something that they're not telling us? The center pillar reminds me of the mountain in the center, Mount Meru. Isn't it interesting that the G8 summits meet to discuss our world? Is it because they sectioned off 8 areas to better control us? Try ordering something online from an area outside of yours. They will put a freeze on your bank card. Red alert, not authorized. Like, I tried to buy stuff from a website out of the UK, and nope, can't do that. Like, really? Oh, you're outside of your economic zone. What are you doing? Red alert. How about the fact that we are not allowed to fly over the North Pole? Is it because we know the truth of our Earth if we did? We are not allowed to fly over the South Pole either. I think this is because, 1, there is no South Pole. The South is the ring of ice surrounding our Earth. So we would see that it's actually a ring. And 2, they do not want us to discover what is on the other side of the ring. I believe it is because we are under a dome. Dome comes up in the code. I'll discuss this more later. So here we have Prince Harry in red on the right and his cohort in blue on the left. The Earth is sitting atop a barber pole. From the wiki, the origin of the red and white barber pole is associated with the service of bloodletting and was historically a representation of bloody bandages wrapped around a pole. During medieval times, barbers performed surgery on customers as well as tooth extractions. The original pole had a brass wash basin at the top, representing the vessel in which leeches were kept, and bottom representing the basin that received the blood. The pole itself represents a staff that the patient gripped during the procedure to encourage blood flow. So the question is, who is doing the bloodletting? Is it humanity being leeched off of by the satanic cabal running our world? Yes? This picture is priceless. Here they are supposed to be in Antarctica, a frozen wasteland where there is not one shred of vegetation. The weather is so extreme that the only animal life are penguins and seals, which are both water animals. Yet we have Harry and company trudging along without gloves, hats, or coats. But he does look stylish. I guess that's what counts. And here we have Harry doing the one eye sign, right? Notice he is covering his right eye. This means he is of the left-handers, seed of the serpent. Now there are people in the flat earth movement that would like us to believe that the earth is on an infinite plane. Does this remind you of anything? How about an infinite galaxy with billions of stars? If we were on an infinite plane, Earth would lose its special significance of being the heart. So no, I don't believe we're on an infinite plane. The same person promoting this is an ex-NASA contractor. NASA is a Masonic organization. Once a Mason, always a Mason. Once a NASA member, always a NASA member. So if we go clockwise, we can see Math Powerland is doing the 666 hand sign, showing the Abraxas rooster, doing the downward V, which is the water sign, the element of the moon, the as above, so below, in his orange, which is 33 in numerology, with 33 on his shirt, and then some more 666s, so it should be pretty obvious. Now let's look at some more words that carry the truth in plain sight. In plain sight, we have the Great Plain, right? It is called that because it is flat. The Great Plains, flat. Airplanes fly over the plain. They fly over the flat. This is also encoded in our seas. Sea level is because you see level, flat. From the wiki, sea level is generally used to refer to mean sea level, MSL, an average level for the surface of one or more of Earth's oceans from which heights such as elevations may be measured. So if it was a curve, how do you do that? You can't. You have to do it on a level, on a flat plane, basically. And even the horizon is horizontal, right? Horizontal. Horizon is horizontal. That's why it's called horizon. Horizontal, vertical. It's horizontal. That means it's flat. So our flat Earth is covered over with a dome because it is showing in the code as well. We live in the Kingdom. The United Kingdom is ruled over by a monarchy. Moon arc. Arc equals dome. Arch. Monarch. Arch. Dome. In the alternative community, the archons are mentioned. Archons means rulers of the ark or dome. Now let me give a caveat here. Queen Elizabeth is the last of the line of David on the throne. Her husband and their offspring are seed of the serpent. I am speculating here, but I think Queen Elizabeth is under the false impression through British Israelism that tribe of Judah are the Jews, and so marrying one is continuing the David line. But this is not true. The Jews are tribe of Cain, the seed of the serpent. Queen Elizabeth is seed of the woman, so she is the last monarch of the line of David, and that is very significant. So we'll see how everything plays out with her death. Noah's Ark. So Noah's Ark is ARK, but it's also ARC, is Noah's Dome. The animals in Noah's Ark are the animals of our world. The zodiac is the zoo of the arch. Zodiac. Zodiarch. Noah's Arch. Symbolized by the 12 signs of the zodiac that encircle our sky. Here's the Chinese zodiac. Notice the animals encircling the flat earth with the yin-yang in the middle. The yin-yang represents the sun and the moon. 2 stars, one for day and one for night. So we can see it's the sky that they're showing here. Here's the Western version that coincides with the 12 months of the year. Each symbol is tied into the 4 seasons and the energy pattern of the sun. Now the 12 is also depicted by Jesus and his disciples. Jesus is always in the middle. He is number 7 in a line and number 13 in a circle. And he has 6 on the left of him and 6 on the right. That is why the Satanists like the number 13. They want to replace the one in the center and take over the rule. Right? They're Tower of Babel 2.0 again. Notice the Last Supper has the apostles in sets of 3 to depict the seasons and the zodiac. Christ's robe is half red and half blue. The red is on his right, the blue is on his left. Didn't we see that depicted above with Harry and Friend at the barber's pole? Also notice the ark right above Jesus' head. You can see there is an ark in the center of the table below Jesus. On other renditions, they fail to show this ark. The ark is very important. This is to show that the table is actually round. Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table are the same as Jesus and his disciples. Arthur/Jesus is the one in the center of a flat round table. The flat round table is Earth. The center is the pole, the North Pole. Directly above the North Pole is the North Star, Polaris. Polaris is of the Bear constellation, also known as Arthur. Notice they depict Arthur in red, and he is holding a spear in his right hand. He's God's right-hand man, right? We also see the true nature of our world depicted in film. In The Giver, we have God sitting with Jonas. Jonas means son of truth, with what appears to be a dome over them. Underneath them is the 8-pointed star, representing the flat earth sectioned into 8, just like the G8. The 8-pointed star is also represented in the tarot deck. This star represents Polaris, the North Star, the immovable star directly above the center of our world. Another show that seems to have a lot of symbolism in it is The Simpsons. The name is similar to Sims. Sims is a life-simulated video game. Manipulated beings, possibly like us. Look how flat their world looks. They're in a slave system in there. Here's an episode of The Simpsons, Simpsons, right? So like The Sims, called Under the Dome. Notice in The Simpsons, though, they make it seem like we're on an infinite plane. Not so. And it is very similar to Stephen King's series of the same name. And then we can't forget The Truman Show, or The True Man Show. We have Christov of Christ, right? His name means, or God, monitoring from above with a background very similar to the one we see in The Giver. We can see how Truman's world is flat as well. After braving the stormy seas, Truman reaches the edge of the world at the dome. They have him literally run into it. In actuality, he would be roughing the seas until he reached the rim of ice. What is beyond is the barrier. It reminds me of the Great Barrier Reef. Symbolically connected. And here we have the Great Wall of Ice that surrounds our world. Is the Great Wall of China in some way connected symbolically as well? And we see now who Truman really represents, Christ. He has his arms held out, making the cross. The black door opening behind him represent the black monolith, as seen here in The Giver, beyond the edge of the world. And here in 2001, A Space Odyssey. And the black cube, the Kaaba stone at Mecca. And the United Nations building, a black monolith. And even one in Antarctica at the Noah site. Notice it's called the Noah site. It's Noaa, but it sounds like Noah, right? Like the Ark. With Truman going through that door, he is effectively breaking the hold of the satanic controllers, freeing our world. He is unfolding the black cube and turning it into the cross. The cross, it holds the rose in the center. The rose being the heart being our earth, the place where man is birthed, right? Be earth. So I hope you can see now how the truth about our earth is hidden in plain sight. It is hidden in our language. We just need to open our eyes and look for the codes put there for us to find the answers and empower ourselves. With love, Rosette Delacroix, Rose of the Cross. Yahweh bless.
A Mayan elder wearing traditional Mayan garb walks into a bar. He sits down and strikes up a conversation with the bartender, and the bartender says, "Hey, you don't look like you're from around here. Where are you from?" The Mayan elder says, "Earth," and the bartender says, "So what do your people believe in?" And the Mayan elder replies, "Well, our people believe that the earth rests on a giant crocodile sitting in a lake of water lilies." And the bartender says, "Wow, that's fascinating. Tell me more." An Anishinaabe elder, wearing a traditional feathered headdress, walks into a bar. The bartender says, "Hey partner, where are you from?" And the Anishinaabe elder says, "Around these parts." The bartender says, "The last guy I had in here believed the earth was on a crocodile. What do your people believe in?" And the Anishinaabe elder replies, "Well, our people believe that the earth sits on the back of a giant turtle resting in a great ocean." Bartender says, "Wow, that's incredible. Tell me more." The gentleman sitting at the bar then walks up to the bartender and says, "Hey, I heard you talking with those native wisdom keepers about the earth. Do you know what I believe?" The bartender says, "No, what?" The bar patron says, "I believe that the earth is flat." The bartender says, "The earth is a ball, you idiot. Get the fuck out of my bar."
Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11.
Welcome, everyone. For those of you who are not familiar with the work I do, feel free to check out my YouTube channel, Marty Leeds 33, or my main site, martyleeds33.com. On my YouTube page, I have a folder entitled Begin Here if you want to further your exploration into the worlds of gematria, symbolism, numerology, mysticism, theology, and more. No real worries if you are not aware of what it is I do, as I won't be doing too much numeric work in this video. But if you are wondering what all that weird math is that occasionally pops up, well, there's your answer. The following video is for educational purposes only. For those of you that might not be aware, and for a select few of you this may actually come as quite a shock, but there is a heated debate going on currently with an exponentially growing group of people who believe, and many who are absolutely convinced, that the Earth is flat. There are literally hundreds of thousands of people who are exploring the notion that this Mother Earth that we live on does not revolve around the sun and is in fact a motionless flat plane, and the stars, sun, and moon, literally the entirety of the cosmos, revolve around the Earth, a model called geocentrism. A majority of these folk are very dedicated to their cause and are making their case with passion and gusto. There are hordes of independent researchers online who are posting videos with much evidence to support their claims, and average everyday people have taken up doing scientific experiments for themselves to test the veracity of the claims made by scientists and space agencies across the known world that the Earth is part of a heliocentric or sun-centered system. Blogs have been written, podcasts recorded, comment sections flooded. Hell, there's even been several books written about it. These people are dedicated and very serious about supporting a new flat Earth model to replace our currently accepted heliocentric system. But as you will come to see, this presentation really isn't going to be about questioning the rotundity of the Earth. It's actually a video ultimately about civility and discourse and the human heart. But we'll get into all of that in just a bit. For many, the initial response to hearing the idea that people are actually considering the notion that we live in an Earth-centered or geocentric universe usually takes the form of something like the following. Who in the bloody hell thinks the world is flat? What kind of moron believes such nonsense? Have you ever been up in an airplane and seen the curvature of the Earth? Stupid. Shit is round like the other planets. Ever hear of the Hubble telescope? Dummy. The majority of us, at least those who receive their education from a federally mandated academic curriculum, have been told since kindergarten about the rotundity and sphericity of the Earth. In fact, globes often find their way into classrooms across the world. The Earth being a spinning globe and going around the sun was and is taught as absolute fact. But if you were like me, you probably often question whether or not you really learned anything in school. There are many people who ridicule the idea of even having a discussion or debate on this subject. For many, there is a sheer absurdity of even questioning the rotundity of the Earth in the first place. A vast majority of the public, many of whom more than likely consider themselves educated, feel that such considerations are for the brain-dead and primitive. To even consider the notion that the Earth is flat, for many, is a complete waste of time. And that is exactly why we are going to investigate this subject today. Is there any great flaw or fault in restating our assumptions and clarifying with scientific precision the things that we have come to know to be quote-unquote true and without question? What is so wrong with critically examining fundamental and widely accepted ideas about such things as the shape of the Earth and the nature of the system that we reside in? How often have we ever even considered questioning the celestial mechanics of the world in which we live? Are we supposed to take at face value the promulgations made by governments and self-proclaimed authorities of science, informing us about the heavens above? If you were like me, you take to heart what the great George Carlin said about governments. How much does the average person even know about the movements of the planets, the sun, the moon, and the Earth? Quite some time ago, as I first started exploring the flat Earth model, I posted something on my Facebook account asking my friends a simple question, and it was essentially this: does the moon rotate on its axis? Now, this seems like it should be a pretty easy question to answer, one that an educated populace would be able to answer without so much as a glance at a textbook or looking the answer up online, but funny enough, the answers in the comments section varied so wildly and so completely that it made me realize that most people are going through life clinging, sometimes desperately, to models, ideas, and paradigms that they really know nothing about. And this is a serious problem. So what do we do about this problem? Well, the best way I have always learned to get to the bottom of things is to apply the scientific method, using reason and logic as my guides to make tangible the best answers to the proposed questions at hand. The whole flat Earth movement and phenomenon affords us, meaning the whole of mankind, the perfect opportunity to place each and every one of us at the center of a grand scientific experiment. This social movement allows mankind the opportunity to put himself through a litmus test. A litmus test is defined as a decisively indicative test and is traditionally used to determine the acidity or alkalinity of chemical substances. Or in other words, it decisively indicates the nature of the subject tested. Hey, is it alkaline or is it acidic? Is it A or is it B? Is it black or is it white? And as we may come to find, sometimes these things aren't so cut and dry as we thought. Not only does the debate of the rotundity or flatness of the Earth provide humanity a perfect opportunity to reapply our own scientific knowledge and engage in the learning process once again, things we can only construe as intellectually progressive exercises, it also presents ourselves with a litmus test, challenging our own application and understanding of the scientific method. Our litmus test will be A. Are we using the scientific method, not relying on preconception or bias to arrive at our conclusions? Or B. Have we failed at such a noble objective? And let us make no mistake about it, the pursuit of science is not relegated to the universities and institutions of higher learning. Science, by definition, is the intellectual and practical activity encompassing the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation and experiment. Anyone can make those observations and experiments. Science is a method of investigation, not a set of beliefs. Science is not monopolized by governmental institutions and by men in white lab coats. Science belongs in the hands of each and every human being on this earth, regardless of what anyone says.
First of all, if you're a fucking guy that's making YouTube videos about the Earth being flat, that shit isn't research. It's just not. It's not. You're not a scientist. You're not wearing a lab coat. You don't work for a major university. Just because you're some fucking jack-off alone in your room obsessing about nonsense, that's not research.
Damn, I'd hate to be one of those fucking guys on YouTube making a video on the flat Earth who obviously has nothing important to say. The fact is, science and its basic methods are easy to follow and abide by. The pillars of the scientific method consist of asking questions, doing background research, constructing a hypothesis based on the testing and analyzation of that data, drawing a conclusion and reporting the results. Scientific research must be repeatable, verifiable, demonstrable, as well as able to undergo a healthy amount of scrutiny and criticism. Simple as pie. What often gets in the way of the pure pursuit of science is the human ego. Cordiality and congeniality are lost when the unadulterated quest for truth gets tainted by all sorts of corrupting forces, such as money, power, greed, and pride. All things quite prevalent in the current collective human condition. We must always keep emblazoned in our minds the understanding that ridicule, belittlement, derision, disparaging and derogatory remarks, ad hominem attacks, and the like have no place within scientific inquiry, nor in social civility. In the noble pursuit of science, if one attacks another for simply making an inquiry or asking a question, you can be sure that that individual is not, in any way, shape, or form, engaging in the scientific method. Period. We must abandon any inclinations to revert to childishness and always be constructive with our debates and discussions. Whether we recognize it or not, humankind has a moral stake in being kind. The word itself reminds us of this absolute truth.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
What I wish to do here is simply present 10 interesting points of contention that I have personally found compelling throughout my own investigation of the Flat Earth movement. This video is not intended to be an unbiased scientific investigation because ultimately that investigation rests in your hands and in the hands of the community at large. Since we will only be covering 10 unique questions surrounding the nature and construction of our earthly system, this investigation is obviously anything but conclusive. But I do feel that addressing and highlighting these 10 particular aspects will make a strong enough case as to why so many people have begun to seriously question our proposed heliocentric system. It must be noted that there are so many different facets to consider when it comes to understanding the very dynamic system that creates our blessed little home here in the universe. Obviously, when confronted with such a dynamic system as our solar/geocentric system, there is a bevy of varying phenomena that one has to take into consideration. Things like the phases of the moon, the path of the sun, the cause of seasons, the retrograde motion of planets, the mechanics of the pole star, flight paths, the cause of tides, eclipses, etc., etc., etc. Without a doubt, there are countless things that must be taken into consideration before we may draw any sort of final conclusion on the matter. The goal here is not to cover each and every one, for time dictates otherwise. There is now a growing and bountiful outpouring of videos on YouTube, with varying degrees of quality and truthfulness, that anyone may go and explore if they so choose. If you have questions about the proposed flat earth model not covered here, which you surely should and will, there are numerous sites that cover each and every one. When undergoing your investigation, I would only add this. When combing through the endless videos and material on this subject, you will come across many characters. There are deceivers, liars, people with wild and outlandish imaginations, people who have done little to no homework, people who place blame where blame is not to be placed, people with squirrely revelations and mad prophecy, people who claim to have answers, and people who work full-time at propagating disinformation. There are also a lot of very loving and kind people out there, many trying to make sense of an often senseless world, and so many who simply seek truth. In short, and in other words, be careful. It's a jungle out there. The 10 different topics I personally found compelling and the ones we will be examining in this video are the following. Number 1, the model, heliocentric and geocentric. Though there are many other systems other than these two that have been purported throughout time, such as simulation theory, concave Earth, etc., we are going to be looking at these two particular ones exclusively because of the fact that we have been taught the heliocentric model and the flat Earth movement has caught the most steam recently. We are going to give a brief overview of both models as best as my meager mind understands them. Number 2, horizon, perspective, and viewable distances. We are going to take a look at, well, how human beings look at the world, what we can see, how far we can see, and how the world appears to us. Number 3, sun hotspot in the Earth. We're going to take a quick look at a video from a high-altitude weather balloon and look at how the sun appears to us in this film. Number 4, angles of light and the sun's rays. We're going to take a look at the rays of the sun and the claim that the sun is 93 million miles away. Number 5, NASA and the space agencies of the world. We are going to examine 2 short videos supposedly taken of the Earth from space, provided by the Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency and the National Aeronautics Space Administration. Number 6, the sun and the moon. We are going to take a short scroll through the myriad questions surrounding the relationship between these 2 heavenly bodies and our Mother Earth. Number 7, proof of the Earth's spin. We're going to ask the question, can we determine from our position on Earth that the Earth spins at roughly 1,000 miles an hour? Number 8, the existence of gravity. We're going to watch a university professor explain how the gravitational constant was discovered and take a look into what is known as the Cavendish experiment. Number 9, an analysis of a time-lapse video of the sun. We are going to watch a brief video showing a time-lapse of the sun and analyze what we are seeing. Number 10, the astrolabe. The astrolabe is an ancient astronomical computer, and we are going to take a look at its functionality today. Okay, so here we go. Number 1, the model, heliocentric or geocentric. What I'm going to try to do here is present very succinctly the general outline and model for both the heliocentric and geocentric systems, again, as best as I understand them. We will take a quick look at basic explanations for the phenomenon we see, as well as look at a quick history of both, and I will try to do this as commonsensical and tersely as I possibly can. So the first model we intend to investigate is the heliocentric system, the system that we have all come to know and the one that we learned about in our state-run educational curriculum. In the heliocentric system, the sun, or Helios, resides at the center of the system, with that sun flying through space at nearly 500,000 miles an hour, or 483 miles per hour to be more precise. The Earth, one of the planets in an entire system of planets, revolves around the sun at roughly 67,000 miles per hour, in a large orbit taking 365.24 days to complete. This elliptical orbit around the sun finds the Earth 93 million miles away from the sun in summer, and 3 million miles closer to the sun, or 90 million miles away during winter, a fairly counterintuitive phenomenon called aphelion and perihelion. The band of stars that we see overhead at night is called the Milky Way galaxy, and is the spiral galaxy that our solar system is a very minute part of. The stars we see in the night sky are millions of light years away, a light year being the measure of time it would take light to reach a destination. Our galaxy is just one of literally trillions of galaxies that exist in the ever-expanding universe, giving rise to the notion and statistical probability that Earth, and the life that exists upon it, though unique in its own way, is probably nothing special, as there are many solar systems and many Earth-like planets out in the heavens. The Earth itself is an oblate spheroid, tilted at 23.4 degrees and rotates counterclockwise on its axis to the tune of roughly 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. This rotation is said to cause day and night. The moon rotates around the Earth, with the moon itself rotating on its own axis, and even though the moon spins on its axis, we never see this rotation, and hence we never see the dark side of the moon, and this is due to the fact that the spin of the moon is tidally locked to the Earth's rotation. The heliocentric system is a rather newly adopted system, having first been introduced in the mid-1500s by Nicholas Copernicus in his book On the Revolutions of the Celestial Spheres, released upon his death in 1543. The ancient Greek Aristarchus had proposed a heliocentric theory in roughly 250 BC, possibly working off the theories of the mythical Pythagoras, who supposedly lived a few hundred years prior, but his theories fell out of favor, with many adopting the geocentric model as proposed by the likes of Aristotle and Ptolemy. The geocentric or flat Earth system puts the Earth at the center of the drama, with the sun, moon, and stars above revolving around it, just as mankind perceives it. The sun and moon at varying speeds with one another make roughly concentric paths around the center of the Earth, with many postulating a magnetic pole or source dictating these paths. The rising and setting of the sun is caused by perspective, with the sun rising as it approaches the viewer's vanishing point along the horizon, and sets as it moves away from the viewer and ultimately out of sight. The sun stereographically projects onto the plane of the earth and acts as a spotlight, which is the cause of day and night. The sun and moon are roughly the same size and same distance away, just as they appear, with current figures given for those objects to be roughly 32 miles in diameter and approximately 3,000 to 4,000 miles away. The moon, like the sun, is its own light source, and the phases of the moon are more than likely caused by the moon itself, and not by reflected light from the sun, as understood in the heliocentric model. The earth is stationary, and the stars in the heavens revolve around the earth, hence why the pole star, or Polaris, always remains visible no matter what season it is on the earth. The earth has a central pole, being the North Pole, with the southern magnetism being attributed to an ice wall or shelf surrounding and holding in the oceans, what is deemed Antarctica on the globular model. Many flat earth proponents point out the fact that Antarctica is essentially off limits to independent investigations due to the Antarctic Treaty of 1961, signed jointly by many of the most powerful nations in the world. The flat earth model has no need for gravity or stars billions of light years away because the stars are close and contained within the Earth-sky system. Relativity also becomes irrelevant because there is indeed an up and indeed a down, just as we experience here on Earth. There are several members of the geocentric community that make it a point to note and clarify that they do not necessarily believe that the Earth is not a sphere, but rather that the flat landmass that mankind stands on is not wrapped on the outside of the sphere, but instead a flat plane existing within a sphere, much like you would see in a snow globe. Many flat earthers postulate a literal firmament or dome that contains the heavens above, which parallels and is in accord with many different mythologies and religious scriptures. The flat earth model has been in existence for thousands of years, has been adopted the world over by Mayan, Hindu, Jain, Buddhist, Egyptian, Norse, Native American, Chinese, and numerous other cultures. Both the Holy Bible and the Quran seem to strongly suggest a flat earth cosmogony. The previous is, as already stated, a very brief and abridged explanation of both models, as best as I can understand them, and further exploration and research is encouraged by those who may be unfamiliar with the inner workings of each one. Ultimately, when undergoing our own hands-on scientific investigation into this subject, when presented with particular questions about the mechanics of these models, if we are to uphold the grand pillars of the scientific method, we should simply provide the most concise explanation to the queries. As we move on, and as you move on with your own investigation, the question that you should always hold in the back of your mind is simply, as a heliocentrist, how do I explain this? As a geocentrist, how do I explain this? And hell, if you're a Mayan elder, you should probably explain how all of this looks from the back of a crocodile. Okay, let's move on. Number 2, horizon, perspective, and viewable distances. The horizon from our perspective, 360 degrees all the way around, always appears flat. No matter how high you climb in elevation, the horizon will always rise up and be level with your eyes. High-altitude balloons have traveled upwards of 33 miles in elevation, and when the curvature of the camera lens, usually a GoPro fisheye lens, is accounted for, which changes the horizon line from convex to concave to flat as it bounces, we find that the horizon remains completely flat and no curvature is ever seen. How can this phenomenon be best explained? The flat Earth model explains this by the fact that the Earth is a plane, not a planet, and therefore what is viewed with the eye is consistent with the actual flat, extended plane on which we live. The best explanation from those in the heliocentric camp explain this occurrence by the fact that no one has just gotten high enough in elevation to see the curvature, due to the immensity of the Earth. The horizon only looks flat because we are seeing a very small portion of the massive Earth. Pics from NASA and other space agencies also show the curvature of the Earth as well. Personally, I must say that, though the heliocentric explanation at first hand may seem plausible, it is not consistent with the math as given to us by spherical geometry. People all over the world, myself included, have reported seeing distances that, according to the basic mathematics of a sphere that has an equator of roughly 25,000 miles or so, should just not be visible. Objects 20, 30, 60 miles away and further have been spotted, many of which at sea level, that just should not be seen according to the math. Ships that have supposedly sailed over the curvature of the Earth, when zoomed in with a telephoto lens, can clearly be seen, which is completely inconsistent with the heliocentric or globular Earth perspective. Number 3. Sun hotspot on the Earth. In this very popular video that has made its way around the Flat Earth community, a high-altitude balloon was sent up by the company Dogcam Sport to shoot footage of the Earth in an effort to promote their online camera company. As far as I am aware, this video is real and is not fabricated whatsoever. We can clearly see in one part of the footage that the sun makes a hotspot on the Earth. The question this video poses is, if the sun is 93 million miles away from the Earth as claimed by modern astronomers, then how in the world is the sun creating a singular, circular, very clear hotspot on the Earth? The Flat Earth proponents explain this simply by saying the sun is not 93 million miles away. It is actually rather close, and so this phenomenon we see makes perfect sense. If the sun is 93 million miles away, then the rays that would reach the Earth would engulf the Earth equally and be parallel to one another, as shown in this graphic. Though I've looked fairly extensively for an answer to this anomaly by the globe Earth proponents, I've yet to find one that is personally satisfactory. Number 4. Angles of light in the sun's rays. In this picture we see the rays of the sun bursting through the clouds, and it is very easy to see that the rays converge to a point that seems to exist just beyond the clouds. Many people experience this phenomenon every single day, and I must say that personally it is quite a beautiful and magical sight. We must conclude that if the sun is 93 million miles away, the rays that would reach the Earth at a 90-degree angle, with all rays parallel to one another, as just mentioned. The Flat Earth community explains this occurrence by the fact that the sun is close to the Earth, once again roughly 3,000 or so miles away, and the viewable light is converging directly back to the sun itself. The only answer I have found that describes this phenomenon by the globe Earth theorists is that the sun's rays are reflecting off the various layers of the Earth's atmosphere, with those layers being